YouTube side, you can call the number on screen 737-295-5321. And if you don't regret your vote, no problem. I can give you several reasons as to why you should. Before we get into the debates, I do see some people in the request. Do want to talk about two things really quickly. Actually, I'll do one. I'll save the other one for later. So I was doing some cleaning, and look what I found. I found one of the little OG Kamala Would Never hats that I did in, I call this one light denim. I found a hat. Apparently I ordered too many hats when we were selling these, and I just had an extra one laying around. I like the color, but I don't wear a lot of colors like this. So I decided I'm just going to give it away. We are going to do a giveaway for that hat, and how that's going to work is going to be based off of donations, and we're going to do entries. I currently have a wheel up on my screen, and we're going to put names in the wheels for entries. So it's going to be donations, and we'll do the same for super chats on the YouTube side as well. Donations 1 through 4 is going to be 1 entry. 5 through 9 is going to be 2 entries. 10 through 14 is going to be 3 entries. 15 through 19 is going to be 4 entries. 20 and up is just going to be 5. And we'll get a bit more explained in that sec for anyone who would like that color of the hat. Regardless, let's go ahead and get into these little chats here. We have our first guest. If they load up. Yep, there he is. Thomas, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Haven't we talked before?
We have. You ran.
I ran.
You ran like I ran.
Sure. What'd I run from?
It was probably the border or Iran's history. We have. You threatening our country.
Yeah, I love it when you guys say I run from conversations. I only drop people who just don't understand, I don't know, basic reading comprehension or slur. So you're probably one of the two. You're more than welcome to make your new debate today. Do you regret your vote? I'm assuming no.
No, I don't.
Why is that?
Because there's no reason to regret my vote.
I think there's
got what I voted for.
I think there's several hundred reasons why you should regret your vote. Donald Trump, well, not so much Donald Trump. The Republican Party and its affiliates tried to champion the release of the Epstein files, even though the Trump administration or Donald Trump himself actually tried to turn away from it when he somewhat walked back his initial saying of yes, that he would release said files. Then we saw leaked reports by the New York Times and other outlets of the emergency meetings that they had in regards to his birthday cards or personal letters, to the point where Pam Bondi went and got herself up out the paint, and now Todd Blanche is taking all the heat. And fun fact, Todd Blanche, by July the 2nd, those of you who didn't know this, a federal judge ordered that by July the 2nd,
I mean, whenever you're speaking, cool.
Todd Blanche has until July the 2nd to explain why some of the Epstein files have still been redacted to hell or unredact them. And that was a federal court ruling because of his monumental failures, which is more so Pam Bondi's failures that he's taking the heat for. He is failing the American people on justice for the victims and actually getting rid of one of the biggest trafficking rings the United States has seen. I don't know why in the world no one would regret their vote for that. Is he chopping up, or is it like this MAGA mobile thing just not working well for him?
What do you mean? You've been speaking the whole time.
You were cutting out. You may respond to what I just said now.
The Epstein files, right?
Yeah. Did you hear anything I just said?
Yeah, I think when it comes to the Epstein files, I think it's always been kind of a nothing burger in terms of Trump. We did get a shirtless photo of Bill Clinton out of it, but there was no like real pure exhibits. I'd say if I had to go exhibit A, it'd be that shirtless photo of Clinton.
You think the Epstein files is a nothing burger? Tell that to the tens of dozens of women who were sexually assaulted by him, and even went as far as to allege that Donald Trump was involved in that as well. Tell that to Ghislaine Maxwell,
Let me respond to
who
that,
helped
because,
him traffic all those victims
might
and is
go on
currently
for 5
sitting
minutes,
in a
but-
minimum security prison. I don't think sex trafficking is a nothing burger. I don't think the protection of individuals involved in that is a nothing burger.
Well, you have to prove that protecting, as far as we know, that Trump cooperated with Florida authorities He discontinued his relationship many, many years ago. I think it was 2005.
Yeah, that had nothing to do with
Democrats,
his
excuse me, I
alleged
was talking. I
assaults.
was talking.
So there's that.
Democrats continued. Democrats continued to go to that island, including Bill Clinton and others. And
I
it's
don't
just,
care who
I mean,
continued to go when the president of the
if
United
there's,
States currently has
look,
appointees residing over the files that would implicate every single person, Democrat or Republican, who went to that island. You can focus on the people who went to the island and allege that they were Democrats. I don't care what party affiliation they had. I care about the
we
body
have a shirtless
over
photo
those
of Bill
files
Clinton
who
there, bro.
refuses to release it, who refuses to unredact the names of
God bless you.
potentially politicians. Thank you, Erica, for the Summer of Live gift. Who was in those files?
Well, you mentioned victims, and I'd like to point out, when I see a victim, I want to hear a full story. Like, for instance, Swallowswell, his victim. She went up there, bold face. She told her whole account of the whole story, A to Z. We haven't seen that from any human being on the planet. Yet there's all
What do
these
you mean we haven't
accusations
seen
against Trump.
victims allege that people,
Do you
that
want to talk
Epstein
about?
and potentially Donald Trump raped them? We quite literally have. They've showed up at countless testimonies or hearings in Congress, in the Senate. They have told their stories to prominent Democrats, specifically on the oversight
What
committee,
stories? Who
of their
elaborate? What stories did they
assaults.
tell?
They have asked
So you
time
have
and time
evidence. So you
again
have.
for
Wait, let me get
information,
this straight.
for the
Let me get
release
this
of the
straight. You have
files.
evidence? Can you show us those testimonies of women who accused Donald
No,
Trump
we
of
have the
rape?
confirmed reports from the victims and some of the
Wait, so you
congressmen, specifically Ro Khanna, who even went as far as to say a name or two has been shared with him, but he couldn't even tell the public to protect them. That's why they're putting
so
the
you're
burden
getting
of
off track
releasing
now.
these. How am I getting off track? You literally
Well,
asked me
you're
what are the
making a hell
accounts.
of
I'm
an
telling you the
allegation.
accounts. No, it's
When
not an
you bring
allegation. This
such
is
an
what was
allegation, you're
confirmed.
going to have to come with
This
some
was
proof, my
confirmed
friend.
by the victim and Ro Khanna
Take your time.
himself. They have testified to this. It's not an allegation. It's what they have said. The reason why more women are not coming forward is because of the protection that these individuals have, backed by the Trump administration, backed by the federal government.
I'm sitting pretty right now, so let me know when you're done.
Yeah, you just heard what I said. You can respond to it and stop trying to do these weird scapegoats of pivoting, even though I'm addressing every single point. If you're
Well,
registering what I'm saying, you wouldn't do this mindless rambling.
No, that's what you're doing. My point is this: you're making serious allegations, and I'm asking you to provide
I'm
some
making the
evidence.
same
And
allegations that the victims have.
you're cutting me
That has
off.
been testified by congressmen and
You're
women.
making some serious allegations, but you're not providing
I'm
proof,
only
and that's the
reciting the
problem.
allegations already made by the victims of Epstein, with all the proof being in the files that the Trump administration is still redacting to hell.
Why
Is
can't
that
you
the
show
part
us
that you're
exhibits?
missing with this conversation? We literally already have report after report. The ones of the young lady who Donald Trump loved to trigger warnings, guys, suck on their nipples and make them super red and sore, and they were painful. We have the birthday card. We have the release of a thousand FBI agents
you don't
were
have any
responsible
names?
for
You don't have any
flagging
names
every
or
single
evidence for
time that
that?
Donald Trump's name
Show
was
us the
mentioned.
evidence.
We have all of this
Show us the
information.
evidence, sir.
My guy, the obstruction of
Show us
justice
the
is the
evidence.
evidence. The obstruction of
You
justice.
decided to go with the Epstein files, sir. Show us the evidence.
I'm literally telling you the allegations. I'm telling you the reports, and I'm
The
telling
only
you
thing we
that
came
Donald
out-
Trump is obstructing justice. You know when like you arrest someone for like robbing a store and there was a person who was there, one of the witnesses, and then you go and you ask that witness what they saw and they plead the fifth or they lie. That's called obstructing justice, right? When our agents are trying to get down to the bottom of a case, but people are literally holding up the progress. They're holding up the investigations. They're releasing or giving no additional information, holding back information that can lead to the prosecutions of individuals. The Trump administration is obstructing justice. Do you know what that means? Or do I need to explain it to you some
Okay,
more?
Are you done? So I'm asking you to
Do
provide
you know
proof
what
of your
obstructing
allegations. Are you
justice
running away from
means?
it? So I'm asking you to
I
provide
don't
proof
have
of
to
your
provide
allegations.
proof of
I'm
allegations
gonna
other
give
people
you
have made.
real-
I'm literally
I'm
telling you
gonna
the
give you-
allegations
I'm gonna give
made
you
by the
examples
victims.
what I
I'm
can
literally
for
giving you
evidence.
the piece of evidence that show that Donald Trump lied about his relationship with Epstein. And I'm telling you that they're
Show me the
obstructing
documents.
justice on
Show me
said
the documents,
investigations.
sir.
The
If you had
Epstein
the
files
documents,
are
they'd be
the
on your
documents. They're redacted to hell after the Trump administration signed a bill into law that required them to release everything in 30 days. That's the evidence. We are well over 170, if I'm not mistaken, which is why a federal judge was able to force him to explain at minimum why those files haven't been released or unredacted. Additional files have been released, and then the ones already put out were unredacted.
Are you done? You're just repeating yourself. So you don't have any evidence.
I'm
That's the
literally
bottom
telling you
line.
the evidence,
I'm
and
going
you're
to
literally
prove that.
denying it.
I'm going to
I'm
prove that by
literally giving you
simply
the evidence,
asking
and
you,
you're
show
denying
us your
it.
evidence.
I'm literally telling you the evidence, and you're denying it.
Speaking of
You're
hearsay, in
denying
your
it's
opinion,
not
and you have
hearsay.
no evidence.
It's not hearsay whatsoever.
Let me give you an
You know what's
example
not
that I
hearsay?
consider
You know
evidence.
what's not hearsay? Michael Ryder. Michael Ryder in 2006 went and said that Donald Trump called him and thanked him for getting rid of Epstein. Thank you for getting him,
Show us the
prosecuting. The evidence
Show
of
us the
Michael
evidence.
Ryder's call. This is well documented. Are you unaware of the call? Do you want me
Whenever
to?
you
Do you
can
want me to
present
read the
evidence-
article? Do you want me to read the article? Is
No,
that what
my
you take as evidence,
evidence
or you're
is
just going to say
nice.
it's hearsay?
You know
Hold on,
what's
no.
nice
Hey,
about my
If
evidence?
I tell you,
Everyone's
hey. So if I say Michael
this
Ryder
photo
testified in Congress to this report, who was the FBI agent at the time of 2006, if I show you that, you're going to say it's hearsay, even though he's an FBI agent who led the investigation into Epstein. That's
don't think
literally what
FBI
you're saying.
agents are known
That's
for
literally
lying,
what
by
you're
the way?
saying.
So
I'm sorry.
gonna show you
Oh,
your evidence.
wait. So
Let me show
Michael
you the
Ryder
evidence.
was lying when he said Trump called him in 2006 and thanked him for arresting or leading an investigation into Epstein, even though it was confirmed by the Trump administration and parroted by Caroline Leavitt, J.D. Vance, and several other Republican individuals. That's what you're telling me. This is the problem with your
have no
evidence
idea
claim.
what you're talking
You're
about. You're
literally
running
telling
off
me
into
I
some
can
weird
tell you
tangent.
exactly what was
getting
confirmed.
worked.
You're telling me I can tell you what's confirmed by the Trump administration and it could be hearsay. That's what you're literally just telling me.
Just get ready to drop me because I'm going to say the same thing.
Yeah, you're going to
Provide
keep
your
repeating evidence, and every
like
single time I
mine.
present it to you, you're going
I
to
have a
continue to
shirtless
say,
photo to show
you're
you.
going
You
to
wanna see
continue.
it?
Hey, that's crazy.
seen
Oh, wait, do you think
Photo
Bill
of me?
Clinton raped girls? Do you think Bill Clinton raped young women?
God bless you.
Well, by technical,
Do you think
possibly, yes.
he raped young women?
Possibly, very likely.
Possibly, very likely. How do we turn that very likely to a yes?
Testimony.
We return the very likely to a yes, but when I'm giving you the testimonies and accounts of the victims, you're saying it's hearsay. You just
I
contradicted
know
yourself.
you're yelling and you think by
You
yelling
literally
you
just
prove a point,
contradicted
but-
yourself. But my guy, you're
What was
worried about
the
my
testimony of a
tone.
woman
Pay
that
attention to what
accused-
I'm saying. Don't worry about my tone. Pay attention to what I'm
Let's go
saying.
into that.
You said testimony
You're
would turn
getting
a
upset.
likely to a yes. And then I've been giving you the testimonies of the victims and you said it's hearsay. You literally just contradicted yourself.
Let's look at the testimony, and I will again refer to Swallows.
My guy, so are you walking back? Hold on. Are you
articulate,
walking back what you're
very
saying?
specific,
My guy, our
time,
testimonies
age,
God
used.
bless you.
Thank you, Queen Sniper, for the
So-
swan. I appreciate you.
You know what? I
Our
remember what it
testimonies
was. You didn't let me
used for
speak, so I had to
prosecutions.
drop.
Our testimonies
to drop
used
if
for
you can't
allegations.
let
Yes,
me
I'm
speak.
going
If
to
you're getting
continue
wrecked
to bulldoze
again
you.
so
Sure.
bad,
I'm going to continue to
talking
bulldoze
over
you
me.
until you answer
You're-
my question because you're literally
getting
walking
bulldozed
back
with
your own
facts.
statements.
You're trying to sell narratives. I got facts.
Hey, where's Swalwell right now?
I have no idea. Who cares? You're running off on a new
I'll
tangent.
tell you where he is. I'll tell you where he is. He
Run
was
away.
kicked out.
Run
He
away.
was kicked out.
Run
He
away.
dropped his
Oh, he
race.
was kicked out.
They're launching investigations into him, and he dropped his campaign for the seat that he was running for in 2026. You know why? Because when the allegations came out, Democrats held him accountable. Democrats ran him up out of the
Which
race.
recently has a
Meanwhile,
Democrat
when
president.
allegations come out against the Trump
You know what
administration,
Darvo means?
you guys vote for him, and you want him to be the president, and then you say it's hearsay
me
as you
know-
fall back
let me
on
know when you're
hearsay
done
for Trump's shirtless photo.
Let me know.
No, excuse
when
me,
you're done
Clinton's
talking.
shirtless photo. I'm waiting for you to answer my question.
The question is, where's the evidence, sir?
Nope, you didn't answer
I'm
my
showing
question.
you evidence.
I just told you the
You
evidence.
said that you guys
I just told you
handled
the
it. You
evidence.
kicked him
I just
out.
told you
So
the
now
evidence.
you're-
I just
now
told
you're
you the evidence.
exonerated,
I
right?
told you the evidence. Do
As
you
long
remember what
as
I told you?
kick out
Do you
one
remember
of
what
your
I told
party
you?
members that's
Do you remember what I
actually
told
doing
you?
what you're
Do you remember what I
doing?
told you?
Now we don't have.
You
to
asked for
talk.
evidence. Do you remember what I told you? What was the evidence I presented to you?
And if you're gonna
What was
use
the evidence I know you're gonna run like a bitch. What was the evidence I presented to
well,
you?
I owned you, and you're upset.
I know. What was the evidence I presented to you?
Your whole day is.
What was the
you're
evidence I presented to you?
having a tough time.
What was the evidence I presented to you? By your own words, what was the evidence?
Hearsay.
Oh, no. You can't say hearsay because you said the testimonies were evidence. You said the testimonies that was utilized in these investigations was how we go from likely Bill Clinton raped girls to he did. That's what you said.
No, there's a difference
Yep, that's
between
what you
we're talking
said.
about victims. Okay,
No,
you're not letting me
no,
speak.
no,
So
no, no,
you evade the air.
no. You
Keep your
said
stupidness,
testimonies, and now you're walking it back.
stupidness just
So hold on, excuse me. When
show me how
Epstein's
you run
victims
away from
testify
arguing.
that
If you
Trump
try to
did what he
control
did to them,
conversations
I
by
know.
talking
When
over people,
Epstein's victims testify that Trump did what he did to them, it's hearsay. But when other victims testify that it was a Democrat, it's evidence.
I'm just going to shut up.
I'm just going to stop wasting my time. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Dude really did all of that. Thank you for my clip, actually. Let me put this in the chat. 18 minutes and 44 seconds. Defend the Indefensible, episode 104, 1844. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. You'll be my next clip. Why is this person not loading up? This person's not loading up in the request. I'm not sure what's going on. Not this lady, huh? They're not loading for me. Are they loaded for y'all?
Can you hear me?
Fairy Sketchers. Fairy Sketchers. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes. Do you remember we talked the other night?
Yes, we did. Yes, you were the lady, and your husband and whoever else was in the background chirping. Yeah, I remember you.
Yeah. Okay. So I just have a different reason. So I figured I would come back and hop on.
A different reason that you don't
Support
regret your
Trump.
vote? Okay.
No, that I still do.
Okay.
It's basically just because I want to protect the Second Amendment.
You want to protect the Second Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
What does protecting the Second Amendment mean to you?
It means making sure that, regular citizens can be armed.
Okay. So are you under the belief that the Trump administration is more so protecting the Second Amendment than the Democratic Party?
Yes.
And that would be based off of what?
I think as a whole, the Democratic Party supports, stricter gun control.
Stricter gun regulations is not
Am I allowed to say
challenging
that word?
the Second Amendment. Yeah. Trump administration is actually in rhetoric and even direct action has challenged the Second Amendment on a few occasions. We can go as far back as his first administration with the bump stock ban, which the Supreme Court found to be unconstitutional. We can take an additional step further and look at the rhetoric surrounding the likes of Alex Preddy, an American citizen who had a legal permit to carry his firearm in public, and then they called him a gunman and said he should have never carried it into a public space where he was, the literal street where he was killed by ICE agents. We can also talk about the department that was created. I forgot it. I think it was the FBI. If I'm not mistaken, it was the FBI, where Stephen Miller was advised and tried to push taking away firearms from transgender individuals, which is directly against the Second Amendment. The NRA even had to push back and say that that's ridiculous and outrageous, and they would not support it. Trump doesn't necessarily care so much about the Second Amendment to the degree that you think, especially when it comes to those guns being in the hands of people that he deems as the enemy within.
Well, that's all I had to say.
Also, Democrats have a responsibility, or anyone in the government has a responsibility to protect American civilians. That doesn't mean we're good for free-for-alls on every single weapon of destruction. Regulations doesn't necessarily mean control or taking away your right to do so.
I think that is exactly what a regulation is. It's taking away a right.
A regulation is taking away a right?
Yeah, a regulation is saying, you can have this, but not that.
Okay. So would you say FDA takes away rights?
Of the
The Food and
companies,
Drug
I guess so,
Administration?
yeah. Of the companies, not of individuals.
Got you. Give me an example of a regulation that takes away a right from a citizen or corporation unjustly.
Well, by saying that you're not allowed to have certain types of firearms.
I asked you to give me an example of a regulation. I'm trying to give you another regulation. Not having certain types of firearms is different. Because then you, by that logic, you'd be saying that anyone should be allowed to have any weapon that they want, and that would be outrageous. Do you think we should be running around with tanks and grenade launchers?
No.
Oh, so that regulation would probably be good then.
I guess. I don't know. I was just giving you an example of why I voted for Trump. That's it. And
Yeah,
why
and I'm now
I'm,
unpacking your example. I don't think you understand what you're saying and what that means. You said regulations are taking away rights from people. I think that is
I
one of the
think that
big issues
I
of the
don't like
Trump
the idea that
administration.
Democrats have stricter regulations or want to get rid of pews altogether.
Yeah, stricter
Something.
regulations to protect American lives. Democrats do not believe in free for alls, and no one reasonable should. They have a responsibility to protect Americans from people who just want weapons of mass destruction. That's what they try to protect against,
I
especially
think
when it comes to
actually the
certain
opposite. I
firearms
think
being
that
the
Trump
number one
talks
killer of
all,
children.
he goes over and over about that he doesn't want weapons of mass destruction, but he believes in people's rights to protect themselves.
Yeah, still not consistent with what you're saying about Democrats taking away your firearms. There's not a single piece of legislation the Democrats have even introduced into Congress that would take away a person's ability to own a firearm. It's a matter of what type of firearm and how they use it.
Okay. I guess I'll hop off then.
Okay. So you want everyone to own whatever firearm they want, correct?
Um, Not everyone. I don't think that people with like mental illness should have a
So
firearm.
the regulation that stops certain people from having firearms, specifically domestic abusers, would be a good thing,
Yes.
but their rights are being stripped from them.
Well, I think so I feel like certain so if you look at how they like how felons, right? How they're decriminalizing marijuana and stuff, and you look at how certain felons are who haven't had any kind of criminal history for 10 years they're having their criminal backgrounds erased. I think that's a good thing. I think if you as like if you do something when you're 19, like a violent crime, like domestic abuse or something like that, but then you can go and you've been in prison, right? If you could go 10 years living in society without committing any crimes, I do think you deserve a second chance because you you've demonstrated that you have changed as a person. Like when people are younger, they're much different. A 20-year-old is much different in maturity than a 30-year-old. So
Got you. So you think someone convicted of domestic abuse against a woman should be allowed to get their firearms back in 10 years?
yeah, or some amount of time. Yes.
I
I
couldn't
think that under certain
disagree with you
circumstances,
more
people
on
get
that.
irrational and they put their hands on each other. And I think that someone can learn to control themselves. And if they demonstrate that over a period of time, then they should be able to have a firearms at some point in time.
Yeah, I don't mind. I actually am more looser on how we do treat felons and felons' rights. I think we can afford them more based off of programs they complete, a certain amount of time that has passed, a well demonstrated record of turning away from their past sins. Sure, I have no problem with that, but 10 years is ridiculous. That's a great point, Lisa. A DUI stays on your record for 10 years. I think you should absolutely get more aggressive penalties for beating
Trump made
someone.
it 10 years, but it was never like up until Trump came along, you could never get that I mean, I guess with
Again,
attorneys
if
and a
it's
lot of
10
fighting.
years for a DUI, why in the world would we give the same time to a person who beat the hell out of someone else? I want you to think about that. You
Well,
can
a
get
DUI
less
could kill
time for
someone, and
having,
so could domestic abuse. What I'm saying is, if a person can
yeah.
change and demonstrate that change for a decade,
But if you kill someone with a DUI, the minimum you get just for the DUI is 10 years. You can face additional charges for killing someone or destruction of property,
well,
so on and
that's
so forth.
manslaughter. That's
Versus,
a different charge. That's not
right,
just the DUI.
versus
That's
domestic
manslaughter.
abuse is you taking your hands and putting them on another human being. You can beat them to the point of death. And then you wouldn't
Right, that
get
would be a different
you
charge.
wouldn't get manslaughter for that because they didn't die. You may get attempted. I would think that the bare minimum penalties for that should be drastically different.
Yeah.
I really want to get back to the firearms here. You and I can agree that not everyone should have a firearm. So going back to your point about taking away people's rights, you and I can also agree that those rights shouldn't necessarily be taken away, but significantly restricted on certain things. And those restrictions would be good for the betterment of society, right?
Right.
So
And I just
then
see
that is
Republicans
what
currently.
democratic legislation supports.
Wait, could you repeat that last part?
That's what democratic legislation supports. Universal background checks, red flag laws, gun safety laws, which is safe storage, if I'm not mistaken. Brett Cross can speak to this infinitely better than I can. What you call it? Waiting periods before purchasing, which we already have that, but longer ones just to fully vet the individuals. Those are good things. Those are what Democrats support. I don't see why you would have an issue with any of them. I don't know why she teacupped. Trump supporters request up in the box. You, the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Let's do a quick poll. People are saying they can't see the comments because of my white shirt. I don't know if it's my eyes that have an issue or I don't know. Hold on. Let's just do a poll here. Do a... This is for the TikTokers YouTube. Smiley face if you have issues seeing the chat because of my shirt. Frowny face if you don't. Smiley face if you're having issues seeing the shirt. Frowny face if you don't. Smiley face if you're having issues. Frowny face if you're not.
Call from
the scoring soy boy.
To accept.
Call you on the line. Hold, please. That one's going to be a waste of time, I'm sure. 9 to 32. I could switch shirts then. Like, I'm on my phone here and I'm seeing the chat. Like, it's one's a darker, one's a brighter, but anyway, some people don't have eyes like mine. So I'll switch my shirt in a second. Also, I want to talk about how fucking crazy it is to say that someone who's out here knocking people out left and right should be able to get their firearm back in 10 years. I think 10 is too short. And even if we were to say 10, which again, I vehemently disagree with, you would have to demonstrate a crazy amount of recovery and rehabilitation to do so. And people can fake it. We have individuals who 10 years do this and the next 10 years they do that. They're selective because of the penalties. I don't know. That was concerning. That is strange. I can agree with like felon rights, but oh my God, I don't know about that one. No. Carly on the line, did you vote for Trump?
Yep.
Do you regret your vote?
Hell no.
I think you absolutely should.
And what's the agenda today? Why are you saying this?
What's the agenda today? The same as every day. Get people to understand the truth. I think the Trump administration has been demonstrably lying to you on a daily basis, and you guys accept it. And I don't think lies are what bring people together. I think the truth brings people together. I think unity brings people together. And Donald Trump is a divisive, pathological liar. Specifically in regards to his issues with Iran, he went in there under the guise of getting rid of their nuclear capacity through uranium enrichment, even though all of our U.S. intelligence showed that they weren't an imminent threat. And then he tried to scapegoat it. We're protecting the lives of the women who is being beheaded in the region, even though he's bombing them himself through the Department of War.
Yeah, that's all lies, man. Everything you just said was a lie. Iran was very close to a nuke. That's a fact. And if Iran gets a nuke,
prove it.
They're gonna they're already bully everybody in the Middle East.
Prove it.
So if Iran
can you prove Iran was close to a nuke?
If Iran was ever to get a nuke, everybody.
Can you prove it?
We're pretty much doomed too.
Can you prove it?
Can you prove it?
Yes, I can prove that Iran was not an imminent threat.
Okay, so I'm not gonna listen to a liberal soy boy. I'm gonna listen to
this liberal soy boy only quotes the U.S. intelligence. That's it.
U.S. intelligence is saying that they was close to a nuke.
Nope.
That's what they're telling you.
Nope. Republicans were saying they were close to a nuke. Our U.S. intelligence reports, actual data that we can utilize, have all assessed that that wasn't the case at all. They did so last year when we blew up their bases over the summer, and they did so before February as well.
Okay, and last year they was close to a nuke, right?
No.
All right, so if they're smart enough,
last year they weren't close to a nuke. This was confirmed by our intelligence agencies.
Nuke, man. Like, you gotta.
I asked you to give me a source
to talk with liberals
because you guys want me to say, oh my God, you said it. Nice pivot. You want me to sit here and go, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. They were close to a nuke because Donald Trump said so. Remember the pathological liar who's on record for telling the most lies of any president in the 4 years. And then it was other Republicans who followed along with every research that you did. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Because I've been asking for proof this entire time. So you said you did research. You said you've done research. I just need your evidence. Go ahead. You said you did research. I just need your evidence.
Every single research that I have done.
Every single research that you've done. Right? Give me one.
They are close to.
Give me one.
That's a fact.
Give me one.
Other countries know. Even Obama.
Just need one.
Even your.
I wish there was one.
Loser president.
I patiently wait for one.
Agree. And they also
still waiting.
Giving billions of dollars. Did Obama give billions of dollars for them to stop their nuclear?
I still wait.
Nuclear ambitions. Yes or no?
Here we go. Do you have that evidence yet?
Did your president,
do you have that evidence
Obama, give billions to stop?
Do you have that evidence yet?
Ambitions?
Here's what's
yes
going to happen.
No?
Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to answer your question if you concede that you don't have evidence to support your claim.
I have. Oh my God. Your own president is giving me evidence.
My guy. What is the evidence? Oh, okay. So who, which one? Which president gave you that evidence? Tell me.
Your dumbass.
Which one? Which one? Obama? What evidence did Obama give that they were an imminent threat? What evidence did Obama give that they're an imminent threat?
Yes or no?
My guy, we're doing the evidence part. Do you remember that we're doing the evidence part? What evidence did Obama give that they were an imminent threat?
They gave billions of dollars, you freaking goofball.
Incorrect.
To stop their nuclear ambitions. Yes or no?
Incorrect.
Oh my God, yo, you are.
Incorrect is also no.
This is why you.
Incorrect is also no.
This is why.
Incorrect is also no. How much money did Obama give Iran? 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 How much money did Iran give? Excuse me, Obama give Iran? How much money did Obama give Iran? I'm asking you the question. You said billions of dollars were given from Obama to Iran. How much money did Obama give Iran? You tell me, how much money did Obama give Iran? How much money did Obama give Iran? Are you going to keep saying stuff that you can't substantiate? Are you going to keep saying stuff that you can't substantiate? Are you talking out of your buttocks? Did you have a big fat butt sandwich today? Did you have a butt sandwich today? Did you stuff your mouth when it comes out of some backsides, and did you decide to go and diarrhea it on the platform?
Does that matter?
Wait, what? What? How much did you say?
If it was 1-point-something billion or 700 million, does it matter?
Are you reading the chat?
Did they give money? Yes or no?
Is the chat giving you the answers? Did you just read the chat? Did you just read the chat? Did you just read the YouTube chat? Did you read the answer in the YouTube chat? Is that what you just read? Is that why you said? Is that why you gave that number? Did you read the chat?
What the hell are you talking about?
Did you read the chat? Did you read the chat? Did you read the chat? No. You do give a shit about how much because you said billions. You do give a shit about how much because you said billions. You said billions. Do you remember when you said billions? Do you remember when you said billions? Do you remember when you said billions? Listen. You can keep calling me names. This is embarrassing for you. And I imagine you're a black man, which is even worse. L Republican black men. L Republican coons and jigaboos. This is crazy. So anyways, would you like to tell me, I know, nice pivot. So anyways, did you want to answer my question now? I need you to, ooh, wow, man, you are a very angry stupido. Ah, typical. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. So, guys, I just want to point this out, that Obama making a deal with them and Donald Trump pulling us out of a deal wouldn't make Iran an imminent threat. Imminent would mean, immediate would mean they had intentions to use their enriched uranium to build the nuke that the Trump administration that they were trying to build. As Pete Hex has testified, threats of ambition, threats of nuclear ambition. That's what imminent threat means. And there was none under the Obama administration. And the rest of the time, there also wasn't any. Otherwise, we would have already been pooped. So there's that. Any case, guys, if you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and random throughout the week. Share out the live with your friends and family as well. Repost and add to your story. Let me reset these gift goals. Excuse me.
What's up, Hector?
Let me reset these gift goals. Let me knock out these gift goals. Get us boosted out on the FYP. Send your daily heart me's if you haven't already. Please make sure you're doing that as well. And of course, the links in the bio are the best ways to support the platform. Friendly reminder that all donations is going to go towards a giveaway that we're doing for one of my last light denim blues Kamala would never hats.
Oh my fucking
Any
god!
donation of
Okay,
one for
dude,
four,
we get it, man.
I don't
Can
give.
you stop?
Shut up. The fuck? You don't run this
Fucking
shit. You don't run this shit. You don't run this shit. Shut up. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go and do my. You can go. You can do my PS. I'm gonna do my PSA. Any donation of 1 to 4 is 1 entry, 5 to 9 is 2 entries, 10 to 14 is 3 entries, 15 to 19 is 4 entries, 20 and up is 5. Drop pools, they will be doubled if we ever get to one. I don't have to speak to you guys. I don't know why. I don't know why you guys think you can come up here and run my show and I won't just drop you. Sweet Pea, did you vote for Trump?
I sure did.
You sure did.
Yeah.
Before you ask your question, I want to let you know you're a very special guest today, and you're a very special guest today because it's very rare that we speak to MAGA women. Very rare that we speak to MAGA women. So go ahead, ask your question.
Sure. Why don't you tell me about the 1.7 billion settlement that Obama did?
Settlement?
God bless
you. I don't know. If
it was a separate older claim, not the same as JCPOA. It's an asset unfreezing, okay? So I want you to tell me about that. Then I'm going to tell you how the enrichment was obliterated on March 18th of this year by our famous Donald J. Trump.
Obliterated.
Okay, we're going to dive very deep. We're going to see how much you really know.
I love
and then
to go
we're going to
deep.
go back to the Second Amendment from when you were talking to the lady before.
Certainly.
And I'm going to walk you on that too.
Sure you are.
So knock yourself out, bro.
Absolutely.
Knock yourself
Let's do
out.
it. Let's
so
do it.
now the
I'm
first
ready.
question.
1.7.
First question. What was that 1.7 billion settlement?
That $1.7 billion was
Okay,
in
look it
regards
up.
to.
I'll give you time.
I don't have to look it up. I'm literally telling you that that's the
okay.
international
And I
court
want
that
dates.
determined that we owed them said money because of a 1979 failed arms deal. I believe 400 million was it, and then the 1.3 billion was interest. That can be considered an aspect of peace negotiations with Iran that went into the JCPOA. Is that correct?
Well, you're spot on. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah.
What's the pallets of the cash now?
The pallets
You
of the
gotta dive
cash.
deep with me, bro.
The
'cause I
pallets
get to
of the
bottom.
cash.
Yeah, what's the pallets of the cash story?
That one I'm a little.
And why it became a political flashpoint. I want to hear it.
Okay, cool.
Knock yourself out, bro.
The pallets of the cash, as with regards to another 1 point something billion that they may have gotten, if I'm not mistaken.
The same JCPOA. Come on, you better know it.
Yeah. The 1.3 billion
and
was
the larger misstatements
okay.
and their corrections of 150 billion.
150 billion. 150 billion.
You really need to dive deep and read everything before you come
150 billion. Can you tell me what aspect of the
that's a larger
JCPOA?
misstatement.
Sure. Can you tell me what aspect of the JCPOA gave Iran $150 billion?
No, don't pivot. Don't pivot. We're diving deep. I want the pallets
I'm
of
not.
cash
I'm not
story.
pivoting. You said something. I'm just asking you questions about what you literally
let's
said.
Let's go back to the first question, the pallets of cash story.
We're still
and
on
why
the
it
first
became
question,
a
and
political
I
flashpoint.
answered that already.
Yeah, there you go. Try to look it up.
I'm not.
We're diving very
I'm
deep
literally
into
telling
the
you what it is.
JCPOA.
I know. I'm literally
Okay,
telling you
then
that
what is
you're
the pallets of
wrong
cash? You've
on the
never heard about
150 billion. The 150 billion was not
we're
sent
going
to
back to
Iran
the pallets of
on pallets
cash.
of. You just
The first
conflated the
question.
two things. I am literally telling you the 150
No, that's
billion
a 400
was not
million.
sent over to the region on
400
pallets of
million is
cash.
the pallets of cash.
Oh my.
Then we'll
gosh.
jump to the 150 billion. Okay, the first question. Stay with me here. The pallets of cash. What's that story and why it became a political flashpoint? Knock yourself out.
I literally answered this question already. Do you remember my
No, you
answer?
didn't.
Do you remember my answer?
You never answered
Okay,
it.
I'm going to tell you my answer again. I vaguely remember another portion of the funding, a couple million that was sent over on allegedly a pallet of cash.
Try again.
Sure,
Try
correct
again.
me. Sure, correct
Try
me.
again.
Sure, correct me.
Try it again. No, try it again.
Sure, correct
Try
me.
it again.
No,
Because you're not
I
even
just
talking about
tried.
what I
Correct
asked
me.
you about.
I literally am.
You need
I
to-
literally
okay,
am.
before you
You
come up
said
here,
pallets
you
of
better
cash.
dive deep,
What
because I'll
was it?
tell you right now,
Ma'am,
Donald Trump
hey,
does
you're doing a whole lot of fucking yelling and a whole lot of chirping. You asked questions. You said I'm wrong. I answered it. You said I'm wrong. Tell me how I'm wrong. The floor is yours. Please stop yelling. Holy shit.
I want you to learn how to dive deep, get educated, then talk about it. That's all I'm
Sure,
asking. I'm
sure,
not gonna
sure,
do
sure.
your
Correct me.
homework.
Sure,
I
correct
already
me.
know.
Oh,
I already
wait.
know.
So you're asking
No, I
questions,
don't need to.
and then upon me not answering, right, you're gonna say, oops, you're wrong. You need to substantiate how I'm wrong. That's how that works. If I'm going to say that you're wrong, I'm going to substantiate how you're wrong. You were wrong when you tried to say that
So do
150
your homework,
billions
then
of
talk
dollars.
about it.
Oh, so we're just gonna say you're wrong because I'm right, and that we're just going to leave it
Do
there.
your
Is
homework.
that how you debate?
No, do your homework.
Oh, do
I'm
your
not
homework.
gonna
Do
read
your
the book
research.
for
Do your
you,
research.
dude.
Okay, cool. I did do my homework. The
dive
Trump
deep.
administration, when they touted
talking
around
about it, you don't-
$150 billion, what we were giving to Iran was a bold-faced lie. It hasn't been substantiated by, aided by any package that the United States would have, quote unquote, given to Iran. Not even the lifting of the sanctions that we put on them. The unfreezing of their assets amounted to $150 billion. Donald Trump literally lied his ass off in that regard. And there's nothing you can show me that will prove me wrong on
I'm
that
going to
point.
take you to an easier question. Please make notes.
No, don't pivot. Don't.
No further questions.
Don't
Substantiate your
pivot.
claim, please.
Don't pivot. Don't pivot. Don't pivot. Substantiate your claim.
Learn about the pallets, dive deep, and we'll talk later about
No.
Because you
Substantiate
don't
your
know.
claim.
You
Substantiate
need
your
to-
claim.
Didn't
I know you didn't come up here to say you're wrong. I'm gonna cook you. I'm gonna walk you on everything else.
You gotta
And your walking is saying you're wrong,
Mute. I'm
ma'am.
gonna drop myself.
I know you're
You
gonna
gotta
run.
play
I
your
know
shit.
you're gonna run
I'm
because this
right.
is exactly
You're
what you
wrong.
guys do. I know.
Read a
I
book.
know.
Read a
You're
book.
wrong because
Read a
I
book.
feel it in my
Read a fucking
fifis.
book.
You're wrong because I feel it in my fifis. And she ran.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Imagine living in a world where the Trump administration can say literally anything and everything, and a Republican will come up and tell you that you're wrong because Trump said it. Trump says a lot of things. You can't sit here and say, oh, Trump's right, you're wrong, because blah. It's not how life works. She ran out of her lines, and she couldn't actually substantiate her positions. Hi, Erica.
That part. Hello. Because the main thing is that the only time pallets of cash were sent over to Iran is because of the simple fact due to the settlement from the 1979 arms deal. That's the only time. And the reason why is because they couldn't send a wire because of the sanctions that had yet to be lifted off of Iran. All right. So that's why they had to send it on
I guess what follows.
pallets, right? That's why they had to do that. I was really waiting for her to like show something that would, like prove you wrong. I was waiting for that. I wanted to see it. I was like, is there some new information? She's talking some dive deep, dive deep. What else there to look at, buddy?
Explain the 1.7. You're spot on. What's next? She said she was going to walk me. Do you guys remember that? Remember when she
Yeah.
said she was going to walk me? So I'm sitting here waiting to get walked. Her walking
Yeah.
was wrong.
Exactly. Exactly. Like they are so peculiar. Weird.
You guys got to real talk, and this is for, I don't care if you're leftist, I don't care if you're Republican, real shit. Anytime you listen to someone on a panel or platform or with a following or whatever the case may be, just call people wrong and say they're wrong, and they literally cannot substantiate how that person is wrong, unfollow them, block them, run. There are people on this app who do not actually debate policies. They don't debate information. They debate fifis. They debate persona. They debate whatever you can say to the public that makes someone feel good. Like arguing that women are lesser beings and they're less intelligent than men. Only from a position of speaking to people who believe that, not people who actually can substantiate that, which you can't because it's incorrect. Women are... Anyway. Yeetus, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I voted for Trump, man.
And do you regret your vote?
No.
I think you would regret your vote. You know why?
Why?
Because you know what? 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 You know
I mean, the only problem I got with dropping off that much cash, man, is you can't regulate what they spend it on, right? So the deal's better under Trump because he can regulate what they're spending that on, right, through the electronic system.
I feel like
if you dump cash on them, man,
a
they're
whole
only
lot of that
funding
was not
proxies,
answered.
dude. They're
You
funding
literally
terrorists.
didn't answer
They're
my
funding
question.
terrorists,
Hey, do you remember when I asked you a question? Can you start to answer it, please? You guys are just coming in hot today. Just blah, blah, blah.
Why don't you address the pallets of cash, man?
I literally... Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. Are you going to pick up on the argument from the last lady? Is that what you're trying to do? Yes? Okay, cool.
Okay.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
I'm just saying you can't regulate what they spend cash on.
What do you mean we can't regulate what they spend cash on?
Well, you can't regulate and you don't know what they spend it on. You handed them cash and
That's
they
not our
funded terrorists
concern.
with it.
It's not our responsibility to regulate what we spend their cash on. It's their money.
No, it's our concern if
It's
they
their
fund
money.
terrorists.
It's their
It don't
money.
matter, man. It's our
their
concern
money.
what they spend it
You're
on.
sitting here talking about regulations and what they spend their money on. It is literally their money.
Well, we have a say in what they
Also,
spend
if we
it
had
on.
direct ties to such
No, we
funding
have a
and
say in what they
Hezbollah and
spend it
everything
on.
else, that's
We're not gonna
literally
let-
what
we're
we
not gonna let
use.
them fund
That is
terrorists with the
literally
money.
what we use to warrant the sanctions.
If it
That's
was an
literally
Ameri-
how
if it
we
was an- if it was
sanction
an American
them
country-
based off of what their money goes towards. I'm getting tired of being overtalked. This is getting fucking
bottom
old.
line, if it was,
Can you go ahead and substantiate the
Bottom
claim,
line-
since you said you wanted to pick up on the last lady, that I was wrong about $150 billions of cash not being sent over on pallets to Iran?
well, they did send it on pallets and it was cash.
$150 billion were sent on pallets?
I don't know how much it was, man.
But you just said they did. And that was the contention.
No, I said you can't regulate cash, is what I said.
My guy, you said you're picking up on the last argument. I said, tell
I
me
didn't
how
even
I
hear
was
the last
wrong.
argument, man. I only heard
But
the
then
last
why
one.
would you answer yes to I'm picking up on the last lady's argument if you didn't hear the argument?
Well, I'm just saying, man, you guys love to fund terrorists and you love to hand them cash.
I'm going to keep it $1.50 with you, Erica. I'm going to be a quick dropper today. We're just going to try
with
again
these
until we have
people?
someone who can actually engage in a conversation, not start off on some stupid shit. Killa, did you vote for Trump? Killa, did you vote for Trump? I don't think Killa meant to request up. Johnny, did you vote for Trump?
Hey, what's up, buddy? Yes, I did.
Do you regret your vote?
No, I don't.
Why is that?
I mean, in his current situation right now, I'd probably give him like a D plus. I don't think he's doing so great now. But judging him in the middle of his, not even in the middle, in the early stages of his presidency, it's one thing. I'm still being, I'm still being optimistic about what's going to happen in the future, like in the next year or two. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
You don't regret your vote because of optimism, despite a D plus rating in the year and a half he's had to implement his agenda.
Yeah, he just had a year and a half.
Mayonnaise.
It's only been a year and a half.
To accept, press.
Caller, you're on the line. Hold for a moment. Can you reduce your background noise by any chance?
Oh, mine?
Yeah.
Is it better now?
No.
Hold on, let me come on this side here because probably the wind.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it better now?
Sure.
All right.
So you give him a D plus based off of the almost half of his second term that he's been able to implement his agenda, and you don't regret your vote based off of optimism. That optimism that you have, I would say, is negligently misplaced. There is no reason whatsoever why you should have any belief that the Trump administration is going to get better, especially considering that so far what they've done, controlling all major branches of the government, have been terrible on the American people and foreign affairs.
So I believe in supply side economics, and I think he's doing a pretty good job working the system and pushing supply side economics through tax cuts, pushing entrepreneurship, and I think that's what's going to come around eventually.
Pushing
and I think,
entrepreneurship.
Yes, of course, that's what tax cuts do.
Wait, what have
I'm
been
a
the
huge fan of
benefits
corporate
of
tax
supply
cuts.
side economics? Because trickle down economics doesn't work. We've seen that. We've seen trickle down economics actually lead to recessions. So my whole thing for you is, how has trickle down economics actually work? All right, for
Sure.
the middle and the working class, and do substantiate it, because I don't feel like just taking it for your opinion.
Sure. supply side economics, the United States has become the world's leader and in economics, and we're the strongest military, biggest economic powerhouse in the world.
No.
Yes.
What does the military have to do with supply side economics? Why do you mention that? And I
Because the
literally just
funding,
asked you.
military
I'm
needs
so
money,
sorry.
right?
One moment. I wasn't finished. I did just, that was so stupid. I did just ask you, all right, what has been the benefit, all right, of supply side economics on the middle and the working class?
Yeah, again,
So that's what I'm asking you. And
economy.
you haven't answered.
We're the largest, strongest, biggest middle class country in the world. Like we have the biggest middle
Our
class.
middle class
We have
is
the
actually
most.
shrinking
Oh, that
because of inflation, and our wages are not outpacing the rate of inflation. It's actually the inverse. Inflation is actually rising at a faster rate than our wages are. Like right now, all right, it's lagging behind by almost a full percentage point. It's at
God bless you.
0.8% behind. So we're not doing well. And like that's historically has been the case. We see that under supply side economics, because you want to keep saying that because you don't want to say trickle down because you know the implication of that phrasing, that colloquial term. All right. But with trickle down economics, right, what we see is that the wealth gap continues to grow. Like under the Reagan administration, and I'll verify this myself, the wealth gap, when he implemented supply side economics, it grew by over 30% between the rich and the poor. And now today we have over 50%, all right, of the United States wealth is concentrated in the top 1%. Actually, it's more than 50%. It's like over 70% of our wealth is concentrated in the top 1%. Like 12 people hold the majority of the United States wealth. That doesn't make any sense. And that has been an impact of supply side economics because it does focus on giving tax cuts, not just to the wealthy, but also to the corporations in which they own.
There was actually a slight increase on taxes under the Reagan administration for the lower and middle class, and then it went back down. But then the permanent tax cuts for the top percent stayed very consistent.
Yeah, and under the new lower tax rates, we're collecting more money from corporations than ever before in the history of the United States, actually.
Yes, money that we even use to go as far as to give them bigger and bigger and bigger tax breaks, despite the fact that we are about to be $41 trillion in debt.
No, but we're collecting more
They're
from
pouring.
corporations now
Yeah,
than ever
I'm
before.
aware of the additional revenue that we're getting from
Perfect, that's
corporations,
good,
but they
right?
also have consistent after consistent after consistent tax cuts in other areas. Specifically, if we talk about, excuse me, which tax that I'm thinking about that they pay next to nothing in?
Income tax?
Income, yes, that's correct.
I mean, you can see, like I think we had a recession, right? Right in the early like 1980s until 1980, I think until 82, when Reagan came in and implemented supply side economics. He created like 16 million jobs. There was like 92 months of economic growth. Unemployment dropped from like 10 point, like it was like almost 11% to like
We also saw
5%.
mass exodus of manufacturing from the United States, ramped up significantly under his
That happened
administration.
under who? Under who?
Reagan, my
Bill
guy.
Clinton.
No,
Bill
it literally
Clinton,
started
yes.
in the
When he
70s. You can look
implemented-
at the numbers from the beginning of
No,
Reagan's term
bro.
to the end of his term. I'm sorry. Can you support that
NAFTA.
manufacturing went
Yes.
up under his term?
No, I could support that manufacturing went up and it started going out after NAFTA was implemented.
Is that right?
Yes, NAFTA
Sure.
was implemented.
Let's play
That's
that
when
game.
manufacturing
Let's play
started
that
moving.
game.
Yeah.
Let's play that game.
Yeah.
Okay.
ChatGPT
Do
is
you
not gonna
have
help you
any
out, bro.
data? I have a question for you. Do you have any data to show that like implementing something like supply side economics has actually led to a decrease maybe in our national debt or in our deficit? Anything to show that? Like basically we brought in more revenue than we cut. Do you have any data to show that?
Yeah, so I mean, first, can we agree that we've been under supply side economics since Reagan?
We have been under supply side economics, yeah, for the most part since Reagan. And
Okay.
Obama didn't use supply side economics.
What did he do?
Obama did something different because, well, I know Clinton didn't use supply side economics for a fact because Clinton
what
raised
did
the
he do?
corporate tax rate. It wasn't supply side economics.
So because he raised the corporate tax cut. Does that mean taxes?
And
I'm
he
sorry.
lowered taxes for the middle and the working class
So
is what he
when he
did.
did that, does that mean like we're no longer doing supply side economics? Like, so what economic theory did he move to? Because
Let me see. I'll find out for you.
even Kamala Harris was only proposing a 21 to 28% corporate tax rate. Does that mean she was moving away from supply side economics?
What did you say?
Kamala Harris,
Let's
her
see
tax plan
here.
was to raise it
Clinton
to
used Keynesian
28%.
economics and neoliberal third way economics.
It's
So he didn't
Keynesian.
use
Yeah,
Keynesian, thank
Keynesian.
you.
Yeah.
He didn't use supply side.
Oh wait, hold on. You can use Keynesian economics and use supply side
You can
economics at
say
the
that,
same
but that's not what
time.
he used.
Yeah.
He didn't use supply side
We were still.
economics.
So we had a progressive tax rate under Bill Clinton.
I mean, the United States tax rate record is considered progressive overall. So what exactly do you mean by that? Like our tax system is considered progressive.
Yeah, Clinton
Yeah.
preferred a deficit reduction
Are we talking
and
about corporate
targeted
taxes or
actual
personal?
investments rather than what it is that the supply side economics does. Again, we just cut taxes for the wealthy and the corporations.
Also,
so yeah,
really
that's
quickly,
what Clinton didn't do that.
Our manufacturing output grew, I believe 30%, and then we still saw a mass amount of offshoring to other corporations. And at the end of his term, it was a net loss of 582,000. So again, you talked about output.
Mm-hmm.
Output increased domestic. Still lost jobs. And long term, we saw that play well into the Clinton presidency that you're referencing, which is more so early 2000s in Bush, where you saw those jobs go
in 1994, when NAFTA was implemented, like many manufacturers expanded production in Mexico
leaving
and
out
Canada,
everything that happened before
which
NAFTA. I'm not
lowered
denying NAFTA. Yeah. I'm speaking on what took place beforehand.
Oh, you're talking about since supply side economics kicked in when Reagan came in?
Specifically, so you're saying from
we
Reagan
lost manufacturing
onward. Yes. I just gave you the number. Also, W's in the chat to
sorry, what was the number?
Dr. Overit for the $10 Cash App. Dr. Overit 3.0, thanks for all you do. Appreciate your support. W's in the chat to you. I went in and added your name here into the wheel. Once again, every donation is going to contribute certain accounts towards the Kamala Would Never hat that I have here. I found it when I was doing the unpacking. So if you want to support the platform, feel free to do so with the links in the bio. Please make sure we take care of Erica while she's here as well. And every single entry that will go towards that hat if you want to win it at the end of this administration. Live. What did you just say?
All right, so actually, I just fact checked that. So when it comes to manufacturing, he came into office. There was only 16.4 million manufacturing jobs.
It went up to 18.6.
When he left, there was 7. Yeah, so it gained. There was a huge gain in manufacturing when he left.
What did I just say?
Yeah, so it's a good thing, right?
Oh my God,
it worked. Yeah, so he gained like over 2.5 million manufacturing jobs.
What did I say?
Just in his. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said he lost. I
net loss 582,000 by the end of the term, and then I said the manufacturing output increased.
Net gain was actually 1.3 million manufacturing jobs.
Where do you see that?
The Fred.
Where is that? I'm looking up here. I'm looking at investment monitor.
It's the St. Louis Fred.
Give me a second.
I can actually pull up the chart right now if you like to see it.
I'm pulling it up here.
Yeah. So he came in, it was 16.4 million. He took office, and it was 17.7 when he left. That's a net gain of 1.3 million manufacturing jobs.
Yes, but we still saw many of those companies go overseas. We increased more jobs. Manufacturing output was good in that regard. But here, let me pull that up.
Perfect. And he created 16
after the end of his presidency onward. That's where the issue came about.
Yeah. Hold on. After his presidency?
Yes,
those issues?
That's correct. That's why I literally said it started at the beginning of his administration, there at the end. Yes, well into NAFTA.
No, he ended with 16 million jobs that he created. He also created 1.3 million manufacturing jobs. Right. So now we can look to the the next presidency, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and see what happened there.
Hold up, let me go to Fred. Jobs reports.
Because he had 92, I think it was like 92 months of economic growth. So
Who
It's
had
kind of
92
crazy.
months of economic growth?
Reagan did after he implemented his Reaganomics, right? That's what you guys like to call it, Reaganomics. He had 92 months of economic growth. So yeah, supply side economics works.
Hold up, I'm trying to pull this up on the charts. Yeah, non-farm employment, I'm aware about that. Increased favor competition, investment modern. U.S. manufacturing terms of long-term kind. So here we have Bureau of Labor Statistics. Shit, I'm trying to count his again. Beginning. Presidency. Beginning of his presidency was 70. What now? France, 1981. So 1981.
Reagan had different factors in place though, because even the Fed had to actually step in, because when he initially did his legislation, it's called the Economic Recovery Tax Act of 1981, where he cut the marginal income taxes by 25% across the board. So for everyone, right? What happened is we went into a recession after that, right? We did go into a recession after that, right, Johnny?
When was the recession? I'm sorry. When?
1981 through 82.
Well, yeah,
We
that
went
wasn't
into
wasn't a
okay.
result of Reagan. Reagan took us out of the recession.
No,
Yes.
no.
18.64 and the end of his
No.
presidency.
After he
Do
put
you know?
in, excuse me, one moment, sir. After
Do you know
Reagan put
when
in his
Reagan came into
tax
office?
cuts, I do know when. It was in 1981 when he took office.
Yeah. Do
The
you know
elections was
when?
1980. He was in 1981, and he implemented his tax cuts. All right, and after his tax cuts, all right, went into place. That's when we started experiencing the recession, and it
The
lasted
recession
until
was what?
1982. It
Recession
lasted
started
into.
81 to
You
82.
got
That
one
was not
more
his
goddamn
presidency.
time to cut me off. I swear to God.
All right, bro.
Also,
You're gonna calm down when I'm talking.
Really quickly, I'm literally looking at manufacturing jobs, and this is the Bureau of Labor Statistics from the start of January of 1981. He had 18.64 million. By January of 1989, when he exited, it's 18.06.
That's not what the Fed says. It says 16.4 million jobs, and he exited 17.7 million.
But you
in
literally
89.
agree with me on the 18, specifically manufacturing. Are you looking at manufacturing jobs?
Manufacturing jobs was specifically 1.3 million jobs that he created. This is all based on the Fed.
Okay, you're saying that he
And
would have created this based off of these policies that took place. I'm comparing the beginning of his term to the end of his term. I'm literally looking at it from the Bureau of Labor Statistics here. There was a loss from the beginning to the end. 1981 to 1989. You're more than welcome to double check this.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Fed. Again, it's showing me that. I'm sorry. You're looking for specifically manufacturing jobs, right?
Yes, the Bureau of Labor Statistics
Oh, you know
would cover
this.
manufacturing
I'm sorry.
jobs.
That is
You would
manufacturing jobs. He
isolate for
came in.
manufacturing.
So U.S. manufacturing employment was 16.4 million when Reagan took office, and 17.7 when he left. So there was a gain of 1.3 million
Where are you getting
manufacturing
16?
jobs.
It's literally 18.
It's 16.4. It's under Fred. If you look at the Fred, the time came in, it was 16.4 million.
Right, now I need to see the difference between what the Bureau of Labor Statistics is counting as manufacturing and Fred, because there's a 2 million difference here.
Okay.
Let's do Fred jobs report. Guys, continue to double tap the screen. Share out the live with your friends and family. Let's get the likes up to, wait a minute, why are we not over 100,000 likes? We've been live for an hour. Double tap that screen. Let's get the likes up, please, and thank you. Send your daily heartbeats if you haven't already, and knock out the respective gift goals. Those of you on the YouTube side, hit the like button on the stream, subscribe, notification bells, and if you want to support the platform, super chat, super sticker, and a consider becoming a member. All right, I'm just gonna go to Fred here. Let's go.
And Erica, actually, I just looked at it. Actually, the main cause of the 81 recession was when Jimmy Carter was in office, and there was Paul Volcker was the Fed chair. He raised interest rates
Straight to
very
20%.
steeply. Yeah, so and then because of that, there was a recession. That's
And
when
then the tax cut came in, all right, was supposed to decreasing the revenue.
no.
All right. And so there's many factors, one of them being Reagan's tax plan. All right. But what you're doing is that you're trying to say that it's his tax plan alone that actually led to the months of growth, that you mentioned, the 92 months of growth. And that's simply not the case. It was many factors that did so. All right. One of the factors being is after the recession was over, because remember, we went from stagflation, all right, to a recession. All right. And then we had the economic growth is what we had. You can't deny that's what happened. But what we had is once they got inflation under control, is that the Fed started lowering the interest rate. So that's what we have there also.
Yeah, but hold on.
Okay.
You're right.
And then
You're right. You're right. He did sign the tax cuts in 81, which was late 81, August, right? But it went into effect late 82. So we started seeing the actual results of the tax cuts until 83, when we started collecting and having the actual tax plan
so what
implemented.
do you attribute to right now? Just tell us. All right, what do you attribute to the actual economic growth in the 1980s?
Again, it was specifically the tax cuts, specifically because it.
You see,
what it
that's
did
the
was
thing
it
that I'm
boosted.
saying to you is that you're literally just saying that it's the tax cuts. That's the issue that I have with you, because it wasn't just the tax cuts. They actually played a small role, because what ended up actually happening, it wasn't that. Is that the Reagan administration actually gave no F's about the United States deficit. That's why we saw the deficit balloon in the 80s. By over $1 trillion, we saw the deficit balloon in the 80s, because the Reagan administration did not care about their actual spending. They cut spending for social safety programs, social safety net programs, just like the Trump administration is doing right now, all the while giving these massive tax cuts. All right. And the thing is that the Trump administration actually knows that their massive tax cuts will not bring in more revenue. So that's why they did such large spending cuts, and also, all right, try to supplement it with the tariffs. But that has proven to be an abject failure. Second time I get to say abject failure today. All right, which makes me really happy. Okay. And on the other end is that Reagan had nothing to actually quell that. And again, that's why we saw our deficit balloon and also our national debt in the 80s. So no, it wasn't something that was actually, it wasn't simply just the tax cuts that played a part. It was other things that they were doing behind the scenes in the background too, that played a part. And also international favorability towards the United States of America was actually improving, and people wanted to do more trade with the US. And also the value of the dollar was increasing because of that.
Well, I mean, another factor was obviously defense spending, right? It was directly created demand for goods and services, like specifically like manufacturing, like through aerospace, and and also supported like employment in manufacturing spaces. Another thing was also deregulations. He did a lot of deregulations on and with the whole pro business climate, right? So
what we're still paying for today, though, again, our deficit went from $997 billion to $2.8 trillion. And the military spending plays a direct part of that, because again, they no longer had any concern about actually reducing spending.
Yeah.
They went willy-nilly with it. All right. And they allowed, so yes, it brought in more jobs. Yes. But there's another side to that coin, to where we're still dealing with the impacts of it today. And what we see is that if you move on to the Bush administration, is that we see that he didn't, well, he had about what 25 months of economic growth with his tax cuts that he did, because he kept Reaganomics in place, and he had 25 months of growth and about 86,000 jobs added monthly for his. And then when Clinton came in, what they saw is after he implemented his tax cuts, all right, for the middle class and the working class, and raised taxes on the rich and corporations, because I think he had his corporate tax rate at 35%. What they did see is that his growth averaged about 3.8%. All right. And that was his real economic growth, by the way. And then also he had 32 straight quarters. All right. 32
Yeah.
straight quarters, not months, but 32 straight quarters of growth as president. And it was just better. And he added about 240,000 net new jobs is what I'm looking here monthly.
Really quickly, because I'm here on Fred, I'm looking at several different charts here. If we talk about all employees manufacturing, well, that's construction, industrial production, manufacturing was NAICS, manufacturing sector, real sectoral output for all workers. I'm curious as to which one you'd be reading specifically, because this one obviously was different from the millions of numbers that we were referencing earlier. It would be overall. But even on this chart here, it's showing a decline of that 500 and something, specifically from 1981 to 1989. So which one are you reading from specifically?
Here, let me see. Let me go back to that 1 second.
Like, this is one that I have that can show, let's go back to January 1989. Excuse me, 1981. January 18,369. And then if you go to January 1989. Nope, 89. Nope, that's 88. Shit, this is hard to use. 18,057.
Yeah,
So that's less.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the difference is in his chart here is specifically. So that's why I was asking for that source so I can look over it. Deb is in the chat to Brooke for the $2 cash app. One for Erica. Appreciate y'all. Deb is in the chat to you, Brooke. Deb is in the chat to you. I'll go ahead and put your name on the entry here for the wheel. Guys, make sure we're taking care of Erica while she's here. Let's get her well above 1K coins. Let's get her well above 1K coins, and also her links are in the bio for the best way to support Erica. I'm just going to put Brooke. I'm going to put your username. There you go.
Hector, check Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I lost the page. Oh, damn. It was under Fred. It was specifically like all employees manufacturing. And you can see like year by year.
What did you say?
It was under Fred. It showed that it was 16.4 million.
What
when
are
Reagan
you
took
reading?
office.
What are you reading from Fred specifically? What chart are you reading from Fred?
It was the actual chart when you go like to the time when he came into office, January 81.
Again,
and to the time when he left, January
chart
89.
on Fred? I'm literally looking at fred.stlouisfed.org/series/OUTMS. What are you reading from specifically? I showed you, here's manufacturing sectors, one of them, real sectoral output from all workers, last one being all employees manufacturing, MAN-MP. Which one are you reading from?
I think that was it. Actually, can you pull that back up?
That's not it.
What was that? Let me see.
Here. This is not it.
So where do you see 81 and what was the? Because so when he came into office,
we go month to month. January 1981. Here we go. Oh no. Oh my God, this one's hard. Okay. January. Do you see that? 18,
Uh-huh.
639.
What was the low part right there when he actually took office? The low part right there.
I literally am on it. Here's January. This is when he took the office. 18,
Yeah, but you have to look at when he
639.
implemented the specific law. Look at the low.
When he implemented the specific
You're,
law, there was a peak, then it
yeah,
plummeted, then went up,
yeah. 16. There it
then
is.
went
16. What
down,
was that?
then
16
went up,
something. 16
then it went
7.
down. What was my claim?
But my claim is when he implemented his law, his tax cuts, that's when it actually increased. That it and resulted in 1.3 million jobs.
But
It's
that
when he
doesn't
actually
change
came
the
into
fact that near
office.
the
You have
end
to
of
look
his
at.
term, he still had a loss
He
compared to
didn't. But
when he
look at.
began. I'm literally showing you it
Okay.
right here on the chart.
Yeah, but again, you're looking at a time where literally when he began his term, it was falling until he actually implemented his policy. See,
What? I'm
like
sorry. What
to
has been my argument this entire time?
my argument has been that when he implemented his policy, we increased 1.3 million jobs.
No one denied the increase, my guy. No
All
one
right, cool.
denied the
So
You guys
increase.
were talking about
no, you said
manufacturing.
we
Goodness
lost jobs.
gracious. Yes, from the beginning of his term to the end of his term, the numbers showed a net loss.
Yeah, because okay, so in the beginning of his term when he got into office, it was falling down. It was like a straight fall down of manufacturing jobs. But when he actually implemented the actual policy, right? That's when we actually created the jobs. You
And
can't
he still
blame
was
him
not
for that.
able to
Yeah.
recover from that downward trend, even though it went up after the implementation of his policies. As you're saying, the net loss was still the 500 and something thousand jobs that I referenced.
Hmm.
That's why I'm really trying to
No,
figure out what
but
chart you're pulling from
again,
that shows
my
what you're
that
talking
was
about from
it. That
beginning
was
to
it.
end. So then it
That was
disagrees
it.
with you, as I've shown you for like the.
I'm saying before he implemented his tax cuts, you have to look at when he implemented his tax cuts, right? And where the the employment rate was for manufacturing, which was I think it was 16.7 million. That
What?
was my claim. My claim was when he implemented his tax cuts, that's when manufacturing came back, right? It
Oh
took
my
time
God.
until
I don't
took
think
into effect.
you're not track. Never mind. Erica, did you have something?
Uh,
I got nothing because I don't know
uh,
why. I know why we're talking about Reagan because of supply side economics. But I mean, like we applied that to today, which is what Donald Trump is doing. We know that supply side economics doesn't work because we lost over 70,000 manufacturing jobs in 2025. We lost
that,
that, and we continue to
uh,
see supply. We don't please don't say that that wasn't because of Trump, because yes, it was because
no.
we've been under his tax plan since
Mhm.
2018 when it was implemented, signed in 2017, implemented in 2018. So yeah, we're under Donald Trump's tax plan, buddy. And what we know is that supply side economics does not work. It's not bringing back
Yeah.
manufacturing jobs. Where are we at on manufacturing jobs today? All right, are we seeing an increase or are we seeing a decrease? I'm
Well,
asking you.
right now, generally there's an economic downturn, but things are going to recover, right? Well,
No,
obviously in
that's
a
you having
conflict,
that's you
there's
having
yeah,
hope.
that's what it is. No, that's how
You have
the
hope.
it's not the matter of having hope, right? I mean,
Yeah, it
we
is.
had really good job growth. What was it last month, last quarter? Like really good job growth, more than what we thought it would. That's why actually it resulted in a little bit higher the what is it called? The inflation rate kind of went up because of that. And again, things are going to be stabilizing right
I'm
now.
sorry, the
Yeah,
inflation rate went up because we added more jobs.
yeah. Actually, that was a big factor. Yeah, it did.
Please, 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 please tell us the correlation between those two things right there.
I mean, look, the way you bring down inflation is actually raising unemployment rates, right?
But inflation
Naturally.
didn't go down though. It went
No,
up.
I know it went up because unemployment went down. That was the whole point. We created more jobs, more than what we thought we were going to create. So they're like, oh shoot, and that's why the market reacted the way it did. That's why the stock market reacted the way it did.
Debbie's in the chat to Dean for the $2
Yeah.
Venmo. Please remind guests that job numbers lag behind policy implementation. Jobs didn't immediately increase because of tax cuts. That is
What?
correct. Debbie's in the chat to you, Dean. Debbie's in the chat to you. I'll go ahead and add your name to the list here on the wheel for the Combo with Dever hat. Guys, anyone else want to support the platform, please feel free to hit up the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Hector Talks with 2 R's, and Cash App and Venmo, PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the Tube side, please send a super chat, super sticker, or consider becoming a member. Hit the like button on the stream. Let's double tap this screen as well and get the likes up to 200K and beyond. Thank you guys for getting us over 100,000.
So when you see like strong labor markets and like higher wages and higher business costs, that means like possibly that this results to more possibly higher prices.
Yes.
That's what I do. Like more jobs, more income equals more spending, right?
Higher
That creates
tax
more
revenue
demand.
that was contributed to the government as our social safety nets were reduced further and further. And while the median household income went up year after year, in many cases it didn't outpace inflation. And again, we can still see the reallocation of said funding from the lower middle class to the 1%. You're saying we're giving them more jobs, but that heavily depends on the sector, and that still doesn't change the cost of living. Consumer price index is down significantly. Consumer spending is just up and down. So you can sit here and say the corporation's doing well and we have more jobs on the books, but our unemployment rate has still been stalled for the last 4 months and saw an increase from the beginning of the Trump administration. Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate you. Manufacturing saw a 16% reduction from last year to this year under the Trump administration, largely due to his AI and his executive order stopping states from regulating it, even when it comes to the AI data centers. So you're saying all these things and it sounds really good to corporations, I guess stockbrokers and so on and so forth. For the average American, not so much.
Actually, if you look, I think it was for the first time in a long time. Actually, wages have steadily increased. Actually, catching up. Hold on. Are you saying that they haven't increased? Wages have not increased?
Nominal wages?
Yes, they have. Wages have increased.
No doubt. Nominal wages has increased. What wage matters to the average American?
Starts with a R and ends in ill. Real. So I'll let you know that.
God damn it.
It's real wages. Have they increased? Thank you, Mr. Jackson, 5 nostrils.
I mean, yeah, they have actually.
Real wages have not increased.
Yeah. So
You know
for a
what?
long
You
time
do
it
know
hasn't.
what
Recently,
real wages are, right? Like if you're trying to compliment the Trump administration, thank you so much, Chaos, for the shell of a warrior, on the economic output, then you would have to criticize the Trump administration for negating it. That's where real wages comes in due to inflation.
well, yeah, I get it. Yeah, but I mean, inflation is still fairly high. So yeah, real wages based on like what you can actually buy with your money.
It is
Okay, where do you see that
Comparing
real
your money
wages
to
have?
like how much a dollar can buy, how much bread you can buy with a dollar, for example. That's like
Hector,
the idea.
will you ask him where he is getting this information from that real wages have increased in 2026? Just please tell us.
From DonaldTrumpEDU.com. I'm just kidding. I don't know. SchoolofDonaldTrump.com. I don't know. I listen to different economists online.
I'm going to give you information. This is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, bro. All right. The real wages, all right, the real average hourly earnings, okay, so real wages dropped by 0.6% in March, 0.5% in April, and 0.1% in May. I just need you to understand that. Real wages have decreased.
And inflation did go up a little bit, but it has not actually.
A little bit?
Roughly.
I told you at the beginning of this actual conversation that real wages are lagging behind the rate of inflation by 0.8%.
Yeah, inflation
20%.
just went up because of job numbers coming in again, but all this stuff is going to average out.
Wait, what?
And it's
All this
What
stuff
he
is going
just
to
said?
average out.
Did you
It's
say?
gonna
Did you say that inflation went up because of jobs coming in? What did you just say?
Yes.
That's like
yes.
he keeps saying that. I told you he
Yes.
keeps saying that. That's not a thing.
No.
The direct
That's not a
result of
thing.
inflation up is because our job numbers came up way higher
not a
than we
thing.
thought it was. That was literally the result of it.
No.
Yes.
And then how? I'm sorry.
You don't see a
I'm sorry.
correlation when the
I'm
job
sorry.
numbers go up.
I'm
inflation
sorry.
Goes up?
Are you saying the revising that we do of jobs and the increases contributes to inflation going up?
No, well, the jobs report when it came out, and we added, I think it was like 100 and 30 or 160,000. I forgot the number. It was like 130 or 160,000 jobs, in which we thought we were going to only add like 30,000 jobs. So when
Okay,
it came up
no,
so
this
high,
is a
the market
correlation
reacted.
causation fallacy, my guy.
It's
I'm gonna need
not.
you to
That's
make that
literally what
correlation, please.
causes. That's literally what I mean. Okay, so when you have like strong numbers that come in, like for example, okay, so when you have more jobs, right? Again, it creates more income, it creates more spending, it creates more demand naturally, right? So what does that do? It creates
No,
more
not
upward pressure on
necessarily.
prices. Yes, it does. That's what creates more
No,
upward
because
pressure on prices.
consumer
It's
inflation has stayed
demand.
stagnant even with the increase of jobs.
Increase of jobs creates more, like virtually creates more money in the
You were
market.
saying that there was more
Yes.
spending and it correlates with there being more jobs. That's not necessarily the case. The spending that you're referencing hasn't been from like the lower middle class. There's been more spending and record investments from corporations, from specifically data brokers, AI. That's where record amounts of spending has been placed, not when it comes to you and I.
So I mean, it literally went up immediately right after. So it was like 3.8% was inflation. It went to like 4.2 or 4.3% immediately right after the job numbers were released. You don't think that's correlated? Like immediately, that moment is like, oh shit, job numbers went up, and then boom, like inflation went up to 4.3%.
No, bro, because it's a lagging
Yes.
indicator. No, it's a lagging indicator. That's not how any of this works. Like, what is, are you,
I
you're
mean,
not well. I
I'm
have to
well.
conclude that. No, you're
I'm
not.
totally
You're
fine.
unwell. That
Yeah.
will be a lagging indicator. We know that right now, all right, why the inflation rate has increased is because of the war in Iran. We know that for a fact. There's no ifs, ands, or booties about it. We know that it's because of the
That was
war.
also a factor, but again,
This
that
was
wasn't the main
No,
confirmed
factor.
no,
by
no,
Trump's new
no.
Fed chair. Like, hold on.
Didn't we, Hector? Can we
Yeah.
look at the jobs numbers for the month of April? So the report that they released in April, which will be for March.
March report? Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, because it wasn't in a month that we lost jobs.
If I'm not mistaken, yes. Let me double check it. Quay, you had something?
It's
It's
Q.
Oh,
oh,
I mean,
what's
yeah,
going on,
like,
Hector?
energy
That's
definitely
good,
played a
dude.
role in it.
my
I'm not
bad.
denying that.
Oh, no, you good, bro.
I said Quay.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm listening to this person in your live.
All right, let's see.
Let me ask you a question. How far back have you been following Trump?
I'm sorry, you asking me?
Yes, all questions are going to be directed towards you. How far
Oh yeah.
back have you been following Trump?
I mean, to be honest,
Just give
I
me a
mean,
year. Give me a year time
I
frame.
don't know, probably like in the like late '90s.
Late 90s? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So you don't know that he well, before I get to that statement, what do you consider yourself? Are you a conservative or are you Republican, Democrat?
Conservative.
You're
I'm
conservative.
more like an independent conservative. Yeah.
Independent conservative. Okay.
Oh,
Are you for the Triple K?
no,
You're not? Okay.
no.
That tells me everything I need to know going forward with the statement because I'm gonna school you and educate you a little bit here. Do you own any Make America Great MAGA hats? Make America Great Again hats?
No, I'm not in the
Or
funds. No. I think people that do are kind of weird.
why not? You voted for him. How many times
Yeah.
you vote for him?
Oh, you voted for Kamala. Did you own one of those Kamala hats?
How many times? Matter of fact, I do. Matter of fact, I got a pin.
That's weird. I think you're weird too.
Matter of fact, I do.
All right, I think
do.
you're weird too. Buying
Oh, okay.
presidential merch is
I
weird.
never said you're weird, but if you,
Okay.
I'm not gonna go down
No,
to
I
that
said
level.
people. I said people that are.
I'm going to.
I said people that own MAGA hats are weird too.
Oh,
That's pretty
okay,
weird.
okay,
Yeah.
but you voted for Trump though.
I did.
What
I
was
voted
the
for
reason?
Trump. Why not?
Okay.
Because
How many times you vote for him?
I think the last revisions
the
were
first time I voted for Kamala. I'm sorry, Hillary
October,
Clinton, and I
November.
voted twice after that. 2020 and
So you
2024.
voted for Trump twice.
Yeah, Hillary the first time.
What part of the United States are you in?
LA.
You said where?
LA, Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. Hey Hector, you know who Zeus is, right?
Juice? No.
Zeus.
Oh, Zeus, yes.
Yeah. That's my partner. I sent the bat signal to him to come to your live. You said that you did not support the Triple K or for them. Do you know who Fred?
Hold
Do
on.
you know who Fred is?
I appreciate you, Q. I'm sorry. I didn't want to go away
Yeah,
from
no.
the financial part just yet. I wanted to finish up on
No
that.
doubt.
I'm actually curious where he's going with
the
this Triple K conversation. that was interesting where he's going with that.
Do you know where I was going with that?
No, I don't. I'm actually
Okay.
interested. What me and LA and Armenian have anything to do with the
ain't saying shit
Triple
with
K?
numbers anyway. Really quickly, y'all can go down the road. I don't care. Debbie's in the chat to Kim for the $15 Cash App for you and Erica. This guy hurts my HR brain. Yeah, it was a lot. Debbie's in the chat to you, Kim. I'll go ahead and add your name here to the wheel for the Combo Never hat that we'll do a giveaway for at the end of the live stream. Go ahead, Q.
So the reason why I asked you were you for the Triple K is because that's pretty much Trump's whole genre, from his father all the way up to current. With
You
Make
have no
America,
proof of
Make
that,
America.
actually.
Hold on, listen. Make America Great Again. And I know you and probably a few, just like other MAGAs, would say, "Oh, well, that came from Ronald Reagan." I'm gonna break it down to you. Make America Great Again came from the Triple K back in the 1920s when it was America First. They just reworded it. Not only that, you say that you're not for the Triple K, but Triple K, I'm quite sure you never heard of the Crusader. Are you familiar with that?
No, I don't know who that is. Oh,
Okay.
that
The
that
Crusader,
clown guy,
the
the clown
Crusader.
guy,
Listen to me. No heavy
the
lifting.
Joker guy.
No heavy lifting. No heavy lifting. Just listen. The Crusader is actually the newspaper for the Triple K, who actually initiated from his second term to try to that he actually stole in office due to Elon Musk, who admitted to it. That was one of their phrases that they came up with. That's where he got that from. His father was arrested being affiliated with the Triple K back in the 1930s. Matter of fact, 1936 to be exact. So you say that you don't go past 1990, before 1990, when you're talking about following Trump. So you got to know who you're following. Trump not only said in an interview in a 1980, I believe it's 1989 interview, that he could go ahead and run Republican for the Republican office because Republicans are some of the dumbest people on the face of the earth.
That is not correct. That is actually not correct.
That was on the View.
That's debunked.
That was not on
no,
the View.
It's not.
That is not substantiated. It's been touted around on social media. There is no record of that View interview anywhere else. That is actually incorrect.
Okay. Well, AI can be initiated, but I
mean, he did say that the Democrats were. Okay. He did say the Democrats, the economy was stronger under Democrats. I mean, obviously he voted staunchly Democrat for the most part up until his recent couple of years of history.
So the reason why I say that is you got to know who you're following. You don't go past 1990 from your own words or who you're following. You don't know that he decided, and I'm quite sure Hector already mentioned this as far as being in the housing development and denying housing to Black people. See, when you're on the side where it doesn't affect you directly, of course you're going to go with everything that you see and you hear on the internet and on the news. So my question is, why are you following this person?
It seems like you're the one that's hearing and believing everything on the news, like you just.
I don't think so. I do my own
research.
You
just did.
I do my own research.
But you just did, and the host, have to clear you up on that. I do my own research too.
We could come back around to that later on because I do have evidence to show that maybe Hector may not have.
If you find it, by all means. But until then, we're gonna drop that because I've looked into that several times.
But
I've looked into that too.
But one thing that me and Hector are on the same page about is you don't know who you're following. You admitted
I
out
mean,
of your own mouth you didn't start following
when
Trump
you
to the
say
90s.
following, like I'm not like in some kind of cult following. I just done my basic research on, his policies
You
and
basically
basic
voted
research
for
of
somebody you know nothing about.
what do you know about Kamala Harris that you voted for her? What do you know about her?
A
What do you know
plethora.
We're
about
not
like
talking about
Biden?
Kamala
What
Harris.
do you know about any of the people you can?
And it's just
So you
it's
want me to
amazing.
dissect Trump
You
and
know
see
what's
exactly what
amazing? You know
like
what's
every fucking
amazing?
thing he said and done in
You
his
know what's
life, and then vote
amazing,
for him?
Johnny?
No,
You know
that's
what's
not fair to
amazing?
say.
You know what's amazing? Anytime anybody talks about Trump, you always have to revert
No,
back to
because you're
Obama.
putting
No.
this
Stop talking.
barrier on me that I have to do this
Stop
research on
talking.
Trump
Stop
before
talking.
I vote for
Because
him.
you
I'm
know
like,
where I'm about to
what
go
have
with this.
Go ahead and wrap up your point. And
It's
then we'll move
amazing
on.
how you wanted to revert to a black person or a person that supports a black person, whether it's Biden, Obama, or BP Harris. And I'm gonna congratulate you for at least getting her name right, because majority of y'all MAGAs, y'all want to pronounce her name like she was never the vice president of the United States. And it's just amazing how you want to troll to that person, but you never mention Bush, either Bushes, and the incompetence that they had while they were in office. You don't want to mention Ronald Reagan and his incompetence.
Why is that? I also want to point out the criticism that he made, and I appreciate you coming up, Q. Thank you so much for coming up. I really want to get back to what you just said. First off, we kind of veered off from the actual policy aspect, and I really wanted to stay there.
I'm not MAGA,
also,
by the way.
Yeah, sure. Also, you said that you expect us to nitpick every single thing and every single portion of our person's history. Yes, that's quite literally our job as Americans. It's what the media's job is, to literally unpack their skeletons, to shine a light in their closet and every single piece of their history that could give any indicators to how they run the presidency. That is our job, to inspect these individuals. So yes, it is very concerning when I speak to Trump supporters on a daily basis who don't know the bare minimum things that were blasted all over the media, blasted over social media, that was told to you guys time and time and time and time again. That is super concerning that you guys do not know who you voted for.
I mean, look, I know you guys might be, advocating I like you some kind of a saint, but no fucking president has been a saint, bro. Like I said,
it's not about being a saint. It's not about being a saint. It's not. It's about not being a straight up degenerate. What are we doing? What do you mean, saint?
Come on, bro.
I'm sorry.
Again, look, I don't give a shit about what he's done in his personal life. He's banged fucking porn P-stars or what. I don't care about those things. What I cared about was his policies and what he was going to do for.
So you're now saying
America.
that someone's personal life is in no way, shape, or form an indicator of how they govern.
I mean, no, of course there is indicators, but again, like for example, if I knew for a fact he was a P3DO, right?
How they act in their personal life,
I would never have voted for him. I don't care if he's
would be substantiated by their values, specifically if the things that they did would contradict the values that they profess, or B, they would stand on those actions.
No, but you're being overly critical.
Which Donald Trump has done. What am I being overly critical on?
What? Donald Trump is the most investigated person ever in the history of the planet. What are you talking about?
Donald Trump has a shit ton to be investigated. What are we doing?
Yeah, you guys putting in a huge microscope on this guy and not giving a shit about anybody else, right? And then of course there's gonna be shit that comes up. No,
the reason why there's such a big magnifying glass on Donald Trump is because Donald Trump is a public figure, a very loud, vocal, controversial one, who decided to run for president of the United States. Just like every other person who runs for president of the United States, all his dirty laundry got aired out. Then he kept pissing them off and poking the media and putting out fake stories about other people and then lying on the investigation put into himself, which put him under even more scrutiny. The literal reason why E. Jean Carroll was able to sue and win her civilly liable lawsuit against him for sexual assault is because he went after her when she wrote in her book what took place. She did not go after him legally. She responded to his defamation, and that's why he got lost.
The president of the United States raped me. What are you talking about?
No, she didn't go after him by writing a book and telling her story. She took no legal action against Donald Trump and had no intention of doing so. She told her story in her book after her parents died, and she only waited until that point.
She personally went after him, and the media.
How did she personally go after him by putting something in a book?
Because the media went rampant when they saw that in the book that she
I don't know what that has to do with her going
look,
after him. That has absolutely nothing to do with her going after him.
So she claimed that the presidency is greater, right? And guess what? When the media started running rapid with that shit, people were like, "Oh shit,
She did not
we
go
want to know
after
more
him
about
first.
this." Trump attacked her, saying that's
Yes,
like,
correct. Trump went
for
after
what it
her,
is.
for
but what?
defamation, and then she had to prove her claim in a court. That was Donald Trump's fault. He could have dismissed it like every other allegation that women have made against him. He could have dismissed it like the allegations that she was not being paid, that they weren't paying their employees. You could have dismissed it alongside the allegations of what he did in the Oval Office in his first term, specifically the comments made about I need generals like Hitler had. All those things, he could have just dismissed it, but he's decided to go after her legally, and that's why he fucking lost. He brought that up in his face.
Sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of the stuff he said was relative.
So can you give
him
me
losing
something that the
case.
Trump administration
But I
has
don't
been
think he
doing
did.
from 2025 onward that shows he's a good president?
God bless you.
I mean, continue.
Thank you,
so
Erica, for the corgi.
Continuing. So, I mean, specifically, like, for example, continuing the tax cuts, right? And making them permanent. That was a good thing. Bringing back 100% bonus depreciations. That actually helps everyone, not
Again,
just the big
those tax
corporations.
cuts were not the good thing that you were talking about. Those tax cuts are not working in the way that you think. Why are we doing more and more and more tax cuts and tax breaks for the rich and 1%? Those ones are decent provisions of the bill because of how they benefit the middle class, which runs the economy. Sure, the rest of those tax cuts, that corporate tax rate being as low as it is, alongside all the other breaks and benefits, is the reason or one of the reasons why we're in so much debt. Giving more kickbacks to corporations who do not take care of their employees and lobby against the government for increasing their minimum wage is horrible. It's not about assuming. We can look at the numbers. And then any contributions that you can say to nominal wage growth increasing was negated by real wage growth because of inflation. So everything that he's passed with his intention is going back in his face. It's not looking good.
Well, we'll see. I mean, look, I just think that things are going to
Here we go.
out
This is
for the
it.
next
We'll
year or
see.
two.
We'll see.
And if it
We'll
doesn't,
see. So you're just waiting for things to just get better. You're waiting for things to get better. Based off of what?
Yes, and if it does not, they will lose in 2028.
No,
Then you have a
I
Democrat that's
need you
come
to
in
tell me
and see
why
what he does or she does.
I need you to tell me why a year and a half of the Trump administration's policy so far that he intends to double down on, or better yet, some of his full implementations have been stopped by courts or even himself. Why do you think it's going to get better?
Well, yeah, you said right there. There's obviously a lot of pushback on a lot of his actual policies that he's trying to implement.
Because his
That's one
policies
thing.
broke the law.
Yeah,
That's
and
what
also,
courts were able to
he's still
stop him
riding on
on.
the-
They didn't stop him
he's
because they
also
felt
riding
like
on the
it. My guy,
coattails
they
of
stopped
Biden.
him because he broke. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, he's
Did
still
you
riding
just say what about
first 2
Biden?
years, right?
Did you
No.
just say what about
It's
Biden?
not because he
Let
just
me
got
give
into
you the
presidency.
coattails of
There's still
let me give you the coattails of
he's still on
Biden.
the
Let me give you the
coattails
coattails of Biden. January 2025 inflation was at 3.0%. It is now 4.2. That is one of the curtails. Near the end of the Biden administration, we also saw a 60% reduction in encounters compared to the year prior. Specifically after the summer when he passed the proclamation, he just carried on with that with immigration. At the end of his Biden's term, we had a lower unemployment rate. It is now 4.3%. I believe it was 3.9 to 4.0 at the end of Biden's term. We had more in the strategic oil reserve specifically. Now we're down to it being just about
the
empty.
End of Biden's term, right? You're specifically looking
Yeah,
at the end of Biden's
you
term.
said he's riding
Why?
off the
Why is he
coattails.
gonna end?
You said he's riding
He
off the
is.
coattails.
Inflation was 1.4%.
And I'm telling you all the ways that he
when Biden came
ruined
into
it.
office. Inflation was 1.4% when Biden came in. Now it's, and he gave it to him at 3%.
I'm sorry, what did
he
you
more than
say?
doubled inflation.
I'm sorry, what did you
inflation
just
was
say?
1.4% when Biden came into office, right? So that means Biden doubled the inflation.
Incorrect.
More than
No.
double. Yes, it was
You
1.4%.
cannot contribute that. You cannot contribute
Look
that
at it.
inflation increase to any Biden
Look at it.
policy.
Why? But also you can. Hold on.
You
So
cannot
can
contribute
attribute
that increase to any
so
Biden
you're gonna make an
policy.
excuse.
The best
You're just
one
gonna
that
make
you
an
have.
excuse for Biden.
It's not about an
You're gonna
excuse.
make an
It's about
excuse.
pandemic fallout. It's about the
Oh, so
OPEC
that's
deal.
a kind of- well,
It's
this
about
is-
the
well,
money
this is
that we dumped
this is
into the
a
economy.
Biden fallout.
Specifically, hold on. No.
This is a Biden
That was a
fallout, bro.
really
Yeah.
bad argument you just tried to
Biden
make.
fallout.
A really bad
Biden
argument.
fallout right
Can you
here, yeah.
name a policy that changed inflation or it started to increase inflation after Biden took over? Name the
Yeah,
policy.
American Rescue Plan. American Rescue Plan give an extra stimulus to a time where we actually
2.2
already
trillion.
opened up.
2.2
Yes,
trillion.
2.2 trillion.
Okay.
Yes,
For
2.2
pandemic related
trillion.
responses.
Pandemic was already
Okay.
done. We're already open.
No,
We already
no,
opened
no, it
up.
wasn't. No, it
Giving more
wasn't.
money
No,
to
it wasn't.
yes,
No, it wasn't.
giving
So,
more money to
okay,
the
got you.
government.
Hey,
You're asking me. You're
you
asking me. You're not letting me answer.
you said the
You're
American
not-
Rescue Plan would have contributed to inflation increasing. I actually may somewhat agree with you. I think it could have.
Yeah,
so now we need to
9.1%.
talk about the 2 packages that was passed in 2020. What did you think that did?
Yeah, the thing is, people were not working, so that was a wash. It did contribute
They
a little bit. I'm not
were
saying it
working.
didn't.
We can talk about essential
Yeah.
workers and then an
No.
increase of some of those people coming back to work
No.
near the end of the term.
A huge amount of the workforce was not working. They got the stimulus to be able to just live. That didn't create demand to go shopping and pushed up inflation. That's why inflation was at 1.4% when Biden took it.
Spending.
Came
I'm
to
sorry.
office.
Are you saying spending did not go up after those
No,
stimulus checks were passed?
I'm talking
said it
about
didn't create a
specifically there was no
demand.
major demand. Yeah, that's why inflation was at 1.4% when Biden came into office.
And it went up
Yeah, it went up to
afterwards.
9.1
Under the
and
Trump
right when he
administration,
yes.
2 of the biggest
He took it to
packages were passed
9.1%.
under his administration. And now you're trying to say that Biden's
Yes.
policy would have increased inflation more, but you're
It did. The
completely ignoring
American
how
Rescue
those
Plan
2
did, yes.
large packages under the Trump administration would not have had curtails going into Biden's first term.
Yeah. So again, passing all the legislation he did, whether it's the Inflation Reduction Bill, when it comes to
No.
American
You're
Rescue
on the
Plan,
rescue plan. You
Chips and
really don't want to
Science
go to the
Act.
Inflation Reduction Bill because that
Yeah,
did not
all of those
do
things.
inflation. That did not increase inflation.
You're right. Actually, that's the only one that kind of like paid for itself. You're right, but all the other spending bills he passed also contribute to inflation.
Which
That went to
ones?
9.1%.
Which ones? Because the best you guys have is the American Rescue Plan, even though that passed
That
for the most
is.
part bipartisanly. And then you completely ignore the 2 packages that would have contributed to the increased inflation at the beginning of 2021. I find that to be hysterical, especially when you look at the dates that these bills were passed. Secondly, you can't
The
point to
American Rescue
another.
Plan was
You
not
can't point to
bipartisan.
another
What are
spending
you
bill.
talking about?
I'm sorry, Republicans didn't vote for that in the House and the Senate.
That was a tie-breaking vote. What are you talking about? That's where Kamala Harris had to come in with the tie-breaking vote.
I'm aware of
It's
her
not
being the
bipartisan.
tie-breaking vote, but Republicans
Okay,
still
so
voted
how
on
is
the
that
bill
bipartisan? How
because
is that
that's literally how
bipartisan?
it would have to pass. I understand the
I mean,
tie-breaking
but-
vote and the leaning or the independence that went to the Democratic side, but both parties would have voted for that. No different from what they did under Trump's first term.
Yeah, so I mean, again, my point here is that the American Rescue Plan was literally the one that like gaslit our inflation all the way to 9.1%.
Americans still weren't fully back to work
Yeah.
in the beginning of Biden's term.
Yes, they did, and that's why they didn't need another stimulus check.
No,
But yet he
not
passed
completely.
one.
We were still
Yes.
literally adding back some of those jobs. This is why you guys literally contradict some of the numbers we say on
Every
jobs that
state was-
return,
every
because
state
many of
was
the jobs that
open.
returned for the first 2 years were the jobs that we just lost during the pandemic.
The blunt of the pandemic was all under Trump, bro. What are you talking about? Things had already opened up. All the states were
No,
opened up
Biden
completely.
had more
under
time in
Biden.
the pandemic than
Biden
Donald
had
Trump.
the vaccine. Biden had the economy already recovering, and inflation was low when
No,
he came into
somewhat.
office.
We were literally
Yes,
at the
that is a
beginning
fact.
of said recovery, and we were
Yeah,
still
and
putting
if
out
Biden
record
did
amounts of
nothing-
vaccinations. We were carrying on from
Yeah.
Operation Warp
Uh-huh.
Speed.
Yes, and again, if Biden did fucking nothing at all, it would have been. We would have resulted in a better situation. We wouldn't have 9.1% inflation.
No.
There was no need for another stimulus bill.
You also be
gaslit
ignoring what took
demand,
place in
right?
Ukraine. You'd be ignoring the OPEC deal. You'd be ignoring literally the
Sure.
curtails of the big spending packages that passed under Trump. That's the ridiculous part
What
of
was the
this
biggest-
argument. If you're to
besides
sit
the
here and
CARES
say
Act,
that the
what was the
American
spending
Rescue
package?
Plan, if you're to sit here and say that the American Rescue Plan is the reason why inflation shot up, that would be combined with the 2 packages for pandemic response under Trump. They would have all came together.
Yeah. And all the unemployment rate going so low under Biden, again, I attribute all
Oh
that
my
to
God.
the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act as well, by the way.
Oh my God. No, you can
Yeah.
literally contribute that to the record amount of jobs that Biden created.
How? What did he do to create them?
What do you
What did he
mean
do?
how? Specifically in
It
the
was the
federal
tax
government.
cuts.
There was a great expansion of federal government jobs from the beginning near the end of his term.
How many jobs? How many jobs? Was it 18 million jobs?
I don't
in
think
the
it was
federal
18
government?
million. You know, it was
So how many jobs was there?
How
in
much
the federal
was it?
jobs that he created?
Let's see. How many
Okay.
jobs?
It was like I think 100,000 or something, or 200,000
No.
jobs.
Did you just say
Yeah, it was like
100,000?
in the federal job. Yeah, look at how many federal jobs he created.
Let's see. You said 100,000. Let's see.
Yeah. So because he created a bunch of federal jobs, you're saying that was a success? That's how unemployment went
You
down?
were not far off. Increase of 276 federal specifically.
All right,
Increase the workforce
exactly.
to 100. No, excuse me,
Okay.
2.3 million. U.S. economy gain was 16.6 million overall. How many of those? What was the number specifically of the ones that we got back?
Well,
The
how
ones that
about this? I'll
returned from
give
the
it.
pandemic.
I'll give that 270,000 jobs to Biden and the other 16 million to Trump. Let's do that because that
What?
was a direct result. Direct result for all the obviously his economic plan was still in the all the economic policies in regards to taxes was still Trump's. That's why we had
How?
such low unemployment rates. That's why,
No,
and that's
no.
why
I'm
you know
saying
what?
you carry
And
that into Biden's
and you know
term.
the
How?
and you know what the craziest thing is? There was a huge concession when even Kamala Harris, our dear beloved Kamala Harris, decided to say, "Hey, we're going to raise corporate taxes only to 28%," because she knows a progressive tax system doesn't work.
No,
Even she
that
knew.
literally
Even
makes
she knew.
no sense whatsoever. The
Yeah,
corporate tax rate being
even she
increased
knew.
to 29% from 21% when
28.
Donald Trump initially
It was
proposed
28.
lowering it to
Yeah.
15% is an example of knowing that progressive tax rates aren't bad. It was her centering herself.
28%.
That's literally
Ron,
what she did for the
28%.
entirety of her 2024 campaign compared to policies that she ran off of in 2020. That is a gross
Well,
misconception of the reason why Kamala Harris put it up to 28%.
well,
What are we
that
doing?
is okay.
What?
So are you saying she's betraying her progressive
No, she
voters by
ran
just
a
like
much more
censoring
competitive
herself?
race against Donald Trump, and she realized that
Yeah.
the country wasn't
I
ready
think
for
she
some of the things
ran
that she
a
ran off of,
disingenuous
especially
campaign.
in 107 days.
But she ran a disingenuous campaign. If she at least
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh man, I was about to say, how can it be disingenuous when they're literally implementing policy that she campaigned on right now via this new housing affordability act? Like, what are we doing? How you take them? Okay,
Do you want to talk to him? I'll bring him back.
no,
I feel like we beat that
sorry.
conversation over dead horse. I'm still stuck on the fact that he died on the hill of manufacturing jobs specifically, and I showed him the chart. He said it's the same chart. I put it in front of his face. We saw a decrease in jobs, and he still complimented supply side economics and ignored everything else.
Yep.
That was a rough conversation. For fuck's sake. Hannah
Hanapa means fish on in Hawaiian.
did you vote for Trump?
Oh, no.
Oh. Trump supporters request up in the box you the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. W's in the chat to Miss Do and me for the $5 cash app. Johnny, you have 5 apples. Take the L and research. Take the L and research is diabolical. Thank yous. W's in the chat to Dean for the $2 Venmo. I think you sent 2. No, I got that one. W's in the chat to Dean. Carol did not mention Trump's name in the book. She assumed she was talking about him. Wait. So I thought that, but I didn't want to say it. Hold on. Is that true? Hold on. I'm just double checking it, Dean. Cause that's even crazier. I remember hearing that before, but I never confirmed it myself. Give me a second. Mention Trump in her book. Okay, first for public service detail encounter. Trump in the mid-1990s. Carol wrote the later book chronicles sexual lawsuit in the courtroom drama. From what I'm seeing here, I would have to read the specific passage, just in case the AI overview could just be saying she mentioned Trump because of the references and the knowledge we know now. I'll have to find the passage. I'll find the passage.
So Dean sent $2 and said that Reagan raised taxes in his second term and severely damaged the farm economy. And so before reading out that, don't know, thank you very much, Dean. Appreciate you, friend. I did look it up, and yes, Reagan did. And you know why he raised taxes in his second term on multiple occasions?
Why?
Want to know why? Oh, it was because to combat the rising deficit. You know, the one that he took from $997 billion to $2.8 trillion?
That is correct.
He wanted to reduce that. And bruh, that's why I told you, like, this focus on this military spending is not a good thing. It's not a good thing. All right, because they're like, oh, it adds jobs, but it costs way too much darn gone money. That's a lot of money.
They're literally trying to raise it to $1.5 trillion for the Department of War, trying to get an additional $80 billion to go towards Iran, even though we're supposed to be at the end of that. Yeah.
You know that we dropped boom booms on them overnight, right?
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah.
They said
Just
we were
crazy.
responding to what they did, as always. Usual crap. Usual crap. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you are over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. If you are a Trump supporter who regrets their vote, you're growing more and more tired of the actions of this administration, you're finally seeing the light. This live is a safe space for you to come up here and express all the reasons why. And if you're a Trump supporter who does not regret your vote, you think there's something I'm missing, you're more than welcome to call the number on screen or request up in the box, and I'll tell you why you're wrong. Also, please don't be that last lady. Please don't say you're wrong because I say so. Please substantiate why 2 + 2 = 5. That's what I want you to do. If you're going to say 2 + 2 = 5, then articulate how. If you just say it, I'm not going to believe you. I'm just saying. Hold on. Q, that's my mod. First off, you're doing all caps. So my mods don't like that. Secondly, don't get yourself fucked up now, Q. Please don't do that. Handle how you please, Shauna.
If you are in just speaking as a mod in many different platforms, many different spaces, all right, if you use all caps for vision, all right, and a mod is unaware of that, just say, hey, I use it, all right, for a disability, or I use it for a vision. Just say that. That's it. And then that's the end of it. We don't have to do anything extra. Appreciate y'all. Keep doing all the good things. Also, it's almost 500 people in here over on the TikToks, and I'm sure quite a few hundred over there on the tubes. Let's make sure we keep doing all of the good things. Hector should be over 200,000 likes by now, so let's tap that screen. All right, continue to share and repost the live over here on TikTok, and let's knock out the rest of those finger hearts. He has 40 of those to go. Also, guys, if you're over on the tube, make sure that you are liking and subscribing to the channel. All right. It's fun over here as far as I've heard and what I've seen. Also, if you become a member, whether it be on the tube or a super fan over on TikTok, guess what happens? Not only do you get access to the Discord, but you get special access to do fun stuff. Hector will tell you all about it. Also, check out the merch shop, hectorshops.com, where you can get your Kamala Whenever gear. Also, you can get your 6,000% gear. 2 + 2, make 2 + 2 = 4 again. And New Testament Democrat. And my favorite one, it's okay to call people stupid.
Oh, that's your favorite now?
That's my favorite, because it's okay to call people stupid. All right. With that being said, keep doing all of the good things, guys. And if you'd like to support Hector, the links are in the bio. He's currently running a raffle for a limited edition. It's like the last one because you can't get it anymore. All right. But a limited edition light denim. What is it? The Kamala Whenever hat.
Yes, this one is the light
It's
denim.
one of the OGs.
I literally had an extra laying around, so I figured we'd do a giveaway today. How that's going to work, and I actually do have a super chat on YouTube to read. I apologize for missing that. Thank you, Brett, for making me aware. Donations can count towards entries. I have a wheel here that we're literally going to spin. I'm adding your names based off your entries. We're going to spin at the end. Whoever it lands on gets the hat. So all donations to the links in the bio will contribute to your name being entered into the giveaway. 1 through 4 is going to be 1 entry. 5 through 9 is going to be 2 entries. 10 through 14 is going to be 3 entries. 15 through 19 is going to be 4 entries. And 20 upward is going to be 5 entries. And if we do a drop pool, they will be doubled. So if you want to support the platform and get your chance to potentially get a hat, please feel free to send a super chat, super sticker, or hit up the link in the description of the live stream, or over here, TikTok in my bio. So these are the hat. Well, I don't have it here. The Kamala Whenever hat. That's the OG Kamala Whenever hat, the black one you see me wearing all the time. We used to sell those. I had to stop because they were getting so fucking expensive. And the reason why I found out that there was an additional increase on the price of those hats is because we did a giveaway like a month ago. And the giveaway we did a month ago, I forgot to jot everyone's names down and actually place the order. I remembered today, messaged those people with a little apology, went to the site to go order their hats. And it increased by additional $7. It went up the first time because we used to sell them for 30, then it had to go up to 35, then it had to go up to 40, and then it kept going up because of fucking Trump's tariffs. They just literally keep going up. So I stopped selling them because the last giveaway we did, people couldn't afford them. They couldn't afford them. That's why we sell the ones that we do on the shop now. But yeah, Donald Trump is quite literally negatively impacting my business, bro. My shipping, my quality, everything. Everything. Unless you're in AI, I guess, you're not so hot in that department. What? What happened here? Yeah, that's fine. What the fuck are you talking about? Debbie's in the chat to Neely for the $5 Venmo. Super chat. Hector, the MAGA in your YouTube chat are not smart. The extra characters available here are not working in their favor. Apparently not. Apparently not. W's in the chat to you. I will go ahead and add your name to the wheel here. They just chirp. They chirp a lot on YouTube. They chirp a lot on YouTube. Not a lot of them call in.
God bless you.
Which is weird. It used to be where YouTube was where I got most of the calls, and then they started getting scared over there. They would rather sit in the comments than tell me that I'm wrong versus actually articulating how. It's meh. It's very meh. But let me add Neely's name to the wheel here and go and get that. I did want to go over some news with y'all because, first off, we have some ex-MAGA supporters that are speaking their truth. And this is one of the reasons why I even run this show as well. There's a lot of Trump supporters now who are actually being a bit more outspoken about all the things that they were played on. And I find it important to highlight some of these individuals, to highlight what they're saying, because, you got to remind the people that it's safe. It's okay to regret your vote. It's okay to say what you voted for Trump is not doing. It's okay to say you were wrong. We need to normalize that. But I want to play this clip here from some ex-MAGA voters and what they had to say. It's a much longer interview, but now this impact just shortened it a little bit. Let me go back.
We used to say, we're not in the cult, the outside world is the cult, and we're not the crazies, the outside world are the crazies.
And they made me watch a documentary on January 6th, and I didn't even know what happened on January 6th prior to the PBS documentary. And I looked at him and I said, Scott, did that really happen? And he was like, where have you been?
It's so hard for people, because I said, it's not that you're dumb, you were fooled. That's incredibly hard to admit.
We are in the United States of algorithms right now, and MAGA media is very efficacious, it's very effective, and it's very disciplined. We used to say, we're not in.
Two things to that really quickly. One of those things y'all not gonna like. The first thing is, three things actually. The first thing is January 6th. You'd actually be surprised as to how many Trump supporters do not know what actually happened on January 6th. You'd be surprised to see how many of them have never seen the footage. And these are some of the loudest voices about the planted FBI agents in the crowd, or they were welcomed on into the building, so on and so forth. So many people don't actually know what happened that day. And I would strongly suggest 4 hours at the Capitol. 4 hours at the Capitol. Literally that video just got me the stupid reproduce content flag. I should have played it off screen. It's fine. Literally, they don't know what happened there. And it's especially funny for me because there are people who were literally there, the people who did go inside the building. And they would say, even, we spoke to a J6er once on this panel, and they said, oh, what they said happened there didn't actually happen there. And you were in the building when, the QAnon shaman was running around with a spear. You saw the hang Mike Pence gallows. You saw them breaking into the building. You saw them trying to smash into the chamber where Republican and Democratic representatives were hiding in, and they'll still deny it. Literally deny with their own eyes. Second thing I want to comment on is what she said about, you're not stupid, you were just fooled. So, this is not going to be very PC. And it's not going to be nice for the snowflakes in the live. However, I think at some point we have to understand that there absolutely is being misled. And then there's just being stupid. And then there's your ability to be misled and the degree that you were misled because of your stupidity. I have no problem with the misleading aspect because it does put a lot of responsibility on the people putting out the propaganda, and they do have a lot of accountability. Sure. But you as a person, when I have the average person come up here and tell me that they didn't know anything about Kamala Harris other than word salad, that's not a Republican propaganda problem. I'm sorry. When you are voting for someone who is supposed to lead the nation, it is your responsibility to go find out what the candidate's about. And yes, the Democratic Party did kind of somewhat fail in regards to platforming her. She wrote about this in her book and actually putting her shit out there. But then the rest of us who were educated voters who wanted the best for the country, we did our research. There's platforms like mine, platform like Erica, so on and so forth. They put the shit out there. Y'all chose to ignore it. I literally have a clip that I'm working on. I'll probably get it done, uploaded tomorrow, where someone asked me point blank, what did Kamala Harris do as vice president? As I started to tell them, they just said lie to everything I said. Y'all didn't want to know what she was about because y'all just don't like black women. It is what it is. The final thing is in regards to the last thing that he said. We are, with the algorithms. What he said about the algorithms is 6,000% correct. Our algorithms are fucking us. Our algorithms are very, very streamlined. They're only trying to show us, for the most part, what we want to see. They're fueled off of hate, division, so on and so forth. So that part is true. And that is something you have to watch out for. There are actually apps you can download that can encourage seeing diverse amounts of media and diverse amounts of information. And then I would definitely say just maybe try to explore the other side. But there's no reason to really go on MAGA side. It's just a bunch of AI videos and memes and older millennials. I'm going to keep it $1.50 week. That's what's on the MAGA side. They fucking love older millennial over there and AI. They're making weird AI videos over there.
I can't remember this person's name, but because of yes, he does go with GP. But I remember like last night, a bunch of us ended up in a MAGA live, right? And it was just a guy doing he was just doing 1v1s, right? But when I tell you this guy was bad, Hector, it was awful. I should have sent it to you. Like when I say this guy knows nothing but talking points and all he does is sit there and does like a really bad Trump impersonate. It's just weird. It was so weird. It was weird. I'll tell you something in just a moment.
Bet. Debbie's in the chat too. I think that Crow guy for the 1999 super chat. W. Hector, it's great to see a brother with so much passion and great information speak the truth about what's going on. Keep pushing. I appreciate that. Big W to you. I'll go ahead and get your name and your entries into the wheel here for the Kamala Would Never Hat giveaway. W's in the chat to you. I appreciate your support. All right, guys, don't tell me we beat all the Trump supporters already. There's no possible way. There's no possible way. Don't tell me we beat all the Trump supporters already. From the ramblers to the uninformed to the I'm going to cook you and then I'm just going to run when I have the opportunity to cook. Please don't tell me that's the best we can do today. Come on now. Come on now. I literally heard a MAGA guy yesterday who did not know that Kamala was the vice president. No, I don't believe you, Jamie. I don't believe you, Jamie. I refuse to believe that. I'm sorry. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that. I'm sorry. No. There's no way. There's no way. I mean, it's one thing if like you didn't pay attention to the vice president, but just not to know? That's wild. I feel like there's something else going on in your life. If you legitimately just don't know, there has to be something really wrong. That's insane. That's insane.
Okay. So what he did, Hector, is that it was a young lady on the panel who was Black. She wasn't doing the best job, but she was trying really hard, right? And it seemed like she was kind of taken aback by the fact that he didn't know anything. And so some way, somehow, because he kept trying to make it racial and she wasn't, right? But that's what they always do. They always, some way, somehow find a way to bring race into it. So he started doing that, and then they got on the subject of EBT, and he said that EBT is a net negative on society. And then he said economy. And then she said, how? She was like, prove it. And he dropped her.
That's right.
And I considered it. I was like, okay, let me just go up here and like, tell him, show him whatever, blah, blah, blah. But no. And then just listening to him talk to other people, I was like, absolutely not. I don't have to pretend that this person is smart. I don't. I don't have to do it.
That's correct. Guys, I am of the firm belief that one of the problems that we have in this country is when we coddle unintelligence. I think one of the biggest issues we have in this country is when we just try to play too nice. And I think one of the things that baffles me about Trump supporters is they'll often say that we're the snowflakes, but then they'll complain when we get aggressive, right? They'll often say that, oh, we want to censor all these different words. And we say a certain one to them, they just blow their fucking cap. They like to say, oh, you can't call this person this, that. You can't say anything on the left side. And then we call them a name. It's like, y'all, the party of tolerance. I think it's okay to call people stupid.
It is okay to call people stupid. With your full chest, loudly.
I think it's okay to call people stupid.
All right, I'm gonna drop now. Thank you everyone for your kindness. I appreciate you all. I hope you all have a fantastic day and keep doing all the good things for Hector. I shall see you all later.
W to chat to Erica. Please make sure you're giving her a follow. Make sure you're giving her a follow. You're not going live tonight, are you? I don't think she is. I'll ask you about tomorrow. See if you're going live tomorrow. Anyways, Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. I am here to give you an infinite amount of reasons as to why you should very much regret your vote. What's wrong with the peer? She did mention him in her memoir. You know what? While we're waiting, I'm just gonna find the passage, because I've heard people say that before, that he wasn't named directly. But I never looked it up myself. So I'm going to see if I can find the passage and go from there. Passage. I don't remember the name of her book for the life of me. I'll pull it up here. And Jean Carroll's book where she named... This is a headline quote. I want to see the actual quote. Give me a second. Y'all know I don't do headlines, bro. Y'all got to put the substance in the actual article. So the book was What Do We Need? It was a 2019 memoir. What do we need men for? A modest proposal. So I'm looking... Is that my car? No. Okay. The writer Jean Carroll says in a new book that President Donald Trump sexually assaulted her in a dressing room of the Berghoff department. Where's the passage? Okay. Legislature occurred fall of 1995 and spring of 1996. I try to push him off with my one free hand. For some reason, I keep holding my purse with the other. And I finally get a knee up high. Shit, I'm so sorry. Trigger warning. And I finally get a knee up high enough to push him out and off. And I turn, open the door, and run out of the dressing room, Carol writes. What happened before? I'm trying to read the passage of before. Let me see if I can find it exactly. I just want a screenshot that I'll just keep it on hand. Experience. She's not suing for defamation. Begins as a friendly encounter. This is why I hate the media. Because why is it so hard just to put the direct quote there? Why? I know she describes it in detail. I'm literally just looking for the section where he would be named. It was described for sure in detail and substantiated in a court, which is why he was found civilly liable. Got the PDF file for response to the DOJ. Well, it would have to be, the DOJ would be afterwards. It would have to be before then. It would have to be before then. I'll look it up. I'll get the page later. Anyway, I think we will. Yeah, appeal not approved. They gave us the flag for whenever I put the video up of the Trump supporters regretting their vote, because TikTok is now sensitive. When you put certain things up and you play it, they're saying it's like reproduced content, even though like the source is right there and you cite where it's coming from. It's the whole thing. He admitted in his deposition he raped her, even boasted about it. What do we mean by that? I mean, he mixed her up with his wife. That shows that he lied about not being attracted to her because he said she wasn't attractive enough to be raped, which is fucking wild. Attraction has nothing to do with men and their sexual assaults and advancements against women. Not a fucking thing. Not a fucking thing. So she sent a response. I'm not denying that. I'm saying beforehand. The response would have been after. The response would have been after. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, we know what happened. I just wanted to get the segment. I'll do it on my own time. Serena, did you vote for Trump?
I did indeed vote for Trump. I would never vote for Kamala.
Kamala. Sure. Do you regret your vote?
Absolutely fucking not.
Yeah. You have a lot of audacity, a lot of bass about that. So this is the part of the show where I show you what an asshat you are when you can't substantiate your issues with Kamala Harris. So go ahead and tell me what your issue with Kamala Harris is.
Because she's an incompetent dick shit who sucked a dick to get into politics. Willie Brown.
That took no time. That took no time. Do you guys just come up here to give me clips? Do you guys just give me clips? Do you guys just come up here to give me clips? Like, you're not even going to try. I think, you know what baffles me about MAGA? I feel like any one of these people can come up and they can say the most egregious stuff. And I can send out 2 or 3 texts to a few people that I know to track them down. And if I was a certain kind of person, I can release this information. I'm not, unless you admit to a crime. You think there would be more fear behind being a gross piece of shit and just coming up just to say that? You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing if you like get mad and something slips out and you show that you're a bigot or a racist or sexist or everything else. It's another thing when you lead with that. I just don't think you guys understand how easy it is to get y'all's personal information. Like, I remember growing up and I remember having a fear of being a bad person. I had a fear, like, it didn't sit right in my soul to be bad. Not only because of the threat I believed of hell or because of how it would make me feel negative about my morality, but also because of the repercussions. These people ain't scared of shit. But black folks and, you know, progressive taxes and trans folks. They are scared of trans folks, I'll tell you that much. Woo-wee! I think they're mostly scared of one day being attracted to one. It's wild. It's wild. Y'all don't have to lie. Just know because you think you're right does not make you better than someone. There are some things I like about Trump and some I really don't like, but I'm not over here hating. Okay. Let's talk about that hate. Let's talk about that hate because you guys call criticism hate. And since you're over on the YouTube side, I'm going to use my cover as an example. How about that? It's been a minute since we've actually addressed my YouTube cover, so let me pull it up here. Where's my YouTube cover? I forgot the topics on my YouTube cover. Oh, here we go. So let's just go over the YouTube cover alone. First and foremost, the first thing is Trump administration embraces racism at UFC event. Tell me if this is hating or not, my guy. That UFC fighter decides to get up on a stage and have his moment to go attack some of the most educated, well-established, brilliant, beautiful president and first lady that we've ever had in the history of the United States. And the only black ones, mind you. He decides to say that Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right? He makes this little quip, his little joke. The Trump administration does not put out a statement condemning this. This was an event that they facilitated. They invited these individuals. And what they say or don't say in regards to their actions, they could be held responsible for. They said nothing. We can go back a few months, or excuse me, weeks, when the Trump administration reposted a post depicting the Obamas on gorillas or monkeys. And the Trump administration said not only did he not do it, and it was a staffer, which I don't believe for a second, but he then went as far as to say that it wasn't even racist. Then we can go back to the DIA, elimination in the government, and the threats towards private corporations that still have any form of it. We can talk about the attacks on Kamala Harris, the birther movement. Trump administration is racist and embraces racism. That's not hating. That's just looking at the data. That's just looking at the information. That's the first one. The second one, inflation outpaces wage growth. Nominal wage growth is 3.6%, maybe 3.8 now, but 3.6%. Inflation is now 4.2%. Addressing that and how the inflation, as confirmed by the current Fed chair and the previous one, was all heavily driven by his inflationary tariffs that the Supreme Court and International Trade Court found unconstitutional, and his war in Iran that he didn't have to start. So tell me if pointing out that is hating. We can also talk about J.D. Vance on The View, who just lied his fucking ass off. Specifically when he said that Donald Trump turned in Epstein to the FBI in 2006, even though Michael Ryder, the actual FBI agent that he spoke to, never said such a thing. But you can tell me how that's hating. And then we can talk about Trump making a worse deal under the MOU than Obama with Iran. To be fair, an MOU is different from an old official deal, but based off of what we're leading with so far, the United States is facilitating a $300 billion investment fund for the number one sponsor of terrorism, right? The United States will be lifting sanctions to the degree of $24 billion at the end of the deal. And they're already issuing waivers on several of their assets and electricity grids and financial banks, so on and so forth. That part is immediate. That part's happening already. They can continue business as usual. That's not the exact wording. It's something as usual. The quota, status quo, excuse me, that's the wording. Status quo, which means if they were enriching 60% uranium before, which was the whole point that we blew them to hell, right? They can continue to enrich their uranium under this MOU for the next 2 months until the final deal takes place. They can now keep up with their ballistic programs that the Trump administration initially said they are going to do away with. J.D. Vance and the rest of them said, you can't have ballistic missiles. That's what they said. And then he walked it back in 2 seconds when it came down to the actual deal before midterms because, well, if other countries can have ballistic missiles, why can't we have ballistic missiles? By the numbers, the MOU so far is already showing up to be worse than the JCPOA, but you guys say the JCPOA was weak. So if you can tell me which one of those topics are just a display of me hating versus me pointing out the truth, please feel free to call in and request up. When you don't call in and you don't request up because you can't disprove anything I just said, I'll be here laughing in your face. Number one funders of terrorism behind the U.S. I wouldn't even say behind. The U.S. is the number one sponsor of terrorism. We used to fund Iran. We fund Israel. We funded several other groups to stop people that weren't, I guess, Western friendly way back. What are we doing? What are we doing? The United States is the number one sponsor of terrorism. I feel like I could say that alone based off the fact that the United States was the only one to use the actual fucking nuke. And then now we're trying to police everyone else and them wanting nukes for defense. Sure, bud. Sure, bud. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $10 Venmo. Excuse me. Why I keep saying Venmo? Super chat. Hi, Hector. Much love. Sorry I haven't been able to watch the whole stream, but I wanted to say you are what I aspire to be. Smart, fact-driven, and funny as fuck. Please don't aspire to be me. Please don't aspire to be me. I ain't shit. Please don't aspire to be me. I ain't shit. And thank you, One Mighty Pen, for the gift. I appreciate you. Please don't aspire to be me. I do my best here, but I ain't shit. I don't know how I feel about that. That was in chat to you, Wesley. I'm going to go ahead and add your name to the wheel here. Friendly reminder that all donations will go towards the giveaway at the end of the live for my last Kamala Would Never hat. This is the light blue denim hat. All donations go towards it. Several donations give you several entries on the wheel that will spin at the end, and whatever it lands on, we'll get that hat. I'll get your PO box or address and ship it off to you Monday. So that's one of the best ways to support the platform. Is going to be the links in the bio, and you can get something for yourself. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Hector Talks with 2 R's, or Hector Pal on PayPal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the Tube side, you may send a super chat, super sticker, or consider becoming a member. Daniel, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
And do you regret your vote?
No.
I think you should regret your vote because Donald Trump ran off of reducing your energy costs by 50% in the first 6 months, and we've only seen increases since. I thought he was supposed to unleash American energy by drill baby drilling.
I think regardless, he's done a good job being a president for our country, so.
Okay. I don't know how you do a good job by walking back a large portion of your campaign promises.
Well, just because he doesn't do exactly what he said he's going to do doesn't mean he can't do other stuff, you know?
It's not about exactly. It's about the results of his policies. It's about the results of the things that he said was supposed to lower your prices, not wage new wars, and then did the complete opposite.
Well, let's say I'm a scientist and I promise to discover a cure for, or I promise to make some kind of treatment for diabetes, but then I end up curing a specific type of cancer. I'd say I'm still a good scientist, even though I didn't hold up my promise, you know? So I think he's done good stuff just because he didn't do exactly what he campaigned on.
That is a god-awful example you just gave there.
How so?
Simple. If you run off of reducing the cost of goods for the average American consumer, and then you also, alongside that, run off of something that's inherently inflationary, which is blanketed tariffs. That's an additional tax on those consumer goods because we're a consumer nation. Then no, I can't compliment you for trying. Your effort was stupid and the complete opposite of what you alleged to have said.
Well, you're cherry picking on his flaws and the mistakes he's done, and you're disregarding his accomplishments.
What accomplishments?
Well, he helped stop a really bad war that could potentially lead to a lot of deaths.
Which war is that?
Between India and Pakistan. They've had a heated rivalry for a long time.
I'm sorry. How did he stop the India-Pakistan war?
He told India that if you don't stop cutting off the water supply to Pakistan, or Pakistan, whatever, then because they really rely on us, right? A lot of their customers are us, right? A lot of the stuff we buy is made in India. And the same for Pakistan. Pakistan also relies on us, you know? So,
yeah, that's a bunch of nonsense. Donald Trump alleged to have stopped this war, that he single-handedly brokered the ceasefire. None of that has been confirmed by India or Pakistan themselves. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, actually, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, I think they have a Prime Minister. The Prime Minister of Pakistan said it himself that Donald Trump helped stop this war, and he thanked him personally. Maybe you should look it up.
It was a ceasefire specifically that they brokered, an immediate one.
Okay.
What happened afterwards?
What do you mean? The war stopped.
India specifically is the party that said there was no third-party intervention.
India said that because
and Pakistan has been sucking off Trump, so there's that.
Yeah, so we help a weaker nation survive a stronger nation. Do you really think India couldn't be Pakistan? Like, just think on that for a second. So India is quite embarrassed by what happened. So
God bless you.
India spoke on account of the ceasefire that you're alleging, and they said there was no third-party intervention. Pakistan said, yes, they praised Trump for his intervention, which was, again, unsubstantiated, and that Donald Trump used that number to say, I stopped 9 wars in 9 months. It started with 5, then 6, then 7, then 8, and it keeps going up, even with regions that are not directly involved in the ceasefire.
Who are you to determine that it's unsubstantiated?
Who am I to determine it's unsubstantiated? A person who can show unsubstantiation from the president himself.
Well, when the prime minister of that country themselves thanks Donald Trump and says, thank you for intervening
I'm aware
and stopping
of
war.
the thank. Yeah, I'm aware of the thank. Again, we
then
have a
how are you
whole
gonna
contesting party and none of them been able to substantiate his intervention other than rhetoric. Regardless, that doesn't change the fact that he's doing gross amounts of this destruction in the Middle East, specifically with Iran. And that's directly led to disturbing the region overseas and then fucking up our economy here domestically.
Well, you're mentioning Iran, but it's not like Iran is a good country either, right? That country needs democracy.
Yeah, I really don't think you want to go down the road of what a good country is. I don't give a shit about what Iran has going on. The whole purpose we went into the region was based off of uranium enrichment. That was the reason.
No matter what their purposes, we're helping the people there, you know?
We're literally not. We've been killing them.
Well, in the long run, we're helping them.
How are we helping them in the long run? By killing them?
I'll tell you, that country needs democracy. It needs rights for women, right?
The United States doesn't get to determine what democracy looks like for other people. American imperialism has done nothing but destabilize regions and make things worse for several countries, for the most part.
Well, dude, even Helen Keller can tell that country doesn't have democracy, bro. Like, that country has just
and Donald Trump is threatening our democracy here in the United States. Donald Trump quite literally will not sign a bill into law that will reduce the cost of housing and start the average American on a pathway to actually owning a home because he wants the SAVE Act to pass.
Well, if he's reducing democracy, how come you can have
He's
a lie
literally violating the will of the people in a representative democracy today.
Sorry? That's wrong.
No, it's not. People vote for their representatives. Their representatives work in Congress and the Senate to work on behalf of issues that plague Americans, such as housing affordability. And then they bipartisanly, Democrats and Republicans, pass the bill through the House and the Senate unanimously to reduce the cost of housing. And the President of the United States refuses to sign it. He canceled the signing ceremony.
Here's the thing, man. You really consider that denigrating democracy, then you haven't lived in any other country, right? You have so much privilege.
Yes, it's violating the wills of the people.
So,
same thing he did in 2020 when he said that the 2020 festival was stolen. He violated the will of 81 million people who got him up out the paint.
Well, that's just a bunch of, social media bullshit. You got to get that out of your head.
I'm sorry, did 81 million people not vote for Joe Biden in 2020?
Well, Joe Biden, and I
it's a yes or no question.
What do you mean?
It's a yes or no question. Did 81 million people vote
personally, dude? You're asking the wrong. I didn't count the votes.
Okay, cool.
Right?
You don't know the exact number. Did more people vote for Joe Biden than Trump in 2020?
Did more people? I don't know. I wasn't the one voting on.
What do you mean you don't know? Who the fuck was the president 2021 to 2025?
It could have been rigged, dude. You don't know what's going on, man. You think people won't cheat in an election?
Now I literally have to drop you because you're about to get me a flag. I think we should do a restart. I'm going to read those super chats on the YouTube side in a second. I think we should do a restart. I can feel the flag coming. We're going to do a quick restart. Go watch my latest video. By the time you're done, you come back. We'll be back. Give me 30 seconds. Oh my fucking God. Why do so many people believe this shit? Why the fuck do so many people believe this shit? No evidence. Ooh, that's what we're going to start off with. Actually, I have to be careful. I'm going to say this now. Because YouTube won't flag me. I'm not going to talk about it once we return back on TikTok, but I'm going to say this now. Kash Patel said weeks ago, I will never forget this. Kash Patel said that the information, a damning piece of evidence that would show that the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump, was coming in the next couple of days. Weeks ago, he said a couple of days. There was no report. I think he said this beginning of May. Dare I even say it April? It may have been May. It is now the end of June. No report. Still can't prove it. All right, we're back on TikTok. We can't talk about elections. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. Fun fact, Jimmy Carter is the only U.S. president to eliminate a disease. Donald Trump could never. That's a great point. That's a great point. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to you. I'll get your extra entries in the wheel. W's in the chat to the One Mighty Pen for the $4.99 super chat. Bot 8475 reporting for duty. Also, the Trump administration is so anti-science. Don't use science in your hypotheticals. Yeah, there's a point there. There's a point there. W's in chat to you. I'll get you added to the wheel as well. Welcome back in, guys. Welcome back into the show. Defend the Indefensible. We had to do a restart because, people want to get me flagged for fraction integrity, and I don't like it. I don't like it. Y'all are not getting me flagged today. So we did a quick restart. Double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 5K and beyond. Show the algorithm want to be here. Send your daily heart music if you haven't already. Repost and add to your story. Let's knock out the divine fingers. We have about 77 more of those to go. 77 more of those to go. And we'll get this show on the road. And I just added pen. Mighty Pen, I have you in the wheel as well. WCU. User, you literally join the beginning of my live and you say, I love President Trump, best president ever, every single day. Can you substantiate it? If something is better than something else, that means there would be some type of data that you can use to point to one being better than the other, right? If this person had better job growth, this person didn't, better in this area. If this person had higher unemployment than this other person, this person did better in that area. That's how that works. That's how that works. We don't just run off of y'all's words. Pickle boy Andrew Hurst Wilson is a herb. Oh my goodness. Oh, welcome back, Eleanor. Welcome back. Welcome back in. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I got that restarted here as well. Thank you guys to get the likes up to 10K and beyond. Show the algorithm want to be here. Truth, did you vote for Trump?
Yep, I support Trump.
And do you regret your vote?
Definitely not.
Definitely not. I think you should regret your vote because the president of the United States ran off of draining the swamp and then created one in the middle of D.C.
I don't think he created one. One thing I don't agree with him is the EPA stuff, the glyphosate. I think that's a massive issue. Pretty much for everything else, I'm pretty much on board with. So.
Got you. So I think you would literally create one if you do a no bid contract specifically to a friend of yours with a Greenwater LLC name, which I find hysterical for so many reasons. You ignore the implications of your paint and how that would encourage and create more algae. Then you dump a bunch of hydrogen peroxide, which peel the paint and then ruin the paint job that you said was supposed to be American blue. Even worse than that, because I actually don't.
Hydrogen peroxide in the water. That doesn't really make much sense. I don't know who gave him the instructions that would work. A person should be fired. That's kind of silly.
Yeah, Trump has this tendency to have advisors that don't actually know what they're talking about around him. and then it leads to harm towards Americans. Specifically, I want to talk about the fact that there are American civilians who are literally detained and could still be sitting in jail cells right now because he alleges that they vandalized the pool.
Did you see those people? They were wearing like I don't even know what they were dressed in, but anyways, they were like cheering on the algae, saying that algae's fighting fascism. Like these people have lost
Yeah, I don't
their
know what that
mind.
has to do with the fact that first off, that's freedom of speech. That's nothing to do
Well,
with
yeah,
actual vandalism.
Okay, but they're like these people aren't mentally all there if they're literally cheering on
Yeah,
algae.
I don't know what that has to do with
You're spending their
vandalism.
time. They're unemployed,
Mhm.
never worked, and they're just
I
there
don't know
cheering on
what
algae.
that has to do with vandalism. He is literally arresting them for vandalism. There are people who are sitting in cells or sat in cells
Yeah, that
because
one
of a
person
lie.
vandalized it.
Who?
I can't remember the name of the individual.
Okay.
I got arrested.
So there would be evidence of this, right? Because there's literally a 24/7 camera
They peeled
feed
back the
on the Washington Monument.
Yeah, they peeled back the liner, and then
That is
they
a
used
false
the-
charge. That was already peeled off, and he simply put his hand into
No,
the pool and
I
grabbed
get it. It was already peeling, but he decided to put his hands on it and peel it back more and rip it.
No, he didn't peel it back more. It was literally hanging off.
Then why did he touch it?
Because he wanted to touch it. That's not vandalism. Do you know what the laws are for the pool? And what would constitute
No,
vandalism?
he just wanted to randomly touch it. That's
If you
your conclusion
jumped in the
into?
pool, you can get a charge. If you threw fruit in the pool, you can get a
Hold on.
charge. Putting your hands in the water is not illegal.
He didn't put his hands in
Touching
the
the
water.
contents thereof is not illegal.
He grabbed the liner. Why did he do that?
The liner that was already peeled off. Yeah.
No, the liner that was peeling off. Yeah, why did he grab that?
To show the people. He took a picture of it. He had video evidence of it. He was showing the people.
He could have just taken a photo of it. He didn't have to grab it and peel it back.
It doesn't
more.
matter. Grabbing it is not against the law.
He grabbed it and peeled it back more. That's
He did
vandalism.
not.
That becomes
That's incorrect,
vandalism.
and it's not vandalism.
That's what he got
There's
arrested
literally
for,
no
so-
evidence. Yeah, that's what he got arrested for. No different
so we'll
from
see
the
what the
people
court-
that Donald Trump arrested after
So
he
we'll
passed
see
an
what happens
executive
in court.
order. He
We'll see
passed
if
an
he's found
executive
guilty in court.
order saying that if you burned an American flag, you can get up to a year in prison, and arrested them
kinda
on
agree with
said
that.
vandalism, except that's freedom of expression. The only violation you
look
can
at it as
actually
freedom of
get is
expression.
I don't
look
give
at
a
it as
fuck
hate
what you
towards
look
America
at
and
it.
hate
You have a
towards
lot of I don't think. What you think is irrelevant to this conversation. The fucking law matters, which you don't seem to give a shit about.
Yeah, so let's see how
which
the
makes
court plays
sense.
out.
Do you know that Donald Trump is a 34-time convicted felon?
Let's see how the court plays out. 34 times for the exact same thing.
Yeah. Multiple counts.
34
Mhm.
counts of the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
It's just,
Fraud.
That's ridiculous.
What is the thing?
It wasn't even fraud.
What is the thing?
He screwed up and didn't
What
put
is
the
the
money in
thing?
the right account. And put
What
it
is
in
the
his
thing?
trial.
What is the thing?
Well, he paid off Stormy Daniels through his trial.
Falsifying
through his
business
campaign.
records.
Yeah, through his campaign rather than just using like a trust or something else. He could have.
And who did he order to do such a thing?
But people do that all the time.
And who
they
did he
never get
order
charged
to
for
do
it.
such a thing?
It's not that bad of a crime.
And who did he order to do
Not like
such
he
a thing?
stole campaign funds. He just diverted
And who
funds
did he
the wrong
order
way.
to do such a thing?
It was his lawyer, no?
Oh. And why was it a whatchamacallit, a felony?
Well, you just said it.
The intent to falsify.
Yeah, the intent to falsify. You just said it, yeah.
34 times.
I don't look at it as that big of a deal. It's not like he stole money. He literally just deferred it the wrong way.
I mean, he stole money from his own cancer charity.
He didn't take money from his cancer charity.
Yeah. There's literally the allegation that was made. We can also talk about Trump University being sued for fraud.
How'd
You know
that
what
play out
Trump
in
University is?
Or is that still in court?
Do you know what Trump University is?
Yes, I do. Is that still in court? Or what was the verdict?
I'm not sure if it's still in court, actually. Oh! $25 million settlement.
Yeah, so it was a civil case then?
God bless you.
Because where's the criminal conviction?
There were class action lawsuits.
Yeah, was it civil though?
In the terms of sale, they're not truly fit to no long of wrongdoing. Computer first meaning perfect. Civil or criminal? I believe it was civil. Yes.
Yeah, it's like the same thing with Eugene Carroll. It's just a civil court case. It doesn't
It was
really mean
civil
much.
because of
Anyone
the
can
statute
sue
of
anybody for
limitations.
anything.
It was civil because of the statute of limitations. I love how you guys use civility as an excuse for his criminal
No, if they went
behaviors.
to criminal, it just wouldn't have passed at all because Eugene didn't have a case. Now we
No, that
found out
could
that
not
she
be
got paid
more
$10 million by the
incorrect.
DNC and she was bragging about it on camera.
That is a bold-faced lie.
That's not.
Prove it.
See the whistleblower's video of her admitting
Prove it.
Did you watch the whistleblower's video?
Give me your evidence. Present me the evidence. What is it?
Hold up.
Pull it up. Gosh. Double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 50K and beyond. Thank you guys for clearing the gift goal. I appreciate you. I have never heard this one before. Whistleblower video of Eugene Carroll admitting to being paid $10 billion by the DNC to lie against Donald Trump. Let's see what he finds in this one. I have never heard that one before. It is grossly... You guys are just desperately trying to demean that woman, all because your president is a fucking creep. Yikes. Absolute yikes. Share out the live with your friends and family as well. Repost and add to your story. If you haven't sent your daily harveys, please make sure that you do so. They are desperate. They really are desperate. They really are desperate. This is the best that they can come up with. It's probably going to start with X, or he's going to run. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Ashwagandha ally is diabolical. Ashwagandha ally is diabolical. Aw, look at somebody using the hard R in the chat. I pissed somebody off. How cute. I may be a nigger, but I'm not a convicted felon and a civilly liable sexual assaulter. So, W to us. W to us. Adam, I just sent you an invite. Go ahead and tell me how the Democrats opened the border. This guy's probably going to run. I'm anticipating he's going to run or find absolutely nothing and then pivot. So, we're going to need a new op.
So sorry, it wasn't the DNC, it was Reid Hoffman.
Cool. Where is this? Where is this evidence? You said there was a video of her admitting it. Tell me and I'll put it up.
Yeah, it was on her YouTube page. I can't find it right now.
It was on her YouTube page. Her YouTube page got taken down. So then you're just alleging this with no evidence.
Nope, that's where I saw it.
That's where you saw it. You saw it. And you saw it on her YouTube page. So let me get this straight. The Trump administration would have had access to a video on her YouTube page of her saying that she lied on him to get $10 billion, billion, whatever you said.
Correct.
And then they never used this to
get
appeal.
Scrubbed all the time.
And now it got scrubbed, of course.
I'm saying things get. If I'm saying things,
Yeah,
in general
I
get
know
scrubbed,
everything in
so
regards to
find
Donald Trump got scrubbed. Yes, everything that would implicate him or implicate people who oppose him gets scrubbed. That makes sense. Yeah. This is what we
No,
like
not
to
at
call
all.
Trump derangement syndrome.
It's like during CV19 when Zuckerberg.
I don't
got
give a
pulled
shit
by the
about
Biden
anything you have
administration.
to say until you find that piece of evidence.
Like Bill Gates
No
scrubbing stuff
other
that
rambles.
happens.
No other points. I need you to prove that one. That's it. You don't get to move on. You don't get to pivot. I need you to substantiate that one. And then we'll move on. Then we'll move on. Let's see. He wasn't held liable for sexual assault? Prove it! Call in the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Where have you guys been? Simply Beautiful. Did you vote for Trump?
No.
Got you. Trump supporters only request up in the box. Trump supporters only request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, we call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. What are we doing over here? I move that one. Adam, you were supposed to prove something. You were supposed to prove something, Adam. Let me help you out. You were supposed to prove something, Adam. That's the second time I heard that? Yeah. So, guys, how many of you guys were here the other night when we had that black lady, that blagga lady, come up and say that there was videos of Kamala Harris mispronouncing her own name and that they were scrubbed from the internet? Do you guys remember that? Were y'all here for that? Yeah, she said, oh, you guys get hung up on the name when she couldn't even say it herself. I said, do you have evidence? Well, it was scrubbed from the internet. I talked to my people. They said it was scrubbed. Sure. Especially when we live in an age where AI is getting good, and I'm saying good. There's a few AI videos that have gotten me. There's a couple. And we live in this age, and yet people will still say they sworn they saw something. For example, and I'll hold myself fully accountable here. I could have sworn, and I don't think it was AI, I just think I may have heard it wrong. This was in 2024, that there was a video that Kamala Harris put out about a week or two before the DNC where she invited people to run against her. And I remember citing this to other individuals when we were having debates. And then something told me a couple months back to actually take a look into that and like just double check it. Because every now and then I'll double check my own claims just to make sure I'm getting everything accurately. And I couldn't find this fucking video. So you know what I stopped doing? I stopped fucking saying it. James, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
And do you regret your vote?
I do not.
Why is that?
I think deporting illegal aliens is good. I think tax cuts for the middle and lower class are good. I know I heard you say earlier that prices have increased under Trump. That is true with the recent conflicts that have been going on, but earlier in his presidency, right after his inauguration, consumer price index was dropping, which meant prices were going down. And that was about a Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Yeah, that's correct. There were pricing decreases well into 2025 that were literally following the trends that we saw consistently through the 2024 Biden presidency into 2025. That is correct. When Donald Trump started implementing some of his policies, you saw those numbers change. You said you think deporting undocumented migrants is good and lowering taxes for the cutting taxes for the lower and middle class. The big beautiful bill predominantly serves the 1% and those tax cuts and breaks and incentives. And then Joe Biden also believed in deporting undocumented migrants, specifically the ones who were convicted of violent crimes at a much higher rate than the Trump administration. The Trump administration has only been going after mom and pops and people who were not convicted of any crimes either in the United States or internationally. In fact, his deportation numbers have been very bad compared to Biden. His detainment numbers are substantially larger.
Yeah. So a few things you got wrong there.
Sure.
Well, first off, do you think that the Biden-Kamala administration...
No, I just want you to tell me what I got wrong.
That's what I'm going into. So just if you would just give me a minute.
Well, you can just tell me what I got wrong. I don't need your hypotheticals.
The Biden-Harris administration.
I don't want your hypotheticals. I don't want your hypotheticals. I want you to tell me what I got wrong.
Of how they don't want.
I don't want your hypotheticals and your questions. I want you to tell me what I said wrong. I want you to tell me what I got wrong. Remember when you said you're wrong?
Okay, so just ignore that fact that. They obviously wanted illegals.
Did you speak before you thought?
What you were wrong about when you said that. What you were wrong about was when you said that Trump isn't arresting people who are criminals, as far as illegals go.
It's not what I said.
So what did you say?
I said the Biden administration was catching actual violent criminals at a much higher rate than the Trump administration, who is more so going after regular migrants with no criminal records in the United States or even abroad. Studies show only 5% of sitting detainees as of May actually had a criminal record. And you can look at the deportation numbers, it differs as well. That's what I said.
Okay, so that specifically is what you're wrong on, because every illegal alien has broken 8 U.S. Code 1325, improper entry by alien. It is a federal criminal code. They're all criminals.
Nope, that would be incorrect.
And according to 8 U.S. Code 1227, those are all aliens.
I knew that kid was going to run, by the way. You would be incorrect.
No, that's according to the House.gov 8 U.S. Code 1325. Improper entry by alien. You cannot come into this country without proper vetting or authorization. Every illegal alien is a criminal according to federal U.S. Code.
If you are an undocumented migrant and you enter the United States, you have 365 days to claim asylum once you step foot on American soil, whether or not you enter at a U.S. port of entry. So if you just claim illegal behaviors, it would literally have to be after that time period. And then afterwards, then you may have a case of improper entry. Even still, that doesn't change the fact that the Trump administration is going after them versus the actual violent criminals whose offenses are harming American civilians. And that's fiscally irresponsible.
Yeah, part of the problem with that is we won't know if you're a violent criminal in America, if you're an illegal alien, until you commit a violent crime.
That is incorrect.
Do you not understand that?
That is incorrect.
So you're saying people can't come to America
then
commit violent crimes in America?
I'm saying DHS
Those are
made a
extra
deal.
violent crimes that didn't have to be committed.
I'm saying DHS made a deal with the IRS in April of last year where they turned over sensitive taxpayer information of undocumented migrants. And it showed and supports the ones that we do know are here did not have those criminal records. We have 150 years of data that show that they're significantly less likely to commit crimes than the average American. So there's that.
That's not true.
It literally is. Undocumented migrants commit less crimes
There's
than
actually
the Americans.
you should look this up, show it on your screen, show all your viewers. There's been one comprehensive study on illegal immigrant crime versus American crime. It was done in Texas, and it was done in a specific area. And the study, there were a bunch of issues with that study, and it's been proven wrong multiple times. It was a study done in Texas.
What study?
Let me look it up for you.
Do that. Deborah's in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. I'm only asking to prove a point to all the dumb MAGAs listening in. Hector, who was the last president to balance the budget? It's always much love. They never want to talk about that. They never want to talk about that. WCU, let me make sure I get your extra entries on the wheel here. As we sit right now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 people on the wheel for today's donations. As I mentioned earlier, every single donation will go towards an additional entry onto the wheel that we'll use at the end of the line to give away one of these extra Kamla Would Never hats that I have from the light blue denim. If you'd like to support the platform and get your chance to get a hat, please feel free to hit up the links in the bio or the link in the description of the live stream and send your donation to the Cash App, PayPals, or Venmos. W's in the chat to you, Wesley. You find that study yet?
I'm sure I'll find it in this link, but this is a U.S. government, let me see what it is. Center for Immigration Studies, actually right here. It actually references the Texas data, and it actually
then you should be able to pull
explains
it
how
up
it understates illegal immigrant criminality. I can read out the summary for you here if you'd like me to.
I don't need a summary. You said that cites the study, so then give me the study.
I assume Kennedy and Richard Allen October download the background. Where is it? They should link it here somewhere, so let me find it.
Cool. While you're figuring that out, go on hold. I'm bored. How's y'all day going? How's y'all's day going? Y'all having a good day? What are we doing interesting for tonight? What are you guys doing tonight? What are y'all doing tonight? Y'all going out? You going to dance? Getting dinner? Someone special? What are we doing tonight? I'm curious. Maybe you guys can provide me more entertainment than the average Trump supporter at this point. Art therapy? That sounds good. Sleep? Yeah, felt. Taking a nap. I was until this road rage kicked in. Man, I know that road rage feeling. Too hot to do anything? Are you I'll only give excuses to people who live in Nevada. Nevada's hot as fuck. It's hotter than here. doom scrolling. We could be making family dinner and eating it by the time he pulls up that study. All right, let's check in on him. I ain't shit. Let's check in on him. You find that study yet?
National Library of Medicine. Yeah. Not quite yet. While I'm looking for this, can I ask you another question, if you don't mind?
Sure.
I just want you to explain. You said earlier Biden. What did you say earlier about Biden immigrants? Him not wanting immigrants in the country, or
He
not
deported 3 million undocumented migrants. Democrats prioritized the violent ones over just everyone, more so than the Trump administration.
And you said and did you? I might be hearing you wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong. You use that as an indication that Biden, even more so than Trump, didn't want illegal aliens in the country?
Violent undocumented migrants, and had a higher deportation number.
Okay. So that matters if the crime is violent. That matters.
For me, yeah. Undocumented migrants
So
pose a risk for harm towards Americans and other people, migrants alike. That would be my concern. We do not rate every single crime the same. Improper entry would just be a misdemeanor, and we do not treat misdemeanors the way we would
the first time it would be a
violent
misdemeanor.
crimes.
The second time it would be punishable by 5 years in prison or a felony charge. So
Yeah, it could be. Again, that still would
wait,
not.
what,
We
what
would not
percent
compare
of,
that
also,
to killing
let me
someone.
ask you this: do you know what percent of Trump's deportations are actually fast track, meaning they've already been caught in the country and deported once, and they came back a second time? Do you know what percent of Trump's deportations are fast track deportations?
No, do you?
They're 91%.
Where are you getting that from? The Texas study?
No, I'm still looking. I'm actively looking for the Texas study.
Let's see. What I have here from the Cato Institute, June 26, 2024, illegal immigrant murders in Texas 2013 to 2022. By any chance, would this be the study that you're referencing?
What? Say that again?
Illegal immigrant murders in Texas 2013 to 2022. This is the Cato Institute, June 26, 2024.
I think I'm looking up. The University of Wisconsin-Madison published a study of the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences analyzing Texas arrest data from 2012 to 2018.
Okay. So this one says over the 10-year period from 2013 to 2022, the homicide conviction rate in Texas for illegal immigrants was 2.2 per 100,000 compared to 3.0 per 100,000 for native-born Americans. The homicide conviction rate for illegal immigrants in Texas was 1.2 per 100,000. Illegal immigrants were 26% less likely than native-born Americans to be convicted of homicide, and legal immigrants were 61% less likely, and that is just in the state of Texas by the Cato Institute, which is libertarian.
Yeah, I do believe that article or the study, is it a study or an article?
Is your name Chris?
It's James.
Okay. It's a study. The Cato Institute does studies.
All right, I think the research that they are referencing is the same original primary source that I'm referencing.
If it is, you'd be wrong.
Chinese. Well, read the breakdown of the information they used, how they used the information.
You're wrong. You can talk about the breakdown, but if this is sourcing the study, you're wrong. I just gave you the numbers. 2.2 for undocumented migrants compared to 3.0 for Americans, native born. W's in the chat to Miss Donna for the $10 cash app. Hat, please. Your hard labor too. That gets you 3 entries. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support. W's in the chat to Miss Donna. I'll go ahead and add your name to the wheel.
All right, I found it. Yeah.
Cool.
So, also just wanted to say, let's see. Even if that's true, which again it's not, and I'll prove you wrong here in a minute. But even if that was true, that illegals committed less crimes than native-born American citizens, I don't really care. Like, what does that have to do with deporting people who have broken 8 U.S. Code 1325?
We have better alternatives to deportation that are not only more fiscally responsible, but humane.
What's inhumane about it?
What's inhumane? These people came here for a better life. They were fleeing places that weren't in the best shape. Many of them, especially now, can't claim asylum because of the recent Supreme Court ruling and Donald Trump's restrictions on the region. So it's inhumane to turn people away who want a better life and commit or are no threat to American society and only have means to contribute.
Really? How much do they contribute? You know the Center for Immigration Study also posted
I really
an
want you to
article
pull up your study.
recently.
I
that
really
said
want you to
that
pull up your study.
illegal immigrants are a net fiscal drain of $8,000
Yes,
per
and I can
person on
pull
the
up a
U.S.
study
economy.
that shows that that's
So
incorrect.
what do they contribute?
Local and state taxes, asylum seekers specifically that would still be considered undocumented would also contribute federally with ITIN numbers.
How many undocumented aliens are asylum seekers? Do you know that?
How many are asylum seekers? We just have to look at the year-over-year numbers. That's irrelevant to the point. You find that study yet?
I haven't found. Again,
Shouldn't be this
I don't
hard to
care
find
about
a
the
study.
study.
If you type
Again,
in,
I don't care about
you
the
would
study.
care
Even-
about the study, and that's literally what we're trying to prove right now. You brought it up. You said I was wrong in what I said when undocumented migrants are less likely to commit crimes than the average American. And you said, no, there's a study that says you're wrong. So that's why we need the study. W's in the chat to Jordan for the $10 cash app. Drink some water and use your inhaler. I don't need my inhaler. I'm good. Are you hearing heavier breathing? I don't need my inhaler. W's in the chat to you, Jordan. Go ahead and add your name to the wheel here. Guys, you want to support the platform, best ways to do so is going to be the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's on Cash App and Venmo. PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the Tube side, you may send a super chat, super sticker, or become a member. Friendly reminder that all donations goes towards entries to a giveaway that we're doing at the end of the live for a Kamala Would Never hat. Bum, 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 bum. Now he's going to be conscious of the breathing. No, I'm not. Shut up, Erica. Shut up, Erica. Ooh-wee.
Well, also, while I'm still, I guess you're going to go on and on about this study, even though I've literally said I don't care. But
you can say you don't care, but I do. I think it's important that people prove their claims, specifically when they say I'm wrong. It's one thing when you guys ramble, and it's another thing when you guys say I'm wrong or you call me a liar. That's when I really drive the point home. I don't know. It's something about my childhood. I was called a liar a lot by my parents, and it's a trigger for me. So I like people to prove the shit that they say. Otherwise, I like them to prove that they're full of shit. W's in the chat to Miss Donna once again for the $10 super chat.
a lot of
Hat,
vulgar
please.
language.
Do
man.
tick.
Could you calm down a little bit with the language?
Is my language making you uncomfortable?
Yeah, I'm gonna start acting like a liberal now. Oh my god, your words
Is my language making you uncomfortable?
Your words are violent. Oh my god.
Sure. Is my language making you uncomfortable?
American Immigration Council, the scapegoating of the ethnic and religious minorities as well. Sorry, this historical.
Yeah. Is my language making you uncomfortable? Hey. Is my language making you uncomfortable? It's a yes or no question.
No.
You brought it up.
No, I was being satirical.
Oh, you're just trying to pivot. Cool. Thank you so much, Miss Donna, for the 10 hat. Please do
I'm
TikTok
actively
gifts
looking
count
for the
too.
study. I'm not
I
trying
know.
to pivot.
Keep looking. Do TikTok gifts count too? My new name for all MAGA and FBA is Verbal Diarrhea Factory, period. Today's caller have definitely earned it. Get a boba on me. Your hard work is so appreciated. The weight of my heart is through a boba. Thank you so much, Miss Donna. Should we count TikTok gifts to the wheel? Nah. Debbie's in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. If this caller moves the goalpost anymore, you will be playing on a different field. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to you. I appreciate your support. I'll go ahead and get you guys additional entries on the wheel. Let's see where he's at. You find that source yet?
No. I had another question also while I'm looking for this.
Sure you do.
Again, not pivoting, but just multitasking.
Yeah.
You said to an earlier caller, what was it? Why do you still vote for Trump or support Trump even though he hasn't fulfilled what he's claimed he would do, right?
Yep, a large portion of his campaign policies have backfired and been poorly implemented.
You know, there's a PolitiFact study that actually showed presidents historically fulfill about 50 to 65% of their pledges. So, I mean, if you can name a president right now who's fulfilled 100% of their pledges, I mean,
Yeah,
go ahead,
that's such
shoot.
a
But if you
disingenuous
can't, then
argument.
ask
You think
him
I'm sitting
why
here
they
saying
still support
Donald
the
Trump did
president
not do
if he hasn't
100% of what he
fulfilled
said he
all
was
of
going to
their
do, and that's why I'm criticizing him.
No.
That's what you think I'm
It's
trying to
not
do here?
relevant
Really,
to the
bro?
conversation.
Oh my
It's not relevant to the
God.
conversation if zero presidents throughout all of the U.S. history have fulfilled any of their. None
Yeah,
of them
my
have fulfilled
criticism was
all of
never
their.
that he didn't fulfill all of his campaign promises, my guy. Nice try, though. How about you stay on hold while I see somebody else who may have this study that you don't?
Okay.
Call from
Call you on the line. How long it takes before you slur? Back to you. So the Trump administration's key policies, their key aspects of their campaign promises and platforms was lowering your costs, your housing costs, your energy costs, your grocery costs. And we've seen directly due to the actions of the Trump administration, those things go up.
Say that again.
Donald Trump said he would decrease your energy prices by 50% in 6 months. Instead, it's only increased, specifically due to his actions. We can talk about his executive order stopping state regulations on AI data centers, which in many cases have been literally passing on the bill of running their facilities to the average consumer. Texas even caught on this, and Greg Abbott called for regulations that shows they have to foot the bill for what they build on their grid. We can also talk about Donald Trump's attempts to say, we're going to lower your gas prices, and then Donald Trump shot it up with his war on Iran, specifically the price on consumer goods due to his unconstitutional tariffs that showed an average of $1,700 for the average household. $1,700 extra last year is what the average household paid due to his unconstitutional tariffs. Need I go on?
I didn't agree. I don't necessarily agree with the tariffs. So how are they unconstitutional?
Tariffs was literally one of the big three things he ran off of. I find that to be
is your
crazy.
argument that he didn't implement tariffs, or that he said they would help the economy and they
My
did?
argument is that the tariffs were blanket and terrible, and that they did the complete opposite of what he said they were going to do, which is to bring back jobs, bring back manufacturing, all of those things. We don't have that. We have a bunch of pledges.
No, yeah, I agree. The tariffs are ass.
So one of the main things of his campaign that was ass, you don't agree with.
Yeah, that happens in presidencies.
The main thing presidents run off of was ass. Can you tell me what main thing Kamala Harris ran off of that was ass?
I didn't say he ran off something that was ass.
I did, and you said it happens. Tariffs was literally one of the top 3 to 5 things that he campaigned on, even exploring it, eliminating taxes with tariff revenue.
What I'm saying, yes, okay, that's what I'm saying. The result of the tariffs is bad. It doesn't have to be. It could have been good in another situation. I don't know what that situation is, but I know tariffs have been useful in the past. He just implemented them the wrong way, and yeah, that was a dumb decision. But I'm not going to harp on it. That happens in presidencies.
When you're going to admit that this study was fake, that there is no study that actually shows that undocumented migrants commit more criminal behaviors than Americans. It's literally not even reflected in our murder rates or arrest rates or anything of that kind.
Well, I found the government document that breaks down how it was wrong, but you wanted me to find the
You
primary
didn't
source,
find
so I'm
any
looking
document that breaks down what I said was wrong. But sure, go ahead and give me that one. I'll probably find this goddamn study faster than you. What was that last one? Go ahead and give it to me. I'll look it up. What is it?
I've had it. You told me not to read it to find the original.
Now
study.
I'm accepting it because you're doing a horrible job here. What is
It's
it?
the Center for Immigration Study. Now that you're letting me read this one, I'll read it. It's the Center for Immigration Study. It's the misuse of Texas data under states illegal immigration criminality. Now, are you still there?
Yep.
Okay, I heard a beeping, so I thought you might have hung up.
Someone else is
so
calling.
part of
It's an
it is
unknown
that
number.
it undercounted the status of many offenders are initially classified as other or unknown status at arrest, and some people argue that subsequent checks fail to catch all of these undocumented, skewing the numbers downward. And it can take years for the Texas Department of Public Safety to correctly identify an offender as an undocumented
Check this out.
immigrant while
Check
they're
this
in
out.
custody.
Check this out. Misuse of Texas data understates illegal immigrant criminality by Sean Kennedy, Jason Richwine, and Stephen A. Camarada on October 11, 2022. Activists and academics have been misusing data from the Texas Department of Public Safety in studies claiming that illegal immigrants have relatively low crime rates. These studies do not appreciate that it can take years for Texas to identify convicts as illegal immigrants while they are in custody. As a result, the studies misclassify as native-born a significant number of offenders who are later identified as illegal immigrants. Let's see if they can prove this from the claim. Background, illustration, figure 1, homicide convictions in Texas per 100K, illegals identified at arrest/intake. Oh, this is
However,
interesting.
once the
This is
illegal
not going off
immigrants
the
identified
conviction.
during the prison stays are added to the total count of illegals, their homicide rate rises to 3.9 per 100,000. That's the dark blue bar in 2012. This rate is higher
The arrest?
than the state average, and it could raise even further.
The
if more
arrest?
immigrants continue to be identified in
Yeah,
prison.
I'm reading the chart here. In fact, let me put it up on the screen. YouTube, you won't be able to see it. Let me put this up on the screen here.
Yes.
Oh,
Homicide
man.
rate rises to 3.9
Oh, wait,
per
I can't put it up on the screen. Never mind. I keep forgetting that TikTok will flag me for it. Figure 1, homicide convictions in Texas per 100K, which this, again, wouldn't even necessarily be convictions because the bar here that shows 2012 to 2019 is the light blue, illegals identified at arrest/intake. The blue bar is illegals identified at arrest/intake or while in prison, and then the overall Texas population. All this is saying is the ones identified afterwards would be higher than the ones identified as illegal upon the arrest.
So you're not understanding. So if you're going to say the study is wrong because it's not actually convictions, then you have no argument too, because this is the only comprehensive study that's every study you read that talks about immigrants committing less crime is referencing this study, this Texas study. So if you're going to say,
yes, every
it's wrong
person
because
who touts around criminality amongst
conviction.
undocumented migrants reference this study because there's nothing else that supports their claim.
Say that again?
Every single Republican nut who references this study is wrong because this study is the only one that exists to try to support the claim.
No, you're not understanding me. This is the only comprehensive study that's ever been done on criminality with illegals versus citizens. Every report you read references
My guy, you do
this
understand
study,
that this isn't a
Texas
study, right?
And they
This actually references a study. Not to mention, the Center for Immigration Studies is still wrong about illegal immigrant crime in Texas. CHS claimed, oh shit, this is one of the people who authored it. I encountered illegal immigrant criminals because I didn't request the right kind of data from Texas. I spent 16 months writing numerous FOIAs or PIRs in Texan parlance to guarantee that there was no undercounting or double counting of illegal immigrant criminals. Turns out that I was correct all along and CIS was wrong. Thank you, Monica, for this. CIS overstates the illegal immigrant homicide rate by relying on data that double counted some illegal immigrant murders. CIS is now claiming that I made a brazenly false claim about their illegal immigrant crime research. Below are some claims made by CIS, followed by my responses. There was no double counting in the data we received from DPS. DPS sent us a quote-unquote illegal column, which counts illegals identified at arrest, and a separate prison column, which counts illegals identified in prison. As Crystal Davila at DPS explained to us in an email on October 19, 2022, those columns do not overlap. Data request results that include an illegal column and a prison column will not count the same person twice. If they are in the illegal column, they have been identified through by DHS through PEP and possibly in prison. If they are in the prison column, they have only been identified while in prison with TDCJ. CIS claims that they are correct because they have poorly worded email from Texas sent to them days after they published their original research. They should have asked about their data quality before publishing their data. Actually, they did ask whether the data could be separated in June 2022, and this was how they responded. We are unable to break down the data as you described, specifically in your example. We can supply the number uniquely identified by TDCJ and the total number of illegals identified through PEP. This can include illegals. Please note if someone was uniquely identified through TDCJ but at a later time is identified through PEP, the individual would no longer be in the prison category and would reflect the PEP identification. Let's see.
What study is that? Give me that article.
This is Cato at Liberty. The Center for Immigration Studies is still wrong about illegal immigrant crime in Texas.
Really? The Center for Immigration? You believe Cato when they say the Center for Immigration Studies is wrong about it?
The Center for Immigration Studies is a far-right think tank that's been debunked several times. The Cato Institute is more libertarian, independent leading center.
So so this is a appeal to authority fallacy, huh?
It's appeal to less bias and actual substantial information.
I don't care about your appeal to authority
yeah, you can keep saying it's appeal to authority when we're looking at the actual information used in the study and the contentions that Texas even made in the data they supplied. It doesn't prove what you're saying. It's just all written down here. Here's the email. This is Cato's data request that I have here. Figure 1, variable definitions for Cato's crime data. The number of individuals convicted and arrested by year for the period January 1st, 2011 and December 31st, 2022 by offense category. We don't have DHS data prior to, yeah, we know that. Texas DPS cannot provide the requested data for letters G through I as our criminal history database does not remove the PEP identification. The DHS type has the potential to change this and could update a different status of illegal or legal. So they're literally contesting the study when he used the information that they gave them. When he asked for further breakdowns, they said that they couldn't. And then they're trying to debunk the study. I thought CIS was government. Is CIS government? Or are you talking about Cato?
Center for Immigration Studies?
Hold on.
The Center for Immigration Studies is a government organization, yes.
They are government.
That's why I asked you, are you going to believe Cato over a government agency?
Cato would be independent, so yeah.
Hi, Hector.
What's up, Monica?
CIS is not government. It was founded by a eugenicist. It's a right-wing think tank that helps lobby for policy in immigration. It's not the government.
Oh, thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's still trying to, do his little wiggling.
And CIS has been known to use Census Bureau data, which actually counts non-citizens, which would still be legal immigrants, and they count them as illegal immigrants to skirt their data.
And didn't they have allegations kind of like what FAIR does, where they count children born to undocumented migrants as undocumented migrants? That's what they heavily do in education.
In order to claim misuse of welfare, yes.
Yep. Yeah, independent nonprofit 501c3. Yeah, that's what they both are. It's a think tank. Right-wing think tank.
I'm not going to say it's a right-wing think tank, but no, you are correct. I thought it was a government agency. I just looked at it to look it up.
Yeah, that's what happens when you search for shit that you've never looked at before in your life.
Why are you being rude right now? Are you serious? You have
Because
to
I'm really like
attack
it took
character. You have to
Hector
attack
like
character when you
it
get
took
upset at
Hector
people.
10 minutes. I know, sweetie. It took Hector 10 minutes for you to finally cite CIS. And you've never read through it. You were just headline hooching. You know how I know that? You know
I
how I know
literally
that?
had it
Because
when
I
he
heard
asked
you.
me.
I
He
know
told
it's
me to
tough,
find the
sweetie. It's
original
tough when you have
primary
these
Texas
opinions in your
source.
tummy.
I told him
I
I can
heard
read
you
off the Center
cite.
for Immigration
I
Study
heard
paper
you
for you. He
cite.
said
I
no.
heard you read. I heard you read American Immigration Council, and you got really quiet. You want to know why? Because the American Immigration Council is not going to agree with you. That's why. You wouldn't know that because you've never read these sources.
Specifically, the reason why you couldn't find what you were talking about, because there was an additional study done to disprove this one. It was just the Center for Immigration Studies saying that they misused the data and understated the immigrant criminality, which was then debunked when the Cato Institute followed up by showing the information that was actually used.
Okay, that's fine. See, the difference between me and you, I can admit when I'm wrong. Maybe fine, I was wrong. Illegals commit less crime than citizens. Sure, it still doesn't matter. But how can they commit less crime when every single illegal alien is a criminal under 8 U.S. Code 1325, improper entry by alien?
By your literal logic, which
no,
again,
that
that would
doesn't
have to
even
be.
make
They were
sense. Think about this,
listen.
dude. Like,
I
think
am
about
thinking
that.
about this. So just sip it for 2 goddamn seconds. They would literally have to be convicted of said crime to be reflected in the data. Some of which could be obstructed or misconstrued because of Donald Trump's, let's say, ramping up of expedited removal specifically, which is literally limiting or straight up restricting under his administration due process for those individuals. And then we can count literally every other crime compared to the average American. And you're just saying they're all criminals based off of improper entry. I can literally make the same argument off of what Americans do. More Americans are criminals based off of pirating a movie, even though we don't have the the fucking convictions.
And asylum seekers are what? By the way, that SCOTUS decision, all that did was incentivize people to stop coming through a port of entry and to follow 8 U.S.C. 1158 and do it, quote unquote, illegally. That's all they've incentivized them to do.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. Did you just suggest they were incentivized to break the law?
Yes.
Do you know what 8 U.S.C. 1158 is?
All he cited was 1325.
Of course, they don't know any more than that.
Yeah.
Inform me, what is it? What is it? Inform me how it makes sense that makes it okay that these people break the law.
Cool, I'll read it to you. So 8 U.S.C. 1158 is our asylum law. Any alien who is physically present in the United States or who arrives in the United States, whether or not at a designated port of arrival, and including any alien who is brought to the United States after having been interdicted in international or United States waters, irrespective of such alien status, may apply for asylum. Now, that means that you can skydive into the fucking country and you can claim asylum. That is our law right now until Congress changes it. What happened in the SCOTUS decision last week is that they allowed metering. So they are saying that that CBP can create a cap of the amount of asylum seekers allowed to be let in through the border. Does not give them any right about what happens for them coming in illegally. So they can meter. So if they put a 0 cap, we are allowing no people to come in from the Mexican side of the border into here for asylum anymore. What that does is that's going to incentivize the fact that it is still legal under our law for them to come in quote unquote illegally and claim asylum. That would be legal for them to do. That has now been incentivized because of putting on a meter or a cap.
Yeah. Cool. How many days do they have to file for asylum?
365.
Yeah. Do you know how many of them do that? Do you have like the information on you? How many of them actually do that?
No, do you?
I don't. I don't. That's my point. You
have no point. That is no point. That's not a point. You would have to show me a statistic that shows me a majority don't do that to make it a point.
Right. So you're arguing. Oh,
no, I'm not.
this incentivizes people to break the law to come in through
No, because that is legal.
entry.
No, it's legal for them to do that. That's the point I was making, is that
For
you are incorrect in
360 days.
Hello, you are incorrect in saying that they are all criminals, because it is legal for them to come in without announcing themselves for 365 days.
Wait. When did Trump? Okay. So we do agree 10 million illegals came in during the Biden-Harris administration, right?
Nope.
No, where are you getting that number from?
Yeah, DHS literally was reporting the numbers.
Here we go.
Daily.
Can you give me a report? Sure. Can you give me a report that is not a press release from Kristi Noem?
Yeah, there were 10,000. There were like 10,000 coming in per day. Oh my God, yeah.
No, you're talking about encounters, sweetheart. Do you know what an encounter is? It encompasses 3 things. I know, it's tough when you don't read about these things.
Pool is up, y'all. Pool is up. A friendly reminder that your entries into the wheel are doubled for the pool specifically. Make sure we're giving Monica that galaxies. And also, she has links in her bio 12. So, you know, help us sister out. Appreciate you. I'm still reading through the Center for Immigration Studies here and how they said that this thing was wrong. This was some of their pieces of evidence. Legal immigrants identified by DHS upon intake and arrest, illegal immigrants identified by DHS upon intake and arrest, illegal immigrants identified by DCJ in prison, and other unknown, including both the native-born and yet-to-be identified immigrants, which I thought was interesting because their figure 1 would show that they were identified upon arrest, and in some cases, yes, after they are arrested, that's when we're able to verify their citizenship or lack of citizenship thereof. And throughout the years, that number does go up just about every single one, but it still doesn't rival the American, especially if we look at the conviction specifically. So now they're showing a bunch of figures. They're literally showing a bunch of figures of, it says convictions, but then the chart then says arrest.
Again, dude.
So I'm a little fucking confused here.
They're all criminals. They're literally.
Yo, that's crazy. What? That's wild. It's almost like I'm talking about specific crimes as mentioned in the debunking source that you cited here, and none of it references their criminality of improper entry. It does say homicide. It does say sexual assault. Those are what they references in this regards to this criminality. You're now trying to demonize them by improper entry, even though you didn't even know what would make them improperly enter the United States.
So it's counting violent crime. I don't care. They're all criminals.
They are not.
Except they're not, because we have asylum seekers who would not be counted. And again, you would have to show me where they are getting charged with 1325.
The asylum seekers wouldn't be, obviously the asylum seekers wouldn't be criminals because they're seeking asylum.
Did they break 1325?
Say that again?
Did they break 1325?
Yes. Look, I was never referring to the ones who...
Yes! I thought you said. Yeah, but they weren't convicted of it. Why? Because they get TPS while they go after their credible fear screening, while they await asylum. You would have to be convicted of 1325 for you to be a criminal of 1325.
I'm going to ask you 2 questions, and by the time you answer these 2 questions, you will then be able...
Shut up for a second. Debbie's in the chat to Wesley for the $2 super chat. Does this caller actually know anything? No, he does not. And I added your additional entry to the wheel. W's in the chat to you, Wesley. Guys, the drop pool is up. Let's get Monica some galaxies and 50 to get this fucker up out the paint. I think I'm going to end after this. I'm not going to lie. Cool. What are your 2 questions?
Okay. First of all, do you think every person who has crossed the United States border in the last 6, 7, 8 years, 4 to 6 years really, has sought asylum within that 360-day period?
No, that's dumb.
That's what a ridiculous fucking what?
No.
That would be dumb to say that every single one was claiming asylum within the 365-day period. We know that there are people who do break the law, but you are making an end-all, be-all statement that they are all criminals until they are convicted with 1325 or another deportable offense. They are not criminals.
So My
Okay.
second question.
Mm-hmm.
The ones who did seek asylum within that 360-day period would be excluded from the group that would be considered criminals, correct?
Yeah.
So here's where I'm going to show you have a brain. Here's my third question. Pay attention.
I already know
Seriously.
I have one, sweetheart. I don't need you to tell me.
So all of the rest of them who didn't seek asylum, all of them, every single one of the rest of them that didn't seek asylum in that 360-day period, would those people be criminals under 1325 improper entry by alien?
Only after they are charged and convicted of such.
Are you saying you're not guilty of a murder before you're charged for a murder? Like,
Correct, yes, because that is how our court system works, is that you are accused and then you are found guilty or innocent by a jury. Yes, that would be our court
legally,
system.
you're innocent till proven guilty. In reality,
Correct.
if you did it, you did it.
Oh, that's a moral
maybe-
argument. I don't care about the feelings.
Okay.
Oh, I know. I don't care about your feelings and your
It's-
tum-tum. I
it's-
care about
it's
our
not a
judicial
moral
system.
question. It's a
It is.
fact.
It's not. It's not a fact until the court decides that it is such.
Maybe you don't have a brain. Maybe I was wrong to give you to give you that
Because I
benefit
didn't
of the
agree
doubt.
with
Wow.
you. I know. Yeah, it's coming from somebody who thought CIS was the government. Sweetheart, it's okay.
So you're saying someone commits a murder.
Yeah.
They're not guilty of that murder until the court convicts them of that murder.
Correct.
So you're saying
You can
that
keep
guilty
repeating it
people
500
don't-
different ways. I'm going to
You're
answer you
saying
the same way.
you're saying guilty people don't get off of murder?
Yes, guilty people do get off of murder. Innocent people get charged with murder. What is your point?
So you're still guilty regardless of if you've been charged or convicted by a
No.
court. Oh, because
No.
if you commit the crime, you committed it. Whoa, you do have a
Yeah,
brain.
committed,
Wow.
not by a
So
court.
I'll ask
You do
the
not
question
understand that I'm
again.
talking
the
about the
ones who
judicial.
didn't seek asylum within the 360-day period, are they
Yes.
all criminals? Yes or no?
No, not according to the law. No. Now, can you show me that there is a majority of them that did that?
I can't, but can you show
I know
me
you
there's
can't.
a majority of them that did?
I didn't make that claim.
Yes, and I didn't make the claim that the majority of them.
Yes, you did.
Oh
You
my
made the
God.
claim that all of them are
This is
criminals.
so all the ones who have not went and seeked asylum within that 360-day period, obviously they are criminals.
Is he not registering?
No, he doesn't
Like,
understand
what
the
the fuck's
law.
happening right
It's going to
now?
be, I really hope you never get arrested because it's going to be an interesting due process situation for you. You're going to be like, yeah,
Wait.
no, I'm totally guilty, even though the court didn't say so.
Wait,
Good
wait,
job.
wait. Does being convicted by a court make you a criminal, or does committing the
Yes.
crime make you a criminal?
In the United States, the conviction is what makes you a criminal. This is literally the argument you guys keep saying to say that
So
Donald
someone
Trump
who
didn't
did a
defraud
life of
charities. Donald Trump did not grape E. Jean Carroll. You literally base
listen, I know
all of
you-
this
I know you
off
have
of
a
the
small brain,
criminal
but listen for a
conviction.
second.
And now you're walking it
Listen.
back. What are we
I know,
doing?
I know you have a small brain, bro, but listen for a second.
Yeah, I'm the one who showed small brain behavior this entire conversation. Yep, that's totally
Okay,
me.
again, I'm gonna. I
Keep
might
going,
be
little
wrong,
boy.
but I think I can show you have a brain.
Keep going,
Two
little boy.
questions. Again, two questions.
Keep going, little boy.
So, two questions. Can there be people in America who commit crimes their whole life and never get caught?
Yep.
Yep.
Are those people criminals?
Not in the court of law.
No.
Wow, are you seriously sitting here? Dude, wow, you're so dumb. I don't even debate for a living, and you're not even smart enough to have this conversation with me. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Not according to the law. And even then, what you're getting into the judicial system for immigration is going to be even more complicated than that. That is why I'm saying you don't understand it. A majority of people that they have in custody, this is per DHS, do not have criminal convictions. That would include 1325.
Okay, give me a source.
I said DHS. You can look up DHS. 70% of detained immigrants do not have criminal conviction. Cato also cites that data.
Debbie's in the chat. The one mighty pen for the $4.99 super chat. Drop seriously. This guy isn't tracking. He's condescending and ultra crepidarian. Yeah. I don't think he even knows what that word means, to be fair. Shout out to Lee. Thank you so much, Lee, for becoming a member over on the YouTube side. Big W's to you. Please make sure you check out your perks. You do get a couple for becoming a member of the platform. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $2 super chat. The words is sought, not seeked. They don't know words. They don't know words. With that being said, what are you looking up right now, kiddo?
What percent of illegals haven't been convicted of crime?
Have you do you like the movie Dune?
What movie?
Dune? Have you ever seen the Dune movies?
Dune?
Yeah.
I haven't.
This sounds like you. Monica, you want to stick around for this guy?
I can. Let me correct myself real quick. It was the Cato Institute specifically was citing the fact that only 5% of detainees had been convicted of violent crime. In way of criminal convictions or pending charges, it is 52%. So 26% of detained immigrants had criminal conviction, 26% had pending criminal charges, due process. So then the other half would have no criminal conviction at all.
Valid. 6,000%. W's in the chat to Melanie for the 5. Hope Caller thinks this dono is rude as fuck. Kick the crybaby. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Maya for the 10 for the drop. If I was this philosophy or debate teacher watching this, I'd fail him for the year for this abysmal attempt at debating. Goodbye. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Ann for the $5 PayPal. Don't be too mean to the caller. Puberty is rough. Puberty is a rough time in a boy's life. He sounded like barely 18. Like barely 18. W's in the chat to you. The Cash Apps keeps collapsing. Give me a second. Make sure I get their days right. W's in the chat to Jessica for the 10 for the drop pool. W's in the chat to Miss Donna for the 10. Enough verbal diarrhea. Exit expeditiously. W's in the chat to Kimberly for the $10 cash app. It is a crime. That boy has a phone. Convict him out. God damn. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat too. We're just gonna split everything with Monica. That's what we're gonna do. W's in the chat to Cheeky for the $40 Venmo. My flight is delayed and I refuse for this crusty pool noodle to be my entertainment. Pull the lever, Kronk. W's in the chat to you. And I do have 2 more to read. W's in the chat to Gucci for the $10 Venmo. There's a few things worse than an idiot who doesn't know they're an idiot. Yeah, that part. W's in the chat to Rastard for the $5 PayPal. You broke his brain. With this logic, he must not support Trump since he is a criminal too. Yeah, all this talk about criminality and they voted one in. Thank you guys so much. Give me a second. I'm going to add all of your names to the wheel. Every last one of you just got a few entries into getting the Cobbler Would Never hat. And then I'm going to go ahead and thank you guys for supporting Monica as well. I'm going to go ahead and split the drop proceeds with her. Zeke, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did. 50 from Texas.
50 from Texas. You in Dallas by any chance?
No.
Gotcha. I'm in Dallas. Do you regret your vote?
Of course not. So let me go to this section 1325 thing. So let me ask the both of you. Maybe you can answer this question.
It's all
what
you, Monica.
exactly is an improper entry by an alien to the United States? What is that to you guys? Is that even a thing? Is that possible?
What does 1325 say specifically?
Improper entry by an alien.
No, okay, let me read it then. Any alien who, 1, enters or attempts to enter the United States at any time or place other than as designated by immigration officers, or 2, eludes examination or inspection by immigration officers, or 3, attempts to enter or obtains entry to the United States by a willfully false or misleading representation or the willful concealment of a material fact shall, for the first commission of any such offense, be fined under Title 18 or imprisoned not more than 6 months or both, and for a subsequent commission of any such offense be fined under Title 18 or imprisoned not more than 2 years or both.
Got it. So that's what the law says. Now, I want you to give me a real life scenario on what is that to you.
A person who, let's say, crosses over the Rio Grande, never encounters an agent, and starts to live their life without identifying themselves to the U.S. government at any point in time.
Okay, so then the so-called encounters, right? That's what you guys are arguing. That the Biden administration calls them encounters. Why do you think that that is appropriate? Why is it appropriate for the Department of Homeland Security during the Biden administration to create a policy that says that these people are encounters? Why is that appropriate?
We've had encounters prior to the Biden administration. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but why did you call it an encounter, though? Why did they call it an encounter?
I don't. The government does.
The government, why do they do that? Do you know?
Why? Because that is how they address. Do you know that encounters encompass 3 things? Do you know what they are?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, let's just put it this way. It's not a criminal offense. It's an encounter. You just come across someone. Exactly. But is that what's happening?
Sure.
Hold on.
Since you obviously don't know. You don't. I said there are 3 things. It's 3 separate things. What are they?
Yeah, I don't need to get into all 3 of them. That's the only one that is relevant here.
No, because they would be
apprehensions,
inadmissibles, and expulsions.
Exactly. But the only one that's relevant here is the one that you're coming across someone with the assumption that is not committing a criminal crime. It's not committing a crime.
A criminal crime.
Okay, yeah, I misspoke. They're committing a crime. No, that's not what happened. They're just encounters. Isn't it more appropriate to call it an apprehension?
No, because that would be 1, whereas inadmissibles would be turned around, so there would be no arrest or conviction in that case.
Well, that requires a process. How the hell would they know if these people are admissible or not?
Because that's the agent's job. No, there is no process. That is the agent's job.
If you do what the hell do DHS agents do? That's
you
exactly
do not
what they
have, would you like me to answer your question, or would you just like to speak, Zeke?
Go ahead, speak.
Okay. Inadmissibles would be that you were just turned around because you did not have the proper paperwork. You were not encountered coming over the border. You were at a point of entry and the agent said, hey, this is not the proper paperwork. We are not letting you in. And they count that in an encounter as an inadmissible.
But I am not talking about a port of entry. I am talking about
that's what encounters are.
No, you're calling all of them encounters. What are you talking about?
I am calling apprehensions. I'm calling apprehensions, inadmissibles, and expulsions encounters because that is what CBP calls them.
So now let me ask you, what exactly is an apprehension?
That would be that you were arrested. So you could be you could be arrested being caught coming over the border.
Because?
Why? They're assuming you're illegal.
They are assuming you're committing a crime.
They're assuming, sure.
Right. So that's more appropriate than to call it an encounter, would you say?
No, because they could be claiming asylum and then they did not create.
They don't know that. They don't know that.
They know as soon as you apprehend them and they say, hey, I'm seeking asylum. So you first
have to apprehend them first, right?
Not always.
What do you mean not always? If you see a bunch of people coming over the border, why would you assume that this is an encounter rather than an apprehension?
I don't know. Ask the government. That's how they track them.
Well, you should know. You're the one debating this topic, and this is where the scam comes into play.
The government tracks them this way, Zeke. It sounds like you have an issue with the government's tracking system.
No, I have an issue with the Biden administration because they are the only ones that do it.
No,
under Trump is different.
Bro, what?
Yeah, let me tell you how. I can tell you how.
I have the chart right here. Would you like to see the fiscal year for nationwide encounters and how they're slowly going up?
Yeah, I don't need to look at it. I've seen it many times.
Okay,
Again,
well, it's going up under the Trump administration as well. So they are obviously doing apprehensions, inadmissibles, and expulsions.
Right. So what's the process? Once you encounter these people, which is a ridiculous term to use in this case, but let's just go with that. What happens? What's the next step after that? Do you know?
For which one? Are they being apprehended? Or are they being inadmissible? Or are they being
apprehended? Whatever you want to call them. You get
they are 3 separate things, Zeke.
Oh, Lord, have mercy. Why is this not clear to you? Whatever
I don't know why the government's data is not clear to you, Zeke. I'm very
It is clear to me. You get these people coming in from the border. Okay. The Biden administration or whatever administration wants to call them an encounter. Once you
Everything.
encounter these people, what happens to them? Do you know?
It depends. Are they being apprehended? Are they inadmissible? Or are they
Let's
in
assume
expulsion,
it's both.
Zeke?
Let's assume
Both.
it's
There's
both.
3 there.
Yes, all 3 of them.
Okay.
Fine. What happens next? Do you
In an
know?
in an apprehension, I don't know, because sometimes they can be detained and they can be expelled back, like an expulsion back home. Sometimes they can be claiming asylum, and then that's going to go through a different set of circumstances and case.
Well, since you
Just
don't
depends.
know, let me tell you what happens, because
Okay,
I actually
thanks.
do know. So this falls under the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, where you have USCIS officers
Okay.
actually granting people asylum. Did you know that?
Show me proof that USCIS officers are granting
Well,
asylum.
go ahead and Google it. You can find it yourself. It shows
No,
you there.
absolutely
It's
not.
part
I
of
don't
the
do
law.
I don't do men's homework. That's not a thing
Well,
that I
no,
do
I'm not
unless I
asking
get
you
paid.
to do my homework.
You just
I'm
did.
asking you, since you don't believe me, you say it's not
You-
true. Go to the Department of Homeland
My
Security.
guy. First and foremost, you make claim, you prove claim. That's what she's asking you to do. She asked to give you extra
Okay, so
homework.
what
You
is it
said
that
a
you
thing.
want me to
You
prove?
said a thing. You prove a thing. Secondly, how did we count encounters under the Trump administration? What's the difference
What do you
between how we
mean, how-
counted encounters under Trump and how we counted encounters under Biden?
No, we're talking about.
I know. I'm just
labeling
asking
them.
a quick labeling them.
Right.
Okay.
See, that's how you get
So the
around whole
encounter
thing.
rate that is used to tout around Donald Trump's record low is the same
Yes.
damn metric, the same damn name. The encounters,
It's not.
apprehensions, or gotaways was done away temporarily under Biden, but everything else has been the exact same for several decades now. So you saying
So let me
Biden
tell
changed
you
it
why
is
it's not.
ridiculous. Anyways, prove your claim. You
Let
said
me tell you why it's not.
you said Border Patrol agents. You said Border Patrol
Right.
agents were granting
Border
asylum.
Patrol agents under the Biden
What is your claim?
administration, since these people were an encounter, they're not under the assumption that they had committed any crime. However, under the Trump administration, they are considered
What
a
are you
different
reading?
metric because now.
What are you
gonna do?
reading?
What do you mean? What do I be reading? It's
What are you
there.
reading? What are you
Guys,
reading?
I have done
You can
my
pay me
analysis
for
and
my
done
labor,
whole
by the
thing.
way.
There's not one specific
So,
thing that says that. I know how it works.
Zeke, I know. I did your homework, sweetheart, since you didn't want to do it. USCIS officers, what they can do is if they look you up in the system after you are claiming affirmative asylum, I don't know if you know that there's 2 separate forms of asylum. They're claiming an affirmative defense for asylum. A USCIS officer, after processing you and deciding that you are not in any kind of hearing for expedited removal, can grant your credible fear screening, moving you through the courts like any regular asylum claim. They don't grant you asylum. That is still
They
up to the
can
courts
grant
to
you
do
asylum.
so.
Absolutely,
Show me
they do.
that,
They
because
have
that
the-
is not what
They have the authority to do so.
That
Look
is
it
not
up.
what USCIS.gov says. I am on the affirmative asylum process, USCIS.gov, and that is not what they say. It allows you to move forward. It says a USCIS retained your asylum application for further consideration in an asylum merits interview. They can give you a positive, credible fear determination.
I'm getting you the source since
Yeah,
you want.
that's what I asked for 5
So
minutes
here it
ago.
is, the American Immigration Council. Got it? According to the American Immigration Council, yes, a USCIS Citizenship and Immigration Services asylum officer has the authority to officially grant asylum to an applicant.
Where is this?
Okay.
What is the name of this?
He
It's
said
the
American
American
Immigration
Immigration
Council.
Council.
I mean, what's the name of the article? I mean,
Let's see.
Immigration Councils, AIC, authority to grant asylum. Please hope he wasn't reading an AI overview. Is it Asylum in the United States, American Immigration Council?
American Immigration Council.
Oh my God, I know what the thing is. What's the name of the article that you're referencing? Or are you reading a fucking AI overview?
No, the American Immigration Council, if you look into them.
What is the name of the article on the American Immigration Council?
It just says asylum in the United States. That's all it says.
That's what...
What do you want me to tell you?
Did
There's
you
no
read
name of an
it?
article here. I'm looking at the website, the American Immigration Council. I'm looking at them. It says May 9, published on May 9, 2025. Asylum in the United States. What else do you want me to tell you?
Monica,
Well,
Monica,
let me read it for you then.
Hold for 1 second. This is the section of the show where I get petty, and then you have the floor. Just hold for one
go ahead.
moment. We're just going to do a quick playback here.
To say we're not in the cult, the outside world is the cult, and
wait, this
we're
is
not the
old.
crazies, the
Hold on.
outside
The
world.
United States. What else do you want me to tell you?
Monica,
Well,
Monica,
Absolutely,
Show me
they do.
that
They
because
have
that is not what
they have the
USCIS.gov.
authority to do so.
That
Look
is
it
not
up.
what USCIS.gov says. I am on the affirmative asylum process, USCIS.gov, and that is not what they say. It allows you to move forward. It says a USCIS retains your asylum application for further consideration in an asylum merits interview. They can give you a positive, credible fear determination.
I'm getting you the source since you
Yeah,
want.
that's what I asked for 5 minutes
So here
ago.
it is, the American Immigration Council. Got it? According to the American Immigration Council, yes, a USCIS citizenship and immigration services asylum officer has the authority to officially grant asylum to an applicant.
Where is this?
Okay.
What is the name of this?
He
It's
said
the
American Immigration
Council.
I mean, what's the name of the article? I mean,
Let's see.
Immigration Councils, AIC, authority to grant asylum. Please hope he wasn't reading an AI overview.
What's going on? What are we doing?
United States American Immigration Council.
Sure, American Immigration Council.
Oh my God, I know what the thing is. What's the name of the article that you're referencing? Or are you
Who you
reading
think
a
you're talking
fucking
to?
AI overview?
No, the American Immigration Council, if you look.
That's what I thought. I literally said asylum in the United States, AIC. He didn't read it. He read an AI overview. That's why he couldn't give us the damn name of it. When I said, is it this? He said, no, it's this. I should do the apologize thing. But anyways, go ahead, Monica.
Which, to be fair, so American Immigration Council.
So is it true or
says
not? Well, I don't think.
They're
What did you prove
they're
there?
claiming that they, in fact, can they can grant as a matter of discretion that they can do that. Now, what's the difference between that and what they can do now under Trump? Because they can still do the same thing.
Well, what needs to be done in order for them to do that?
They've changed the
process that they
eligibility of
choose.
asylum where?
Yeah, whatever they do. Let's say under Biden. I'm trying to make the
No,
point.
I would like you. No, I don't need to under Biden. Biden, can you guys let that man fight cancer and eat ice cream? I really don't understand it. Can you show me where under the Trump administration they have changed the eligibility requirements for granting asylum?
Well, it's all determined by the officer and by the DHS policy.
So it hasn't changed. So then the officer has had discretion
why
this
would you
entire
assume
time, the
that it
same way they
hasn't?
did under the Biden administration.
Hold on, I don't know why would you assume it hasn't changed. Of course it
I'm
changed.
asking you to prove it has, Zeke.
Okay, you want me to prove that whatever process the asylum, the officers use to determine whether these people are
Eligible for
granted
granting
asylum or
asylum?
not? Like, really?
Yes, I would like you. Yes, because I would like you to show me that the eligibility has changed per the Trump administration, because that is what you were saying, Zeke.
Okay, well, here it is. So I gotta look that up as well.
I know.
That takes time.
Yeah. So why do you say things that you don't have ready? It's weird.
Policies. Policies, you can make the determination that it has changed.
Has it passed within DHS? Can you show me where Nome or Mark Wayne Mullins has changed it?
I'm looking that up right now.
Okay.
I think it was done through the executive order that President Trump signed.
That wouldn't affect the law then.
What do you mean it wouldn't affect the law? Of course it was. It would. What do you mean it won't? An executive order is a policy that can be used as a law, temporary.
Well, seeing as Congress is the one who passes our laws and they have passed the asylum law.
Yes, but executive laws also have that same power. What do you mean?
Oh, and actually, where's my Google Doc from Thursday and Friday? Because I have where they told them they needed to start processing asylum applications again. The court ruled on that, so that executive order means nothing to me.
I did see that. Really quickly, W's in the chat to Wesley for the $5 super chat. Why does every MAGA sound so angry? Aren't you guys winning? Shouldn't you be cheering? I think MAGAs want to be angry. Much love. Yeah, it's kind of what happens when the president's failing you. So every time we call out the failures, it makes you feel bad about your vote. W's to you, Wesley. I appreciate your support. Yeah, buddy, your MAGA mobile's kicking in aggressively. We can't hear anything that you're saying. You may want to fix that. He's still talking.
Asylum seeking so easy.
No one knows what you just said. No one has any idea what you just said.
It goes into specific details what the Trump administration is doing or did, let's say, to change how immigration policy on the border changed. But there's also another executive order that actually dealt with that even more in contact, which is called the Initial recession of harmful executive orders, which is 14148. That allowed the Trump administration to pretty much remove the bunch of executive orders that Joe Biden had in place.
That's what happens every
Allowed them to
administration.
legally,
None of those
yes,
are
legally
laws.
allow
No.
millions of people into the
Trump
country.
can legally do this, and then Biden can legally do this
Oh, God,
executive
here we
orders,
go
so
again.
long as those executive
Yeah, he
orders
can.
aren't challenged,
Yes, he
aren't
can.
challenged by a court for violating the law, or go as far as to being taken up to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but they're not. None of them were challenged. Not these.
God bless you.
What the?
Oh boy, you guys are just
Gucci.
really.
So,
Are you going to tell
anyways,
me? Were you going to tell me that an executive order by the executive branch is not enforceable? Is that what you're saying?
It's not law. You said
not
they were
law.
violating the law, or you said that you allow Border Patrol agents to legally do something based off of a different executive order. None of them would have been illegal or illegal because they're executive orders. It would be the directive of the administration at the time.
Exactly.
So-
Well, that's the problem, right? So the problem is this.
So after
Look, I'm gonna
the National
level with
Guard,
you
hold
guys.
on. After the National Guard shooting in DC, they put a suspension on asylum applications specifically, and a federal judge was the one that ruled that the policy is unlawful. The judge also struck down 3 related policies, 2 of which were also aimed at people who come from one of 39 countries that President Trump has targeted with a ban on entry, and a third which imposed a blanket halt on asylum decisions at USCIS. The decision requires USCIS to begin processing hundreds of thousands of suspended applications. It does not impact separate restrictions that the State Department implemented, including a pause on the granting of immigration visas for nationals of 75 countries.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Why would you even go there?
It does, because the only eligibility change that there would be through an executive order would have been their suspension of processing asylum applications to begin with.
No, that's one part of the sections. There are
Okay, where's the
there's
executive
12
order that
sections.
changed the eligibility on asylum?
There. Oh, come on. You want me to go through 12 of them? Come on. You can read it yourself if you want.
No,
The
I
point
want
is
you
that
to
it's
prove the
there.
things you say. No, how do I know that?
Because you can read the executive order on yourself. Am I going to make up an executive order? No, that's
You
one
made
part.
one up already by saying the eligibility changed, Zeke.
No, that's not. I didn't make it up. I'm telling you where. You asked me, what's the evidence that shows that the Trump administration is using different policies
No.
to be able to assign asylum to people that are coming into the country?
I
So
asked you to show
what
me
they
where the
were.
eligibility changed, Zeke.
I showed you what they
No, you
were.
didn't.
You want me to go through the entire executive order? This is 11, 12 pages.
You did not
It's
show me
there.
where the eligibility changed, Zeke.
Oh, Lord. All right. You guys are not really in good faith. You really are not. But
literally
here's what
asking
I'll
you
do.
for a source.
You said
I'll do. I'll
that
make
the
you have
Biden
one
administration made eligibility changes, alluding
No, I
to
didn't say that
making
the
it
Biden administration-
easier.
that's not what I said.
That's literally what we've been responding to this entire
Yeah, but
time.
that's not what I said. But that's not what I
Oh
said.
my fucking God.
That's not what I said. What do you mean, oh my God? That's not what I said. You said that, so you just made it up. But go ahead, you can say whatever you want. But here's what I'll say to you guys, all right? Because at some point we got to try to come make some sense out of all of this. Are you guys aware that in this country we have a problem with immigration? Now, the problem of immigration is that we have a law that says you're not allowed to do this, but at the same time we have another law that says, yeah, you can do this.
Nope.
It's called a legal paradox, and that's Section 8, 1325, and the other one is Section 8, 1158.
Yes.
Those two laws are part of the same normal immigration law, which was, I think it was the 1952 immigration law of something. So then that happened, and then something happened in 1980, which is the Refugee Act of 1980. So now what you have is a law that says, yeah, you are allowed to claim asylum in the United States, but you can only do that if you do it through a port of entry. That's
Oh, I
Section 8.
remember Zeke, because Zeke doesn't know the difference between refugee status and asylum status.
Yeah, I know. What do you mean I don't remember? What do you mean I don't know the difference?
You
have to
claimed
meet
you
certain
claimed they were the
criteria.
same thing, and they're not.
Yeah, I never said it was the same thing. I don't know where you got that from. How is it the same thing? You have
They're
to
not.
first prove via 5 categories that you are actually seeking refuge in order to be determined for you to claim asylum. They're not the same thing. Where do you get that from? I don't know who you've been talking to
You
lately.
said
but
it the
you're
last
certainly
time
not
you were
me.
on here with Manny.
No,
I remember.
didn't say that. I didn't say that they were the same thing. You have to meet 5 criteria as a refuge, which is the first thing, which is not what the Biden administration was doing, by the way. They were
Where
not
do you
doing
seek
that at
refugee
all.
status?
Come again?
Where do you seek refugee status?
You don't seek refugee status. You need to be determined. You need to prove that you
Where
are
do you
actually
apply?
someone who is seeking refuge.
Where do you apply for refugee status?
USCIS officers. You need to convince them that you are a refugee.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works.
Can you do that at the border?
No, you do that once you get inside the country where all of a sudden you have all of these
That's exactly what I'm
protections.
talking about. That's asylum, Zeke. Refugee status is
No,
outside
that's
of the
not
country.
asylum. You have to first be determined. Again, here is the conflict. Okay, here's the legal paradox that I'm talking about. Section 81325 doesn't say that, but Section 81158 does say that.
It says
that you don't
asylum because that's
actually
our
have to be.
asylum law. We have a different law for refugee status.
Yes, and it comes in contradiction with another law.
bless you.
That's the problem.
How does refugee contradict laws? What?
Oh my God.
He's just upset that he thinks asylum contradicts 1325 when really it is a defensive against 1325.
It absolutely
but
does.
if you,
Have you ever-
that's fine.
have you
And
ever
here's the
read the
thing.
Refugee
I
Act
say
of
this,
1980?
Zeke, I say this all the time on my show. If you have a feeling in your tum-tum that you disagree with it or you think that it contradicts, that's great. I'm glad that you have that
Thank you,
opinion.
April.
Until Congress proposes a change for it, it means nothing to me.
Well, it's been trying to happen for the last 40 years, and they haven't been able
Can
to
you
do
show
it.
me where Republicans have proposed to change the asylum law?
They literally haven't.
You want me to show you what exactly? Say that again. Let me see what evidence you're asking for this time.
Where
Go ahead. You
Republicans
want me
have
to show
tried
you
to
evidence?
change the asylum law that you say are legal contradictions.
Yes, there is a contradiction in two laws in America. Would you at least
It's not my
concede to
question.
that?
It's not my question.
Yeah, we'll get to your question.
wasn't my
but
fucking
before,
question.
Before we can
Oh my
answer that
God.
question properly,
Oh
we
my
need to first
God.
understand this.
No.
No. Okay,
Answer the
whatever.
No, they don't
question.
contradict.
Look, you guys are not, you really don't, you guys think that you just know everything, but you don't. You're not even
that's why I
honest
asked-
about anything
Zeke,
that you're
I
saying.
don't think I know everything. That's specifically why I
Yeah,
asked
you
you what
do.
sources.
All right, so can we concede to
Zeke,
this?
bro,
We have two laws in
chill.
this
Like,
country.
you got to
One
stop
says
drinking
you
the
can,
Red
the other
Bulls
one
or
says you
something. Like,
can't.
something's got to give here. Zeke, I don't think I know everything. That's why I'm asking you if you have information that I've never seen before. I'm asking for you to prove it because you seem to believe it as if you have read it. So I would like to read
I
it also
have
so that I
read
can
it, and I
correct
have given
the
you a lot
information
of
that I give out
information.
on my show.
You keep asking me for information, but I've given you a lot.
No,
So can you,
haven't.
but you're asking me to read through the whole thing. I'm not going to read through an executive order that's 12 sections, that's 15 pages. Seriously? You do that on your own. But I've already read it.
But it was your claim, so.
Yeah, but I already read it. If you want to, kind of verify
So
that,
then,
fine,
can you
read
point
it
me
on
to
your
the
own.
page? Can you point me to the page in the section that gives what we asked for then?
I already told you, executive order.
No, the page in the section, since it's 12 pages, and I don't want to read 12 pages. I just want to read the part that Zeke said.
Well,
where
you
they
should.
said- Oh,
You should read all 12 pages.
okay.
I did. Why don't you?
Because the court struck it
Okay,
down
no, of
already,
course,
so I don't
because
care.
you don't want to know the truth.
The
What the hell do
court
you care
struck
about the
it
truth?
down already, so I don't care.
How is it struck down? Isn't it struck down? It actually still. Who struck it down?
The courts, Zeke.
Well, no, the court struck down something else, which was the Trump administration's ability to stop asylum. But that's not what I'm talking about. This is something else. You asked me to show you evidence that the Trump administration uses a totally different system, right, for the process of asylum. I
You
told
haven't
you,
shown me
okay,
that.
that's information. Hold on. That information is in Executive Order 14165. It's called Securing Our Borders. Read it. It's all there.
They would literally be using the same systems. They did not change the system. They didn't get new agents. They didn't implement a different agency. It's all the same system. It's all the same department. It's all the same people. They would only be given different directives. That's it.
Exactly.
The Trump administration never
Exactly.
introduced his own
Wait a minute.
DHS,
Wait
his
a minute.
own CBP. What the fuck are we
Are
talking
you
about?
telling me?
No,
Hold
he
on,
just
let's talk.
affirmed what
So
the
let's-
law already
let's-
is and that they're
let's-
going to follow
Let's
it.
get
I'm
into
reading
that,
through
what
it.
you just said. Are you telling me that the people on the Department of Homeland Security, the same people that were there on the Biden are the same ones under Trump? Is that your claim?
Yes.
Holy shit, dude. You're more ignorant than I even thought.
I'm sorry.
That's insane.
Do you think that DHS starts over every presidency?
Yeah, pretty much.
Are you?
Pretty much. Yes. All the
100
people in charge
a
and that make
100%
decisions.
turnover
Where is he
rate.
going?
Zeke.
Don't go anywhere. Let me
Zeke.
tell you, it's easy
Yes,
to know.
The
Even from
secretary,
the secretary, not only
Zeke,
the secretary.
the secretary gets changed. You're telling me they do a 100% turnover rate with the employees?
I never said they do 100%
That is
turnover
what
rate. Now
Hector
you're
asked you, and you
exaggerating.
said yes.
No, not everything. What are you talking?
Okay,
This is not somebody
then you need
said.
to open your ears because that is what Hector asked you, and you said yes.
Hector, what was your question?
He's not going to repeat
Maybe I
it.
misheard you.
Yes, we know that the secretary changes. Hector asked you if it's like a 100%
So once the secretary
turnover rate, and
changes,
you said yes.
What else changes? Literally every policy that they have also changes, no?
No.
Wow, okay, well,
No.
if that's your understanding on how different administrations work, I think you need to do a little bit more digging,
You need to read this executive order because all they are doing all they are doing is
You're the one who hasn't read them.
Zeke, Jesus Christ, my man.
Well, you're
If
saying
you
that
are
I need to
reading
do
it-
something, which I already did.
Cool. Then you would know that all they are doing is affirming and citing already existing immigration law and saying they're going to follow it. That's it. The only difference, the only difference I am seeing is resumption of MPP, which again didn't mean shit in this EO because Mexico said no.
Different policies.
It's in the
happen
same
under-
executive order. It's section 6 of the executive order you gave me.
Dear God.
I know, you didn't read it.
I did read it. You haven't read it. You just read
Okay, then
one
how do you know
section
that?
of it.
Then
Look,
why are you saying different policy when in section 6 they're talking about the implementation of MPP?
what about it? As soon as the practical, the Secretary of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Secretary of State and the Attorney General, shall take appropriate actions to resume, blah, blah, blah. Well, what does that say? That doesn't say anything about the other 12 policies. What about all the other ones?
That they are affirming to follow the law that previous administrations followed. Where is the change?
What do you mean follow the law that what do you see that? Let me see that. Hold on, one sec. Preserve the PPS as soon as practical. Homeland Security.
And I need to put 100, that's just one.
Take all appropriate actions to resume the migrant in all sectors along the southern border of the United States to ensure that pending removal.
Monica, I gave up on this conversation when he said DHS.
So the
changes every
resumption. Okay,
presidency.
so what is this telling you? What do you make this to be? This is pretty much telling you, right, that migrant protection protocols, which was not law really. I don't believe it is. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
It was MPP.
It was?
Well,
Okay,
okay. To be fair, Zeke, it's policy that can be instituted, so it must have been passed at some point.
Okay, so pretty much the Biden administration was not following this, and the Trump administration now decided to do it. So there was a change.
But Mexico said they're not going to follow it, so it's not in place, so it doesn't matter.
Oh my Lord! Again, see what you did there? You just moved the goalpost.
No.
First of all, you said that the Biden administration and the Trump administration literally do the same thing. They don't.
They do. Who removed MPP?
The president did with this executive order.
No, SCOTUS
No.
did.
Okay, great. Look, again,
SCOTUS
here's the
did.
problem. It's in your
SCOTUS
face.
did.
I mean, if you want to deny
Zeke?
it, go ahead.
SCOTUS did. SCOTUS reversed MPP. Zeke? Because you guys confuse Title 42 and MPP all the time. And not you.
No, I
Zeke,
don't.
but
I'm not
people.
making
no,
that.
No. I'm not saying you. I'm saying royal you, not you, Zeke.
Okay, well. So there is a change in policy. Now, this is just one of them. If you continue reading through it, it's pretty obvious. I mean, I don't know what you guys would say. I mean,
There
in
are
what world
some
do you actually
changes
believe?
in DHS policies and CBP
Yes.
policies. All of those changes in different directives would have to correlate with the law. They could not violate
course,
said
yeah.
law.
But
all of
policy-
those
hold on.
changes don't happen. We do not completely change departments. There isn't a complete
one
restructuring
said-
firing. You
Yeah,
did.
no one-
You answered my
Yeah, no-
question when I said, do you think DHS restarts every fucking presidency? You said, yeah. You
Well,
did.
not all of it.
You
Okay,
said the
well,
shit.
I mean-
Oh, now not the all of it. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, maybe
In fact,
I
you know what?
misheard you.
Hold up.
Okay, hold on a second. Don't take a victory lap. Maybe I misheard you. I didn't mean everything. Of course
Yeah,
not.
you've
That's
been
ridiculous.
you've been mishearing a fuck ton the entire this goddamn
How?
conversation. It's crazy.
What are you talking about? That's
Literally
the
had to
only
play
one
your
that
own
matters.
words back to you because you were fucking up. It's
Yeah,
fine.
what? You won? What? You won the argument because I misunderstood
Shauna.
something you said? Come on, be real, dude.
Thank you, Shauna.
Get real. Again, look, the immigration problem in this country is pretty simple. It's not, there's a lot of people on the right and a lot of people from the country that come into your channel.
I'm aware.
You know?
They're typically chirping and saying stupid shit. Why'd you stop talking?
But I hear lots of music.
I hear everything you're saying. Do you not hear me?
I hear music.
I hear you. Do you not hear me?
Barely hear it. Why are you playing music in the background?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is this how you're coping?
Thank you, Shauna, for sending that over to Monica.
Thank you, Shauna.
I'm tired. That's why I did that. I apologize if you wanted to carry on that conversation.
No.
I
God,
didn't.
no.
It's just too many fucking contradictions.
I mean, but the point was their feelings anyway, so I just want to get that clear. If you don't like asylum law, that's fine. You can think that, and if you think it contradicts, that's fine. But until Congress changes it, you have to follow it. That's it. That's all.
Precisely. You would have to point at how the Biden administration violated the law, because that's what you guys keep fucking saying. W's in the chat to Justin for the $4.99 super chat. How are both administrations the same when the Biden administration let in 20 million illegals in 4 years and then President Trump only 2 million in his first term? Okay. I cannot believe you just sent me $4.99 to say that stupid shit, but let me go ahead and clarify. First and foremost, are you then saying both administrations let in illegals? Undocumented migrants? Are you now saying that the Trump administration and the Biden administration both violated the law by letting in undocumented migrants into the country? Also, even if you're going off of encounters, you just fucking doubled the amount of people that would have entered the country per CBP of the Biden administration. You sent $5 to say some stupid shit. But I appreciate your money, though. You're wrong. God. Alrighty, let me also, yeah, fuck you. You're not getting on the wheel.
Thank you, Chicky, for the 50, by the way. She said she was tired of screaming men that are loud and wrong.
That part. W's in chat, the cheeky. Shout out to you. Alrighty, we're going to do the spin. We're going to do the wheel now. So, as I mentioned earlier, every donation went towards the wheel or additional entry in a giveaway, because I literally just found the Kamala Never Hat that I never sold a couple months back. So we're going to do a giveaway. So some of you have a fuck ton of entries here. Those of you who put money or contributed money towards the drop pool would have gotten double of the entries. So we're going to get this wheel going and we're going to do a spin. We're going to do a spin. Let me put it up on the screen here. Probably going to flag me. It's fine. We're going to end. In the meantime, between time, I would appreciate it if we got the likes up to 200K. And we are almost there. We are almost there. So y'all just do that tap real quick. We're going to do this spin and we're going to go find someone to raid. I'm going to get my boba and I'm going to go watch some Attack on Titan. Let's see here. Make sure that's big enough. Should be good. All right. First, I'm just gonna do like a thingy spin. We're gonna do a warm up spin. So whatever it lands on, it's not gonna be you. We're just gonna do a warm up spin to get it going. So nobody thinks I'm cheating. YouTube, you can't see it, but it's fine. Well, it would have been cheeky if that wasn't a warm up spin. I know Cheeky's over there like, what?
I'm going to start yelling in the chat now. That's what's about to happen.
Alrighty. Here it is. We're going to do the spins. Everyone who contributed to the platform today, your name is on the list. That's going to be over it. Brooke, Dean, Kim, Doing Me, Neely, Crow Guy, Wesley, Jordan, One Mighty Pen, Miss Donna, Melanie, Jessica, Maya, Nuclear, and Gucci, Rashford, and Duck. All right. Here's the spin. This is going to determine who gets it. And then I need you guys to get me your email address, or excuse me, through my email address, your P.O. box or your address. Here we go. Here it is. No shuffle. Is it not shuffled? Oh shit, it's not. Thank you for that, Cheeky. Okay, let me get it. Bam. All right, it's shuffled. Thank you so much, Cheeky, for pointing that out. Here's the spin. It was the test spin. All right, here we go. This is the spin. This is it. It is shuffled. I did it 3 times. All right, here we go. That's why we do the practice spin. Exactly. Doing me! Doing me. Congratulations. I do not know if you're still here. But I do have your info already, so I can send you a message. Congratulations. You have won the Kamala Would Never hat. You've won the Kamala Would Never hat. This is the last light denim blue edition that I have. Nice and fresh and new. Still has a sticker on it. I think when we did the sales beforehand, I ordered too many. And I just never gave that away. It was just sitting here. So, yeah. There's you. Please make sure you message me, or I'll send you a message if you are not here, and I'll go ahead and get that hat over to you. To every other person who contributed to the platform, I'll tell you what I will do. You know what I will do? I feel like y'all should get something too. I'll tell you what I will do. I'm going to give you guys a discount code. How about that? I'm going to give you guys a discount code off the merch in the shop. I think that's fair. You guys supported me. I'm going to give you guys a discount code. Give me a second. Let me create it before we go. I'm going to my dashboard. I'm creating it right now. And I'll give it to y'all who are here. Let's go to promotions and let's do create. Shop promo. What should the discount code be? What should the discount code be? Brett, you are late as fuck, Brett. You are late as fuck, Brett. You know how long ago I texted you?
Yeah, I was in the water.
we had a lady come up, and she said that she doesn't regret her vote for Trump because Republicans and the Trump administration do more to protect gun rights than the Democratic Party, who's always trying to take it away. So I did my little thing and whatnot, but I was like, man, Brett would be fucking perfect right now.
Yeah, dude, I saw it just now. I just got out of the water, so sorry.
Oh, good. Shit happens. Discount code.
Discount code should be Brett's the shit.
Discount code Brett ain't shit. Discount code Zeke sucks. We'll do.
Do Easter Island.
Fuck you. We'll do. Fuck it. All right, here we go. So let's do you the best. Okay. And we're just gonna put it on. I'm just gonna make it automatic, so we'll just keep it on there for the next few days. That cool? So it's automatic when you go to the shop. For support. Okay. All right, so I said it here. It's going to be for the support. I'm going to give you guys 15% off. We're going to do 15% off of all purchases on the shop. What about the tappers? Can we have a discount?
Where's the shop at? Where can I find it?
You can find yourself this shop on the website www.hectorshops.com with 2 R's. Hectorshops.com with 2 R's. And let's do this. So it's going to be 15% off. It's automatic, so you won't need a specific code. He said now you give a discount. Hi, Ford. It's going to be 15% off your entire order, automatically applied once you get there. And it is now active. So if you go and get anything off the shop between now, we'll do until, it's the 27th? We'll do until July the 1st. Between now and July the 1st, any purchase you make off the shop, you get 15% off your order. Thank you so much for your support. Thanks, y'all. W's, y'all. 40% for mods. How the fuck you expect me to make money if I do that, Shauna? God damn. It's crazy. Who is this humble guy chirping in the comments. The fuck is happening right now? The fuck is happening right now? Anyway, did you go live today, Brett?
No, dude, I've been at the water all day. I took a well-needed day to just go hang out with the family. It was nice. I was thinking about getting on right now, but then I was like, you know what? No, not going to.
Not worth it.
No, I don't want the headache after such a great day. I don't want to have to deal with idiots.
They have been a wild batch. Monica just fucking dipped on us. Guys, that was Just Money Duh. Just Money Duh on TikTok. Those of you on the YouTube side, I have that message pinned. That is her YouTube. She's typically live Monday through Friday in the mornings to afternoons. Fantastic creator. Knows her stuff. Great person. Great person. Make sure you guys go subscribe to her YouTube. And those of you not following her, go give her a follow. Go give her a follow. But yeah, I agree with Kristen there. Protect your peace because these motherfuckers ain't worth it. I've been live for, wow, over 4 hours. 4.5 hours. Yeah, we about to go. Let me figure out who we're gonna raid on YouTube.
Yeah, because you texted me at like 3:35, I think is what it said.
Is it 3:30? I texted you.
Yeah. Here, I'll double check real quick.
Okay. I set the live to raid Amanda Informed. If you don't know Amanda Informed, you absolutely should. Another fantastic creator. Go ahead and give her some love and support. Hector Raid, those of you over on the YouTube side. To all of you who supported the stream, I appreciate every last one of you. Thank you for your donations. I'm sorry to everyone who did not win the hat. We may bring them back later on, like a special giveaway. The OG Kamala would never hat.
I was just gonna text you about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna text you about it anyways.
Do that. But if you guys would like to, you can get 15% off your purchase on the stop, and I appreciate all your love and support. Thank you to everyone who liked the stream, subscribed, turned on notification bells, that commented for the engagement, sent a super chat, super sticker, or became a member. I appreciate all of y'all. Thank you guys for the follows, and I will see you for tomorrow's stream. It may be earlier, it may be. Don't hold me to it. If you don't see me, don't blame me. I typically like to take off Sundays, but the algorithm will punish me if I don't. With that being said, I will catch y'all tomorrow. Goodbye, YouTube. Say hi to Amanda.